The Guardian, Book 1, by Francisco Caamano. The trip was long, even in faster-than-light travel. So when John heard the pilot saying that they would arrive to Ithar Prime, the home world of the Itharian race, in just another 45 minutes, John felt good. Not because he was particularly looking forward to this assignment. It was just another charge, another royal pain in the ass he would have to protect, probably entitled and unaware of how the universe works and what it takes to keep it working. But because he hated space travel. And while he patiently waited to arrive, he turned on his digital notepad, a very convenient device built into what looked like an earthly wristwatch. The thing projected a holographic image coded with his brain implant, specially designed to only allow his decryption codes to decode the messages he received via that device, standard issue for the U.S. Space Marine Corps. Now, part of the Galactic Empire Alliance that included over 400 different planets and so many alien species. John had decided long ago that it was not worth his time to memorize unless he had to work directly with them. A set of rules and protocols came up, but before he engaged on his reading, he activated an extra set of security. Also, standard procedure, especially with such a high-ticket charge as this one was. It said, Itharian protocols, extremely important to follow. John clenched his jaw as he started to read. These would definitely make his work harder. 1. The High Council is to be respected at all times. 2. Never address the king or the queen unless directly asked. 3. Always refer to the king and the queen as your highness, your royal highness. 4. Your life is spendable to protect your charge. The princess is the only one that matters. 5. You cannot touch the princess, under pain of death. John was somewhat accustomed to these things. In fact, he smiled a bit thinking that there have been other charges with very strange requirements, like have him walk exactly 4 steps behind the charge, and other things that don't need to be mentioned right now. But that is the nature of his work. John belonged to a higher division of the U.S. Space Marine Corps, one that only accepted the most elite members of the Corps, men and women with years of battle experience, tested on a level that would break the souls of anyone, alien races included, and John was particularly good at what he did. His mind worked like an analytical computer, cold, calculating, factual, but also with the ability to adapt and improvise if necessary. His battle experience was unquestioned and unchallenged, a war veteran of at least 15 known conflicts and around 20 covert operations, his body bearing witness of these battles. His eyes denoted the look of a warrior who has been in hell and back. He looked like controlled destruction, something you shouldn't test. He turned off the device as the comm system buzzed to life, receiving a signal from the outworld control tower on the planet, now on the view screen. Earth vessel, USSMC, 2407 Storm class. Prepare to transmit manifesto and any cargo, said a voice on the tower. In a foreign language belonging to the Itharians, it was melodic in males, soft to the ears, but clear and clinical. John thought about how would an Itharian woman's voice sound like, since he has never heard one before. Control tower, diplomat protocol engaging. Data transmission will commence in 10 seconds. Said the pilot. A pause. Transmission received. Welcome to Ithar. Ambassador Forrester, please proceed. Shields will disengage immediately, the tower replied, and the pilot looked at John. You don't look like a diplomat, he said, without looking at John, and while he typed commands into a control panel. No, and who do I look like? John asked, aware that using the code diplomat with him was not the best cover story. The pilot gave him a long look via the monitoring systems on the ship, then responded, After all my years in service, you look like I made a mistake by making that comment, sir, and immediately forgot about his curiosity. It takes one to know one, pilot. Have a safe trip back home, and please, the first beer you get, let it be in my name, John replied, appreciating the pilot's discretion but not wanting to be a total asshole. Yes, sir. You can count on it, the pilot said and smiled. Semper Fi, he said on his way down. A royal committee was waiting for John when he arrived, and he would never stop getting impressed by the Etherians. There are many beautiful races in the galaxy, but this race gave all of them a run for their money. It was a party of three, two gorgeous, athletic-looking females and one very handsome male. Standing there, the male sporting the fakest smile John had ever seen. The females, on the other hand, looked at him with curiosity. After all, John is a very handsome man by Earth standards, but the male was looking at him as if he was something weird. "Greetings, Ambassador John Forrester," the male said, with a forced courtesy that could be cut with a knife and consumed with ice cream. "John, please," he said, knowing this would make him uncomfortable and forcing smiles out of the two females. The Etherians were all about etiquette and protocol, but John was not here to make friends, so if he could give anyone a hard time without being too aggressive, he would do it after all. He did say he was not the right person for this job. John would rather be fighting hand-to-hand with Malokian battle dogs. Facing two heads full of teeth looked a lot more enticing than this facade. As expected, the male became uncomfortable. Etherians are, for lacking of a better word, a very proud race, a beautiful race, males and females alike. They are perfect and not by enhancements or technology. They are born like that. Males are all 6 feet 3 inches tall, with long black hair, 4 sets of horns in their heads, 2 in the back, 2 in the front, long pointy ears and yellow eyes. Their skin is crimson red, deep, vibrant, and their lips are a little darker, especially women's. In the other hand, women are 6 feet of perfection from head to toe. Nature made an effort with them to make sure everything that needs to be included was, and then some. They could have either white hair, black hair, or red hair. These two walking in front of him had red and black hair, and their bodies, they looked like supermodels, beautiful curves hidden under their clothing, tight to their bodies, enough to tease one's imagination, but not so much to be too exposing John's mind. Challenged with every step they took, women had no horns in their heads, and John remembered that the horns on males represented age and wisdom. As they aged, their horns changed colors, from a very dark black color for the young ones, to lighter tones of brown, up until they turned white, representing wisdom and experience. Their lifespan was around 200 years. "Of course," he said, and he murmured something in the Etherian language to the two women. "These brutes and their crude culture, if it was in my power, I would have him cleaning the floors of the dungeons." John smiled and replied, in their own language, "Brute has served me well in places where your enemy only speaks one language, unrelenting violence. As for the cleaning, work can only dignify the man that does it, and create comforts for those who believe that work is beneath them." The Etherian man's yellow eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he heard John reply in perfect Etherian, without the melody only their vocal cords could produce, of course, while the two women burst into a short and mostly suppressed laugh that was restrained half a second after it burst out, replaced by what seemed to be surprise and admiration from their part. "I am sorry, sir. I didn't know you could speak our language," the man said, but only because he thought he would get in trouble for disrespecting their new guest, not because he felt any regret for saying what he said. "That's okay, Bob." John pet named the tight-ass alien. "Just keep thinking I am a brute. What you meant as an insult, I see as matter of fact, and don't worry, I won't tell if you don't," John replied, not in anger, but just as cold. "Again, my apologies," he replied with gratitude on his voice. The Etherians are a proud race, as said, and because of their looks and their advanced technologies, they see themselves as a better, higher race than the rest, including others who are in fact their equals. So, John expected the dismissive or derogatory comments ever since he was notified about this assignment. He also didn't realize how much he wouldn't care about whatever they wanted to think about him, which was important if he was going to complete his task. One charge, one responsibility above everything else, including his own life. Only one person mattered. He remembered his commanding officer briefing him. The women, on the other hand, kept glancing back at him, soft smiles on their faces. They seemed to be entertained by the brute. He winked at one of them, and she quickly turned her head back, covering yet another laugh with her hand. "This is a very dangerous place," he said to himself, rubbing his face with his hands. They continued to walk towards a transport. The Etherian man gestured him to climb in, but John declined and made him get in first, since that guy started the pissing contest. John was determined to not give him 1 inch. A warrior's mind, even with trivial stuff. Then he gently gestured the 2 women to get in, and once he climbed in, he sat between both of them. The transport was big, and John noticed how none of them could ever made physical contact with one another unless they purposefully tried to do so. He noticed both the women wore an identical bracelet on their right wrists. It was beautiful, with symbols he didn't understand even though he speaks and reads their language. "Excuse me, what does that bracelet represents?" he asked, trying to make casual conversation, and both of the women's faces changed color a bit with what might be them blushing. Again, they covered their faces with what to him sounded like the sweetest laughter he will ever hear. Then he said, "I will make you laugh as much as I can if it means I will get to listen to it." And they both laughed again. "Be careful, Outworlder," one warned, but in a playful manner. "These are unbonded bracelets, Ambassador," the other one responded, polite and smiling at his curiosity. "Can you understand the meaning?" she asked, testing his deductive capabilities. "I think so. It means you are single," he responded, and they both smiled. "In a sense, yes. Onathar, women don't wear what you call wedding rings in your world to let people know they have bonded with a partner. We wear these instead to show we have not. Yet," she explained, and he appreciated it. "Be careful," he repeated, looking at the incredibly beautiful Etherian woman sitting to his right. She nodded, with a side smile that could stop a man's heart. "Thank you for the warning, and I apologize if I offended either of you," he said. "It seems Bob was right when he called me a brute," and the male alien would have wanted to jump out of the transport while the 2 females now exploded with laughter. "Yes, be careful," she repeated, again with that smile, and John stopped joking. No need to create an intergalactic incident by sending the wrong signals to these 2 very nice and very beautiful ladies. She leaned in a little closer to him, making sure, again, they didn't make contact, and whispered, "Only play if you mean it, Ambassador." Shit, this was serious. "No offense, Ambassador," she finally said, sitting up straight again, understanding the cultural misunderstanding, but incredibly amused and interested at the same time, or so it would seem. John was wearing the regular U.S. Space Marine Corps uniform, no armor, a formal dress suit, with some medals and accolades strategically placed in his suit to complete the disguise, and not even close to all the medals and commendations he has earned throughout his years of service, not to mention the ones he was only shown, but could not physically have. It was a carefully designed and studied outfit to show his rank of commander, but also hide his capacity and capabilities as an elite Marine, deadly in every circumstance, determined to complete his mission, whatever the cost. This was a covert operation. The uniformed hid a scarred body, detailing tales of near deaths and heroics hidden within almost every inch of his fit and defined body. John was a 6'4" force to be reckoned with, fact that many enemies would regret not acknowledging, were they still alive to choose differently. And here he was, the home world of the Crimson Race, as everyone on Earth called them, a privilege to some, because they are not too fond of having other Outworlders in their home planet, especially not from Earth, considered to be one of the most primitive worlds accepted by the Union as part of their ranks. John, on the other hand, didn't give 2 shits about this world. He cared only about his charge and his duty. Regardless of the fact that the Etherians controlled 20 galaxies, their kingdom extending over countless planets. Their king, however, was a just king, and he didn't rule his people and his subjects with an iron fist. He made sure everyone under the Etherian protectorate was well taken care of, and John appreciated that part. One of the reasons why he accepted this task, because it would represent the passing down of that torch and the assurance the next in line, this time, the princess, would be allowed to rule under her father's guidance, keeping the peace in the galaxies they controlled. The transport looked way too adorned to be efficient, but it moved swiftly through the busy streets, white, gold, and red-colored. The material it was made from was hard to guess. It was not metal, but it was harder than any metal produced on Earth. John debated between looking at the two Etherian women or at the magnificent infrastructure of this planet. Every single building was white, adorned with very elaborate carvings in silver, gold, reds, blacks, signs, carved into the structures letting people know what service of purpose said edification had. Their writing was just as exquisite as listening to them speak was. And while John was focused on his surroundings, between thinking what would he need to do if they get attacked, and if he could sneak out later to visit this or that other place to try one of the universally famous Etherian dishes, he spotted one of the women who flanked him, looking side-eyed at him. His experience told him she wanted to ask him something, and he figured what it was. "You can ask. I get that question a lot. It is, after all, kind of hard to miss," he said, sure of himself, and she was astonished because he was right. The woman said, in that beautiful voice, "Ambassador Forrester," she started. Her voice, as he suspected, demanded attention. It was a song disguised as a conversation. "Please call me John. I have not earned that level of respect from you yet," he said, while facing the male in front of him, who by now knew he was going to be the butt of every sharp word John could come up with. The woman smiled and started again. "John," and his name coming from her mouth, with that accent made him think such a simple name was designed to be pronounced by that species. "The scar on your face, did it hurt?" she asked, and it was obvious it would have hurt, but what she wanted to know is how he got it and found the most polite, albeit not the best way to ask. John was a gentleman. "Yes, but not as much as you think. Adrenaline helps in stressful situations," he said, not wanting to share details on how he got it. She seemed to be content with his answer. John bared many markings of his experiences as an elite warrior, but most of them could be hidden under his clothing, but not the scar that ran from part of his forehead, cutting through his brow, jumping down to his right cheek, almost halfway, already healed, but leaving a darkened skin that reminded him of days he would have wanted to forget if he could. The lady alien smiled and bowed her head a little, appreciative of his answer, but obviously wanting more details. It was not long until they reached the impressive royal palace. Hard to describe alien architecture in plain English, but suffice to say it was big, magnificent, something that looked like a mixture of white stone with crystals that reflected the light. Colors seemed to move around the structures. Huge entrances designated for several purposes, towers, 4 of them, and one main building, designated for the royalty on top and everyone else on the bottom. He later learned that he was assigned quarters in the top parts of the palace, where the royalty lived, specifically near the princess's quarters. They got out of the transport and started on their way towards his quarters. He had to get ready for the reception that was going to start in about 30 minutes, so they moved with haste. John didn't pay much attention to the other Etherians and different species of aliens there, looking at him, yet again, as an odd thing in place where it didn't belong. They reached the entrance of his quarters. The male explained where he needed to go, but also left him with what looked like data pad that had the castle's blueprints, directions written in their language. He said thanks, then the male Etherian, still embarrassed, left with quick steps, followed by the 2 women. One of them turned to look at John, that beautiful smile, those eyes, then the other one. He waved them both goodbye, and the both turned their faces, laughing again. He didn't care if they found him amusing or ridiculous. Creatures like this are way out of his league anyways, he thought to himself, but no one in the entire galaxy would have stopped him for enjoying how his behavior either annoyed or amused them. Plus, the view as they walked away. "You should get ready," one of the women said before they were out of view. "They will come for you soon," and continued to walk following the others. John got ready. He changed his formal marine attires for something more ceremonial, but equally practical for combat. It was another suit, with just the Earth insignia and his rank, commander, and waited comfortably until he was summoned. Not long passed before he heard a chime from his door. When he opened it, 2 royal guards with beautifully designed golden armor, that looked as beautiful as it looked effective, carrying Etherian battle rifles, extremely effective in battle, and ceremonial swords, were standing outside his door. And all he could think about was how badly he would have wanted to be able to test one of those rifles on a shooting range. "Commander," one of them said, the first one of them who addressed him by his rank, obviously military decorum and training, "please follow us. We will escort you to the ballroom." John thanked them and followed. They walked through a corridor flanked by the same color of white crystalline-looking walls and over what appeared to be black marble, but extremely polished, their steps echoing throughout the corridor, continuing until they reached the ballroom. The main door looked as if it was made for giants to enter, way too big to be practical, way too small to do justice to the rest of the place, and once inside, John was left alone, to fend for himself, just like he liked it. He looked around, trying to find a good spot, a place from where he could be close enough to the throne, but with a good enough vantage point he could look at the people, and he switched from tourist mode to predator the moment he started to assess this place. John lifted his right hand close to his mouth and spoke in a hushed tone. "I am in position," letting command know he was already there. A voice came in his ear, from a very small receiver injected from underneath his right ear. "Do us proud." "Marine," he smiled. "No guarantees I won't start a diplomatic nightmare," he joked, and ended transmission. John walked around and settled near one of the marble-looking columns, near one of the many food and drink tables, trying to figure out how the hell was he going to blend in a place where the vast majority of people have crimson red skin and the rest more than 2 arms, and while he played with those thoughts, the announcement was made. "Please bow to your royal rulers, King Aaron and Queen Yara from Athar Prime." Everybody bowed their heads after the announcement was made, but lifted them up back again, to be able to see their royal family enter the ballroom. The place roared with thunderous applauses as royalty came into scene. The king, with his 4 white horns, depicting his wisdom and experience, closely followed by his queen, with long white hair, making a beautiful contrast with her red skin. She seemed to glide over the marble-like tiles, absolutely gorgeous, absolutely royal. But none of them were the ones John was interested in. And he didn't have to wait long, because right behind them, the princess and her entourage came in, and John's heart made a weird movement inside his chest. The Princess Ilaria, glided in, her eyes, gray, haunting, making a perfect match with her silver hair, carefully braided to rest on her back. She was wearing a white royal dress, way too tight to her body to be legal, or at least to be classified as torture for him, no sleeves and very revealing. Then again, all women in this planet dressed up in a very sensual fashion, making John understand why so many real ambassadors from Earth wanted this assignment. He focused once more on the Princess Ilaria, her name leaving a sweet taste in his mouth after he said it, and after his brain finally placed a face beside it. The princess continued her gracious walk, saluting and smiling the people present. Her smile was genuine, not because she enjoyed the attention, but to him, and based on his experience, looked as if she really meant it, that she really cared about the people she was smiling to. John couldn't keep his eyes away from her. Wish was both a good thing and a bad thing. Yes, he needs to keep her in his sights, but he also needs to look for danger. After all, he was sent here to protect her from something that was not even specified, but for now, his eyes were locked on her beautiful face, her white hair adorned by a little tiara to remind us all who she was. He also spotted that she was wearing that wristband he saw earlier today. The princess is not to be touched, he reminded himself, and had he been alone, he would have slapped his face twice. Today, I am going to die, he said to himself, and thought it would be a good death. The princess sat down on a chair placed one step below her parents, her mother smiling at her as she took her place, and after this short ceremony, the king stood up and said, "Thank you all for coming. Please, enjoy yourselves." The ballroom came to life with Etherian music that seemed to be surreal. John had to start moving to focus. It was nothing short than beautiful. People chatting here and there, and everyone having a good time, but John was already working. He had specially requested the king to not announce his arrival, to not acknowledge him on the first night. John needed to assess the royal invitees and everyone else, and that is exactly what he was doing. And while he studied everyone with an experience only possible after years of hardcore training and experience, he moved amongst them as if he was a ghost, looking at every face, every glance that dared to move towards the princess's way, every comment made. Some he could understand, others he relied on his translator, his trained eye moving from place to place with surgical, military precision. There is a plot to kill the princess, John, and we have been chosen. No, you have been chosen by King Aaron himself to protect his daughter and heir to his empire, his commander told him. This would cement Earth's position in the Etherian Galactic Empire Alliance, or destroy every opportunity Earth had. But why me? He asked his superior officer. Because the king has been searching for a protector for his daughter for years, and he came across some security footage from you, his commander said. Aren't these supposed to be, I don't know, classified, sir? John asked, not very happy to have his missions be a part of some kind of job application he most definitely was not applying for. King Aaron is the most powerful king in the known galaxies, John, and when we got a royal communicate coming from him and asking specifically about you, a security breach was the last thing in our minds, he responded, leaning back on his chair with a smile on his face. I am glad you are enjoying yourself, sir, John said, annoyed. Think of it as retribution, John, for all the white hair you helped grow in my head with all your near deaths and shit you have done, his commander said, his voice full of respect and appreciation to a person that for him was not just a subordinate, but a close friend. But, Michael, are you sure I am the right person for this? John asked, with a genuine concern and breaking rank respect, as they are more than used to do in private, even while having an official conversations, as this one was. I cannot think of anyone better. My brother, Michael replied to John. Well, remember, this is your fault if I screw this up, John said, smiling. If you screw this up, we will both be living under the same bridge, Commander. But I warn you, I am not doing the cooking, he joked. John's mind came back to the party, focusing once more on the attendees, and at that moment, his eyes focused on the princess. She was standing up, her personal guard moved quickly to flank her, but she gestured them back, not allowing them to do their jobs. This was stupid, reckless. He started by trying to spot which species was hostile, or could be hostile, and which of these were closer to her. Then he spotted movement. An 8-foot-tall reptilian dignitary started on his way towards the princess, his stride faster than anyone casually walking in a place like this. His gaze focused on the princess's direction. John started on his way. 2. Princess Ilaria was casually talking to a group of people, oblivious of what might be transpiring, or maybe too trustful of the guards whom she dismissed. It wouldn't have happened with him. He wouldn't have stayed behind. But these guards have to obey. Fuck, he is getting closer, John thought, and stepped up the pace. John pushed a few guests, gently but determinedly, trying to close the gap between him and the alien lizard mountain, who was just about 10 feet away from her. The princess then turned her back to the reptilian, who speeded up his pace the moment he noticed it, and that triggered something in John's training. This was going to go down now. He started to run. No more gentle get-out-of-my-way pushes, but full power get-the-fuck-out-of-my-way shoves. The lizard guy was too focused on his target, and between the music and the chatter, he didn't ever hear the people John was shoving away complaining. John felt he was running out of time. The reptilian shoved his left hand inside his tunics and pulled out a 24-inch blade, made out of what appeared to be burning crystal. John recognized the blade. In fact, he bared marks for such weapons from previous campaigns. The material used to make these weapons would vibrate at a very low but rapid sequence, making it so sharp that you could cut a hair falling in midair. Deadly. And the would-be assassin was at striking distance. Princess Ilaria. The creature screamed. She turned, confused. Then her eyes reflected something that broke John's heart and pissed the hell out of him. Too, it was fear. The Dark Hand sends its regards, and he started to move the blade downwards in what was going to be a devastating blow. All the princess could do was to lift her arms and try to cover her face. It wouldn't matter if that monster hits her with that thing she is done for. The princess kept her posture, waiting for the pain coming her way. John looked upon her face while he moved, and he felt as a surge of what only can be described as white-hot rage erupted inside of him, fueling his muscles, his senses, his awareness. And suddenly, he felt he would expose something to these people that was meant to be kept secret, hidden to all, even to the king himself. She is the only one that matters. He repeated to himself. The pain she was expecting never reached her. A thundering roar came out of that thing's snout, making every single one of them turn their heads to see what the hell was going on. And when they saw, everyone present gasped in at least 20 different ways depending on species and voice pitch, then silence. And when the princess opened her eyes, confused as of why she was not screaming out of pain or dead, she saw him. She saw John, standing right in front of her. Both arms holding the reptilian's bladed hand stopped in midair and inches away from his face. John, on his way to her, had removed his jacket, looking for mobility, and his white shirt reflected his very well-built body. His muscles tensed under the pressure applied by the reptilian, whose eyes couldn't believe a simple human was able to stop his attack. They struggled like this for a few seconds, then, with a swift move, the reptilian slammed his massive tail against John's legs, making him flip in midair and land on the floor. Face first, John managed to use his hands to stop the fall in what seemed to be practiced controlled efficiency, or a flat-out defiance of the laws of gravity, as physical constitution from a cat was mixed with this soldier's blood, or something else, something more. In a split second, John was on his feet again. He glanced back quickly, and the princess was still there, unable to move, paralyzed with something other than fear. Two of the royal guards, the ones who were closer, sprinted into action and attacked the would-be assassin. The reptilian turned to face them, stabbing the first one in the chest with incredible ferocity and quickly turning his head to look at John, with disbelief on his face. He looked at the princess as well, with an indescribable hatred, then turned to fight the other guard. John took the opportunity to do what he came here to do. The princess needed to be moved to safety. He approached her quickly but stopped midway. "You can't touch the princess." The words came back to his head. "Fucking protocols," he said inside his head, that were there for a reason he didn't understand, and that he was starting not to give a shit. "Princess, we need to get out of here. Run now," he commanded her. She reacted, breaking the spell that had made her stare at him, apparently without being able to stop, and started to run as fast as she could, followed closely by John, but a scream made him look back. The guard, who was left trying to stop the reptilian, hanged limp from its mouth, dark thick blood running down its jaws and settling on the polished dark granite like floor below. The reptilian was breathing deeply, not because it was tired. That thing looks like it can go at it for days. No, it was pissed, so it did the only thing that made sense to it. It focused on the princess and threw the blade at her with tremendous raw force and speed. That thing traveled through the air with deadly accuracy and a precision that can only be attributed to years of practice. John saw this, knowing what was going to happen as if telegraphed to his brain, that the blade would find its target, so he did the only thing he could do, thinking loud enough inside his head that perhaps some of the people present may have heard him, "Fuck the rules," and swiftly, with a speed that looked unreal, placed himself between the blade's trajectory and the princess, who had stopped as well when she heard the bone-chilling scream of the guard dying inside that monster's jaws, and was facing the blade as it was heading her way, aimed at her heart. John, provoking the same level of multilingual gasps as before, did something that would have repercussions for millennia. He touched an Etherian princess. He grabbed her by her waist with his right arm, pulling her away from the blade's trajectory and placing the princess completely behind him as he placed himself, with a movement that seemed choreographed to say the least. On its way instead, the blade found a target, but not its intended one. the thing drove through his chest with unrelenting force, making him let out a short but tense grunt of what was obviously pain. The princess could see the entire blade coming out of John's back. It went into his body hilt deep, crimson red blood tainting his shirt, almost the same color of her skin. Her hands immediately went to cover her mouth, while John fell down on his knees, his head down, holding the blade inside him with one hand to prevent its vibrating system from digging in all the way through, and the reptilian curved what may have been his lips, showing 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth in what may have been a victory smile. Half a second later, the thing was on the move again, making short work of the distance between him and the princess, and when it was close enough, confident his job would be completed, and he would taste the princess' blood, John stood up like pushed up by gravity itself and intercepted the attacker, stopping, dead on its tracks, a 350-pound mass of angry, green-skinned, natural-born killer. The impact was hard, making John slide back a little, but still holding the murderous mountain. All of this happened in one single motion. John, while standing up, had pulled the blade out of his chest with such speed that nobody noticed the action, just the fact that he had driven it all the way through the reptilian's lower jaw, coming out on the top of his head. John pulled in the impaled creature closer to his face and stared at it with perfect green eyes reflecting not only the purest form of rage anyone has ever seen on Ithar Prime, but also something else. Determination, commitment. She will not be harmed. Not by this thing, not by anyone, not if he had something to say or do about it. Die, he said to the thing, his eyes inches away from the creature's face, making sure it was looking at him. Then he moved his left arm to grab the thing's face on the top side of its jaw and pulled his head down with raw power, the blade screaming as it went even deeper, and as the thing slowly, and held in place by John's grip, with a strength and determination not real by any human standards, the reptilian body went limp, and only when John was sure it was dead did he let it fall to the floor, the sound of flesh and bone hitting it hard. He then kicked it so hard the thing slid on the floor at least 8 feet away from them. A scream released the moment his right foot found the thing's belly. A trail of a very clear green fluid traced the body's trajectory as it continued to bleed out. John's face, tinted with it, looking predatory, he scanned his surroundings, assessing if there are any more threats, gazing for half a second at the princess, pure instincts and training taking over, and only when he was sure it was over did he move towards her. John tore one of his sleeves and tried to make a makeshift bandage to simulate covering his wounded shoulder, but deep inside of him, he just hoped people paid more attention to the dead thing over there than to him, or they will definitely see something they're not supposed to see. And as he did this, the pain was real. Alien weapons are different. They would heal, but they have different effects. This one was a vibration blade that also produced scorching heat, and fire was also one of the things he needed to be aware of, like plasma shots and things that explode. So yes, the danger was real, but he could take it. He immediately ran towards the princess, ignoring the burning sensation and understanding it will be healed in a few hours, as it always happens, and focusing on lifting her up. She was all that mattered. He extended his hand to her. She looked up at him, tears falling down her eyes, and she took it. Again, interspecies gasps took over the place. What the hell was going on? It doesn't matter. Not now, he thought to himself. He may have harmed her if he pushed her away too hard. He pulled her up gently, making sure she could be stable on her own 2 feet. Princess, are you okay? Are you hurt? Did I hurt you? She looked at him in shock, disarmed by his concern of him having hurt her when it was him who just took a blade to the chest for her and saved her life, her body trembling as what seemed to be a mixture of fear, shock, and an electric charge was cruising through her body. But there was one other thing lingering in everyone else's minds but John's, including the princess's. He touched her twice. The princess found her balance as her eyes, her gray eyes that seem as if they held galaxies in them, were fixed on him, and he would have fought 10 more of these things if he could figure out what these beautiful eyes were saying to him, or to avenge her if anyone ever dares to provoke said eyes to let out the crystal tears falling down her red cheeks again, one hand covering her mouth. He could feel her trembling when he touched her. She stood up straight with her soul-tearing gaze locked on him. Was she aware of the effect she can have at people standing so close to her? "Yes, I am fine, and no, you didn't hurt me," she finally answered. But her face was telling him he probably did something that could be worse than a bruise for excessive strength applied while pushing her away from certain death, her hand still holding to his arm, the arm that was giving her balance, the arm that helped her up, as if she was not able to let it go. And this will be a sensation that linger with her even after they was no longer making contact with each other. Two of the guards started to walk on a threatening manner towards John. He felt them the moment they started to walk towards him, and by the time both drew their blades, he was already in combat mode. Again, Princess Ilaria, looking at how he slowly turned his head to look at the guards, moved away, instinctively seeking protection behind him, as if knowing that was the safest place she could be in. But the guards were not trying to harm her. They were going to attack John, the Outworlder, who dared to touch their princess. The first swing came from the right, the guard's sword making that whistling sound swords made as the cut through the air. It would have chopped off his head clean off had it found its target, but John's speed made no sense. He moved away, docking it, and letting it go over his head, jumping up the moment it cleared his head, and landed a knee with his left leg to the midsection of the guard's armor. While with both of his hands, he pushed the guard down to maximize the damage. The armor cracked under the impact with what appeared to be an impossible strength from a human. As wind and blood came out of the guard's mouth, he fell flat on his face, struggling to catch his breath, but alive. The other guard came from the left. John caught the arm that held the sword with just one hand, and with a swift movement, he broke the guard's arm in at least two places, letting him go once he knew he was out of commission. "What the hell is wrong with you?" he screamed at them. "Can't you see I am on your side?" He was confused but alert. He looked at the princess, aware she was there, behind him. Yes, she didn't move. 5 more guards started their approach. John whispered, "Fine, let's see what you got," he said as he started to crouch just a bit, his muscles tensing, gathering up energy to be released in what would have been an explosion of controlled chaos. The attendants, aware of this, started to make way, removing themselves from behind the guards that approached this strange outworlder, just to make sure they didn't get caught in whatever it was about to happen. But everything and everyone stopped the moment they heard a voice. The guards bowed in less than half a second. It was the Queen. Her command sounded both like thunder and music at the same time. They all froze. John turned to face her. She was already just about 2 feet away from him. He kneeled in respect, his head bowed down. "As you wish, Your Highness." She looked at him. Her expression was complex, a mixture of gratitude, fear, uncertainty, and something else that cannot be described. Royalty. Maybe true, unadulterated, pure royalty. Respect was owed. "Everybody, clear the room now," said the king, in a sharp command that no one dared to question. They moved quickly, as if their lives depended on it. "And take the 2 guards to the medical wing, and take this thing to be searched. I want to learn everything there is to learn about it. Fast," referring to the would-be dead assassin. John remained on his current position. In his mind, he wanted to make sure they understood that he was under their command, fully, that they are not in danger from him. Seconds later, only the king, the queen, the princess, and John were left in the immense room, alone. John was still kneeling, waiting. "Commander Forrester," the king said, "welcome to Athar Prime. Your reputation precedes you," the king said, and John couldn't make if the king was really mad or was just evaluating the situation. After all, he was sure that counting the amount of interplanetary rules he broke in just a few minutes would require entire training programs on what not to do, and how to screw up at least 100 years of negotiations with a species that had no need to sign treaties with a planet like Earth. He was cursing himself inside his head. "Please, stand up, Commander," the Queen asked, with that melodic voice that he was starting to love in them, and when he did, he saw her still holding her daughter in her arms. It was a tight embrace that to him meant a little more than only protection. The princess was still crying out of shock and fear. "Are you familiar with our costumes and traditions, Commander?" the queen asked, her voice so melodic and soft that Jon's anger had no choice but to dissipate. He was disarmed. Etherians are great ambassadors because of this effect almost every species has when they speak. "Only what was on my data pad, Your Highness," Jon responded, standing, both hands on his sides, straight and not making eye contact with them. Pure military discipline, respect, and a little bit of shame, too. "We believe you may have missed something, Commander," said the king, now close enough to him to be able to touch him. "No," he responded, understanding where this was going. "Your Highness, I made a decision. It was either that or the princess's life. I chose her life," he said. Factual, simple. "You broke a rule, a tradition that has been held for thousands of years, Commander," the queen replied. Jon kept quiet. He understood the political implications, the diplomatic intergalactic shitstorm that was forming around him, but also understood that it wouldn't be possible to speak if he was bound by this stupid, don't speak unless spoken to bullshit, so he acted. "May I speak freely, Your Highnesses?" he asked to both of them. The princess, on the other hand, could not stop looking at him. He felt her eyes burning him alive. They looked at each other, apparently amused by this attitude, and one can imagine that in the presence of the rulers of 20 galaxies, they were not used to people being bold with them, so they allowed a faint smile. This was unorthodox, but they allowed it with a gesture. "Yes, you may, Commander," the king responded. Jon lifted his head to look at them. "Thank you, you Highnesses." He tried choosing his words carefully, but he chose honesty instead. "With all due respect, I was tasked to protect the life of Princess Ilaria, not your traditions or your laws, because with assassins willing to risk total annihilation by threatening you, your empire, and above all, your daughter, the princess, these laws and traditions are a luxury that I cannot even consider, that I will not consider, and if I have to burn down your entire planet or any other planet to keep her safe, if that is what it takes to achieve it, that is what I will do." Jon made a pause, then continued. "Now, I know I did something wrong. I just humbly ask of you to please not hold Earth accountable for it. It is my fault. It was my decision and my responsibility, and I will pay whatever price I have to pay to mend my offense to your kingdom, to you, to the queen, to your people and your daughter, whom I may have offended the most. But please know, I am not pleading for my life. It is not intended. But if I have to do it again, I would without even thinking about it." Jon said he knew the price that would be asked. "Jon," the princess said his name, and how did she know his name? Maybe the king told her? And why did his heart did that same weird thing it did before just now? His name sounded different coming from her. "What type of oath did they make you take?" she asked. "Princess, I took the oath of the soldier to defend our planet, but said oath has nothing to do with this," he started to say. "I was sent here to look after you, to keep you safe, and that is exactly what I set out to do. Earth has nothing to offer to your great empire, less a few things you may find interesting and worth your time, not commercially, even though your people enjoy certain Earth things, but you don't really need them, not militarily, because you could brush us off the table as breadcrumbs, so the only thing we have is our word and our promise that even if we never become your greatest allies, we will sure as hell will be the most loyal in our commitments to your race. You have never abused us. You have always been fair to us. You have never forced us to participate in any war campaign your empire is forced to engage in. You have even declined our participation, and yet you share technologies with us, help us in every way possible, and our world is a far better place because of you. So, to answer your question, Princess, the oath I took is to give you the only thing I can give, loyalty, complete and unquestioned, at any price you require for me to pay, and be assured I am doing this freely and at peace with myself." He was looking into her eyes while he spoke, and he could see a flash of admiration flowing to her face. And that, Commander, is why this incident is so sad. We are aware of what Earth promises to us, something we never thought we would dare to claim. And this will be the first time since our alliance that we will have to claim it, the Queen said. John went back to his previous position, head bowed, standing straight, hands to his sides. I understand, Your Highness. Surely you know the price is your life, said the king. Yes, Your Highness. I know. And are you really willing to make things right by giving it freely? The queen added, her voice in disbelief. She knew for a fact that if they were to request this to anyone else who was in court just moments before, they would be pleading for their lives, but not him. John kneeled again, both hands resting on the black marble floor. Yes, gladly, he said. At least I know she is still alive, he said, his head bent waiting. Even though John was perfectly aware of what this represented, Earth falling out of the protection from the Galactic Empire Alliance, understanding that millions would lose their lives because of him, and understanding this was an easy choice to make, and the honorable one just because of that. Oddly enough, he was not doing it for treaties and things like that, no, this was deeper. He felt it inside of him. He was ultimately doing it for her, and even though he knew she will be safer with him, by her side, he could also see the monumental conflict this was bound to create and how it could end up threatening her even more, having to deal with ruthless politics and ruthless assassins, a two-fronts fight. So, for him, it was an easy decision to make. She is all that matters, he repeated inside his head, not even understanding why he felt that way about this beautiful, bewitching alien woman he just met and who apparently had no idea that as of that moment, his life was hers. The king looked solemn, surprised. Him and the queen exchanged looks once more. It was strange. They didn't want to have to do this. It felt cruel for both of them, but they needed to confirm this was the right path to take. Many things are in motion now. They needed to make sure this strange human, as they saw him, even stranger than the already strange humans they knew, was in fact the one. The king sent a command through some device he had on his right gauntlet, and immediately one of the guards who was close to the door outside entered, walking towards them immediately, his sword drawn, and stood in position, while lifting the sword. Mom, Dad, don't, he saved me, she screamed, with disbelief on her face, terror even, trying to stop this from happening, but her pleas for mercy were ignored. I want to choose him. Stop, please. I felt it. Is there. When we touched, I felt how he saw me when I came in, how he felt when he thought I could be harmed. I felt it. I don't want to lose it, please, she screamed. The king and the queen exchanged looks, and John, still in the same position, was not able to comprehend what she meant, and felt regret over the fact he will never find out. This is a good death, he said to himself, accepting his fate. And the princess, in a desperate move, moved in between the guard and John, forcing the guard to quickly step back, avoiding any contact with her as if she was radioactive or something. This is cruel. This is not you. Her voice was killing him inside, but John understood that this had to run its course. It needed to happen. Princess Ilaria, John said to her, almost as a whisper, and turning his head just enough to catch a glimpse of her face that made him feel at peace with himself. She is all that matters. Again, the same words repeating inside his head, and she is alive. He continued to speak to her. Please, you need to move away from the guard and that sword. If he tries to obey an order from the king, and order is bound by honor to obey, and in doing so he puts your life at risk, I will be forced to hurt him too, and I know you don't want that. He took a pause. Thank you for caring, but please step aside, he said. You could walk away from this if you wanted to, and we would not be able to stop you, is that right? The king asked John, a new understanding and a question answered, bringing relief to his mind. It was obvious on his face. That doesn't matter now, Your Highness, John said, respect on his voice, but they could also feel defeat being carried by it, too. Please indulge me, Commander, the king pressed. John curved his lips in what was a smile, confirming to the king that what he said was a fact. Your soldiers would get me eventually. I am hard to get rid of, but not all powerful, Your Highness. So yes, I could step away from this catastrophe at any time. I am just making another choice again, the right choice." He responded. The guard showed disbelief in his claims, but was not going to test him. The king and the queen exchanged looks, and the queen quickly stepped in and held her daughter tight to her body, more like in a protecting matter this time. A "trust in us, my child" way, then holding her to prevent her from intervening. The guard swung the sword with deadly precision but stopped only inches away. The king stopped the execution. John, however, didn't move. "Stand up, Commander. Like I said, your reputation precedes you." John was confused. John obeyed, and when he did, he could see relief painted on the princess's face, eyes locked with his, but still, John couldn't really understand why she seemed to be relieved, why she cared, other than maybe she was just as good and pure as her parents, maybe. The queen continued to hold her daughter, a slight smile over her face as she started to walk away with her. "Come, my love, let the men speak. There is much to be said." And when she passed by John, she touched his left shoulder with her bare hand and whispered, "Thank you, Commander, for saving my daughter's life. I will never forget this," and continued to walk towards the royal entrance. The princess had her head leaning against her mother, and John heard her when she whispered the words, "Thank you," to her mother, and turned just before they left the room to look at John, with a faint but perfect smile on her beautiful face. They left the room, and John was left thinking how powerful the queen felt. I mean, the king demands respect, obedience, no arguments there, but the queen, her gaze, her smile. Wow, it was kind of scary. "Guard, leave us." The guard had a look of confusion on his face, but obeyed and stepped away, leaving John and the king alone. John took a quick glance at the device on his wrist. It was flashing like crazy, but he was not going to pay attention to it right now, the king also noticed. Once alone, the king went back and sat on his throne. He looked relieved for one, but also burdened at the same time. He glanced at the blinking thing in his arm and said, "I believe we also owe you an explanation." The king said, gratitude painted on his face. "That looks important, Commander. Maybe you should answer," he said, pointing at the device on John's wrist and smiling. "It's command, Your Highness. They are probably calling to notify me of my immediate execution the moment over 100 years' worth of negotiations and treaties get flushed down the drain. And, of course, after you execute me first, Your Highness," he managed to say, and to his surprise, the king laughed and gestured him to answer it. "We need to talk, Commander, but that is distracting. Please answer it," he said. John did, and the moment he answered, a known voice came through. "Commander, what in the actual fuck did you do? I have received at least 1,000 messages from at least 50 different planets, and in languages I didn't even know existed, trying to explain to me something related to assassins. You beating up royal guards, the king's guards, for crying out loud, and worst of all, touching the princess, which is expressly forbidden for one good reason. Do you even realize the monumental size of the problem you have created? I have about 100 diplomats from at least 10 of our colonies asking for permission to meet with His Royal Highness to try and mend things. Well, what the hell is going on? Speak to me, Commander Forrester." Admiral Thorne was a good man. John respected him and trusted him with his life, so he understood his frustration. He was like a father figure to John. He looked at the king, who was covering a smile with his hand, making John's confusion even greater. "Your Highness, maybe you can call your guard back. I think it will be easier, cleaner." He resigned himself to this. The king laughed again. "And, Commander, I assume this is also happening because you allow it to happen." The king meant John getting reprimanded when he just saw him defeat, single-handedly, a beast that would require at least 5 of his best guards to even slow down. "I am going to assume your commander knows this to be true as well." And the king was right. Everything John did was by choice. "I respect him, Your Highness, but yes," John replied, honest. "Humans are interesting creatures. Can you share this so that he can see me?" the king asked, and John thought for a moment that the guard with the sword was looking like the best option with each passing moment. Yes, Your Highness, he replied. He pushed a few codes into his wrist communication device, and a hologram projected between him and the king. Admiral Thorn, I am patching you through. King Aaron, Supreme Ruler of Athar Prime, wants to speak to you, he said. Wait, what? The admiral replied, but quickly changed demeanor when he saw the king's face. Your Highness, it is an honor to meet you. I am Admiral Thorn, he said, respectful but breaking protocol. 2. He is supposed to let the king acknowledge him first. The king smiled in reply. And John was already playing with the idea of not letting this one go if he manages to make it back alive to Earth after this disaster. Greetings, Admiral Thorn. I will be quick. And I have never seen Admiral Thorn be so quiet in his life, not even in front of the president. First, the Queen and I want to thank you for sending us Commander Forrester, and we want to thank you personally for suggesting him as my daughter's protector. The Queen and I, and the Empire as a whole, owe you a debt of gratitude. Commander Forrester seems to be, so far, everything your communication described when we requested for this support for my daughter, Princess Ilaria's protective detail. In just hours after his arrival, your commander managed to stop an assassination attempt to my daughter, in front of the entire court, with hundreds of witnesses. He managed to kill the would-be assassin with a precision that only speaks of the discipline he must have learned under Earth training protocols. His performance so far goes above and beyond our expectations. Please, disregard all the gossips related to what transpired in my palace today. And as I listened to the king speak, I could not help but to feel relieved that Earth would be okay. But also, I was having fun with Admiral Thorn's face as the king praised him, and could see he was overdoing it. 2. The king, for all intents and purposes, was a normal person. A king, yes, powerful and dangerous if he wanted to be, but a good person. He continued, I will be sending a formal and official royal communication to your high command and a personal copy to you directly in a few minutes, fully expressing what I have said to you on this call. Also, I am granting you personally and to your family full access to Athar Prime and a private audience with the Queen and I, should your busy schedule allow you to honor us with a visit. We want to be able to thank you personally for what you did for the Empire today. You have no idea how grateful we are for the commander. Also, please feel free to express these words to your higher-ups. Feel free to share these communication with anyone whom you deem necessary. And Admiral, I am formally requesting that your commander be transferred to Athar Prime for an indefinite period of time. The Queen and I will find this gesture, should your government approve it, as a personal favor to the Empire and the Crown. From our friends and allies from Earth, I will let you speak to your commander now. But please be brief, I need him. And he sat back. The king typed a few things in the arm of his throne, and received confirmation that the message will be sent to all higher command on Earth within minutes. He then sat back and waited for John. Sir, John said. Admiral Thorn's face was worth millions right now, and he had to fight the urge to grin at him. John, do you think he heard the F-bomb? And that almost made him laugh.
Sir.
Yes, he did, but I don't think he minds. The king understand it is Earth military talk. Sir, I have to go, he said. Yes, don't keep the king waiting because of me. We will speak later, he said, and hung up. It is me who owes you a debt of gratitude now. Your Highness, 1, for not killing me, 2, for solving that problem for me. John said, wanting to sit down not because he needs to be sitting, but because it seemed like the right thing to do in this situation. Please come closer, Commander, he smiled. John complied. This was a test, John asserted, somehow feeling that he was now allowed to speak to the king without asking for permission, and while using his logical brain to analyze what in all lights should have been a multicultural, intergalactic, and diplomatic nuclear storm in the making. But why? You were recommended by your Earth Command. I let them know what my needs were, and your name was the only one that came back. Of course you can understand that I needed to know how much would you be able to sacrifice to protect my daughter. Not because I doubt your skills as a soldier, but because your world is fairly new into the Alliance, and there are many unknowns on the human world, but most importantly, the Queen and I needed to understand. And while the king was in the middle of that sentence, the Queen and the princess came back again. I tensed the moment I caught her scent as she approached the door and saw her walking in with the corner of my eyes, and immediately thought to myself that I needed to stop doing that. I can switch to protection mode without looking like a freaking android. She insisted. The Queen said. Are you sure, my love? Said the king, worry replacing the projection of strength he had on his face. Yes, father. I want to be here. I want to be close to him, she replied, as John tried to pretend he was not looking at her. But he was. Her beautiful red skin, her white hair and gray eyes, and her voice, the melody it carried and her accent as she spoke in his language. It made him think that it was invented to be spoken with her voice, her scent, captivating, demanding but also soft, a perfume taking over the entire place, not artificial. This was her, it was her essence, so strong that he had to mentally scream at the thing in him to step back. Thank you, father, for not killing him, she continued to speak, and these words made him bow his head. Why was she feeling the need to defend him? It was never my intention, my daughter, he responded, holding her hand as she passed by him, sitting down in the chair designated for her. One step down to the right of her father, the seat belonging to the heir to their empire, the Queen, taking her place to the left of her husband. And once John could regain control over his own freaking senses, he was thinking about what the king was saying to him, as the king continued. In short, now we know how much would you be willing to sacrifice to protect my daughter and our kingdom. Now we understand both, John nodded. You could have asked, John said flatly. We both know that is not enough. And he smiled. You are healed. The princess noticed. John nodded. Not completely, princess, John responded. But how is that even possible? I saw the blade run through you, she continued, and the king jumped in, and he feared there were questions coming his way that he shouldn't discuss. Well, that he was not allowed to discuss, not even with them, but that given the circumstances, he will have to divulge. After all, today seems to be the day of breaking shit, from green monsters, millenary laws, and intergalactic rules. So, what the hell? Your commanding officer said you are unique, the king said. That, your highness, is the nicest way to put it I have heard in many years, John responded. Your commander tried to explain it to me, but I didn't quite understand the concept. In fact, I believe he might have been holding off on us, but I wonder if you would indulge an old king, his wife, and our daughter, and educate us about what you are? Your highness, John thought about it. I am not human. He evaluated his situation and decided he needed to come clean. After all, they started to trust him. The queen held her husband's hand. I think we saw that, commander. It was obvious the moment you acted to protect our daughter. Meaning, we need more. That is obvious. I have been around for 150 years, and I see a young human male in front of me who can destroy a full-grown reptilian warrior, take a vibration blade attack through the chest, and then finish the reptilian off by using that same blade. After he pulled that blade out of his own chest, add to that, heal in minutes with almost no bleeding, crack imperial armor with just his body, break the arm of a trained royal guard with such ease that made me question the training my guards have, and after all of the above, and finally, accept his death without a fight, when we all know you could have taken our lives easy and just fought your way out of here, since even if you say the contrary, I believe we may not have been able to stop you, he said and smiled. What did I miss? Nothing, your highness. I guess you just missed the things you don't know yet, John replied. And what is that? The princess asked him, leaning forward in her beautiful throne chair, her white formal gown teasing the universe with the curves that hid behind its delicate fabric. Well, princess, I started to say, I can hear the guards outside are nervous about me being here alone with you, and that the personal escort that brought you and the queen here are still close to the door trying to listen to what we are saying. I can hear people walking on the top floor, the floor below us, and another room about 100 feet to my right. I can hear your heartbeat. It is like a song to me. I've memorized its rhythmic sound now, and I am sure I could find you with my eyes closed anywhere, regardless of how many people surround you. Just by listening to that sound alone, I can smell the blood flowing under your veins. Each of your senses is different. The king's, I can sense power, a long bloodline full of knowledge. The queen's, I can compare it to calm determination, but I can also see a storm that can form if pushed the wrong way. It is, in a sense, scary and beautiful at the same time. And the princess, you have a strong mix of both of your parents, the combination of the king's power and the queen's calmness. But there is something else, something yours that makes it unique, almost like flowers and starlight, sweet, feels like home and warmth, he said, and he was already open to them. And while he described this, his eyes started to change colors until they turned to a tone of yellow and red that overpowered male Etherian eye color. The princess had her hands covering her mouth. The queen leaned a little forward, and the king leaned back, pensive. Your eyes, the princess said, from between her hands, hiding a smile, maybe? Back on Earth. This was the part where people decided to run. Not human, he said. This is remarkable, the queen added, amazed. Now I can understand how you did what you did, but there is more, John just nodded. The princess stood up, and to my surprise, they didn't try to stop her. She came closer to me, while I turned to face her. I want to see them closer, she said, not afraid. Then again, these are different times, and weird is normal when you deal with hundreds of different species, some with more limbs than what should be allowed to have. She came in close and leaned in closer to my face, her breath warm against my skin, a half-smile drawn that threatened to steal my life force away. Amazing, she said, just inches away from me, then stepped back and sat down again, while I just wanted for her scent to linger there longer. My eyes went back to normal. And you can do that on command? The queen asked. Does it serve a purpose? Good question, actually. Yes, your highness. Those are my true eyes. My sight is way better in that state. I can see in the dark clearly as if it was daylight. These are the camouflage. You see, we are considered a predatory species on Earth, and there was a time where we were hunted by the humans. In all fairness, my kind, or the closest thing there is to be my kind, was not good. Our nature's untamed and unpredictable. Things have changed now. There aren't many of us around, and the ones left keep to themselves, and blend in, not wanting to be noticed, he explained, and they understood, or at least he thought they did. There is so much I want to ask you, the queen said, and I hope we can have those conversations in the future, she finished saying, genuine interest to her voice, but there are other issues that needed to be dealt with. Now, son, the king turned serious. I am trusting my daughter's life to you. I will break our traditions for you, because touching the princess is a right only granted to her chosen partner, and all I ask in return is for you to trust me. For that, and more that will be revealed to you today, we need to know you completely, he said, and John could feel the weight of what they were implying, the weight of what this would bring to him. And he accepted it. When that thing, the queen started to say, that storm I see in her forming and abating very quickly, tried to kill my daughter for the third time, she instinctively moved to be behind you. This, John, in our world, in our race between Etherians, is not coincidence, is not just a reaction. She recognized in you with certainty that she could trust you with her life, and that close to you was, and is, the safest place to be. And as the queen spoke these words, the princess just kept looking at him, as if she was waiting for something. Then the queen continued, I see you have questions, but they will have to wait. Commander, I am, however, answering what I perceive as one of them. In our culture, it is the mother's duty to guide and talk about these things, these connections. It is my duty and my honor to explain this to you, because for all intents and purposes, John, my daughter has chosen you. John felt something inside of him. It was comparable to warmth. She has chosen him. And he knew by now that the queen was not talking about chosen security. No, this was deeper and more personal. I am an open book, just ask, he said. First, do you want to sit? The queen asked. I prefer to stand, if that's okay with you, your highness, she smiled. Very well, John smiled. Well, the king pressed. John's eyes shifted to look at the princess. She was waiting to see his reaction at the revelation, and it seemed she liked whatever it was that showed up on his face, because she looked at her mother and smiled her most beautiful smile yet. He forced himself to focus, to think about it. He was trained to guard the secret he was about to reveal, not only by the military but by the laws that ruled his kind. But again, under the circumstances, Earth Command will have to agree with this. I am, your highnesses, what on earth is called a vampire. I am not alive, nor am I dead. I exist in between that threshold, sire. The princess' face turned serious. It makes no sense. I see you. You are there, moving, talking to us. When we touched, I felt warmth in your body. I felt you, she said, confused, and it felt painful to think this was a deception for her, but I pushed the feelings back to where they belonged. That princess is also part of the camouflage. There is no heartbeat in my chest. I don't need to breathe. I only go through the motions as muscle memory to complete the illusion and, of course, to use my sense of smell. My heart's only real function is to pump blood over my body when I need strength for fighting or something like that. And I am what may be called immortal. I will not die under natural causes, ever. I can be killed. It is not easy to do, but it can happen, for example, on these age and times. Weapons are more sophisticated, plasma burns, and if my blood is burned, it cannot regenerate my body, for the source of what I am is within the blood that runs through my veins. Is that the reason why that wound on your chest is taking longer to heal? The king asked, grateful for the information and the openness about his weaknesses. Yes, your majesty, also. Anything that would drain the blood out of my body would be lethal. For example, having my head cut off would have done the trick. That is a universal rule. The body cannot live without the mind. Other than that, I can't be killed. And as he explained to them what he is, he tried to glance at the princess' face while trying not to make it too obvious. And he couldn't tell if she was disgusted by him or just in disbelief. And yet, knowing that decapitation would destroy you, you offered us the chance to do so. Interesting. John could see an understanding on the king's face. The king knows he can trust this creature in front of him. Then he continued, I've never heard about vampires before, said the king, leaning back on his chair. Because we don't exist, allegedly, and my command wants to keep this fact hidden, John revealed, now breaking about 40 secrecy agreements. Earth is a rare place, the queen said. We have to plan a visit, my love. The king held her hand tenderly. Please don't take this the wrong way. Earth is the new child in the galaxy in the middle of, well, you. And they thought it would make sense to keep some secrets from a security standpoint, John added. And they will never know you told us, Commander. You have my word. The king said, I fully understand why they hid this from us. It is not our place to meddle into Earth worries about their own security. I just hope, in time, they trust us just like you are trusting us today. John hoped so, too. Would you show me? The princess asked. She wanted to see the damage the blade did to his body. He knew. She didn't even have to explain what she wanted. She asked with her eyes fixed on John. Ilaria. The queen called her name, but she was hiding a smile. I really want to see it. John could deal with soldiers wanting to kill him, plasma shots that took hours to heal, and yes, green monsters with a thirst for royal blood. But this was hard for him. John looked at the king as if looking for approval or probably support to the contrary. Like the queen said, Commander, these matters are handled by the mother. He didn't object. And when John made the decision to show her, she was already halfway there. Her stride was elegant, almost as if she was gliding over the floor. John started unbuttoning his shirt as she paid attention as if this was something very important, and the wound, halfway healed, showed. It was a deep red mark on his chest, almost the same color of her skin, about 4 inches thick. It looked tender. She got closer to him, unnecessarily close to see the damage caused by the assassin's blade, because that is not what she wanted to do. She extended her hand slowly, 2 fingers out as her hand got closer to his chest. He was as if in a trance with her scent, her eyes, her face, her mouth, so close to him. "Princess I," he protested, but she stopped him mid-sentence. "Ilaria," she said, as if telling him to use her name, "and relax. I am not going to touch you, yet, although I do hope we get the chance to experience it other than in a life-or-death situation," she said, while she stopped so close that he could feel her warmth on his skin, and started to fake trace the wound all the way down to where it ended. "This is more intense than what it should be for what it is," he managed to say, and she laughed, soft, and almost just for him. "Only because you are making it so, Commander." "What happens now?" he finally had the courage to ask. "I want to claim you, but we have to wait for the process to continue. My mother will explain it." "Claim me?" he asked. "Yes, for myself. Do you want me to claim you?" "Yes, I do," he answered without thinking. "Good, I thought so," she said and went back to her sit, turning before getting there. "Does that answer the question you asked?" "Yes, it does." "Good," she said again. The queen held her daughter's hand before she sat down, and a smile drew on her face. There was something else about skin contact with them. The king allowed this to happen as this was all part of the process. We continued with the discovery, the princess as in fact exploring John, and how comfortable she felt with him. "And how many like you are there?" the king continued, interested in more than one way. John could tell. "I am the only one like me, but there are others. We are somewhat the same, but I am different than the rest." "How so?" the king asked. "I am, well, altered," John said, not wanting to reveal that part of his life, a part he didn't particularly liked. "And if your highness allows it, I would like to keep my origins a secret. Suffice to say that I am, for all intents and purposes, something that shouldn't have happened. I cannot be replicated. Your highness, I don't know how to say it, happened." John knew the king had some levels of concern about an army of things like him, but he could rest assured it was not possible. They tried and never could do it. He looked at the princess while he said this, and her face showed sympathy. She looked as if she wanted to fix the way he felt about this part of his past. "I am revealing too much, your highness. I hope I don't regret doing so." John said. It was only fair, and the king appreciated the bluntness. "I grant you that wish, and I can also say you will not regret this. You have my word." John thanked him for that. "I want to know, too, how are you different than the others like you?" the princess asked, somehow, knowing that her asking him would most definitely break any barriers he may be trying to keep up, testing the boundaries she was allowed to bridge, to explore, and in his mind, she had none. If she wanted to learn something about him, all she needed to do was ask. "I am the only one who can walk in the sunlight. My kind dies when exposed to the sun, but not me. I was made this way, something I want to forget but can't," he revealed, and the king didn't press him on it as promised, and for that he was grateful, though he was also sure if it was the princess alone asking him, he would tell her everything. "No wonder your command said they were sending me their secret weapon." John just nodded. "What else can you do?" the princess kept asking. She was more focused on him, while her father was more focused on what he is. Wish, when you think about it, is different, but none of them meant it in a bad way. The queen, on the other hand, was just looking at her daughter's reactions and whatever interaction she had with him. All part of the process. On Earth, I can read people's minds, but for some reason that intrigues me, I can't read anyone's minds here, nor the minds of any other species other than a human's. Maybe it is because we are built for Earth, to be a predator of Earth. Even though I can function in any world I visit, he mused, but opened up for an uncomfortable question. Nourishment. The princess said, "What do you like to eat?" she asked, her gray eyes deep, captivating. "Princess, you realize you just asked Earth's apex predator and maybe a few more planets here or there, What are its dietary needs? John responded, trying to make the conversation fun, more casual, and it worked. The princess and her parents were expecting his answer with interest. I guess I am, she replied. I can eat normal human food, but I need to consume blood to keep my strength. It can be animal blood, but a human's blood is the type of nourishment that will suit us best, the only kind we crave. He said, simple, let it sink. My race seems to have been created to replace humans at some point, for that is the only blood we crave. But something happened along the way, and humans remain while my kind is just there. The princess stood up again and started to walk towards him, moving until she was just as close as before. If I wanted to feel your heart, would you let me? I already broke that law out of necessity. I don't want to break it out of curiosity, princess. John responded, but she started to extend her hand so close to his chest that he could feel the heat of her body. So, he stepped back within human speed, leaving a good 10 feet of distance between them. For them it was as if he just materialized where he was standing now. John did this to try and take her mind of the contact part, though deep inside, he knew eventually they will have to touch each other again. By the gods, that was amazing, she said, and John was just glad she forgot about what she was trying to do. You are that fast, the king asked. Faster, your highness. If I need to be, however, I can't fly like my kind back on earth, he responded, and the king allowed himself to lump back on his seat. Many questions on his head, but he focused. That means you were holding back when you ran towards the princess earlier, the queen deducted. Fast enough to reach her in time, John responded, his confidence clear. They believed him after seeing and learning what he could do. But if I needed to expose myself to save her, I would have done so. There's just no need to do that. Yet, I am good at hiding what I am. I've been doing it for a while. The assassin, he never had a chance, did he? The king asked, with certain satisfaction with his words. No, your highness. That thing was dead the moment I saw it moving towards the princess. It just took a little longer to do it, and there was more drama than what I could have done in another scenario where secrecy wasn't a part of the problem. John responded as a matter of fact. But remember, your highness, I am not indestructible, and a thing like that is fair chance to take me down under the right circumstances. John added, setting the record straight. He didn't want to oversell himself. You are perfect, the queen added, these words coming out of nowhere. You are most graceful to me, your highness, but I am far from it, John responded. I am surprised that Earth sent you instead of just a very efficient bodyguard. Earth, your highness, understood the urgency and importance of your request. I am the best solution we could offer, and like I explained, we want to be your friends, and we are willing to prove it, John clarified to her. She nodded in response. Do you have family, John Forrester? The queen asked, using my name and giving it a non-deserved recognition by pronouncing it with her beautiful voice. Wife, children, very direct. I've only asked because you may be staying with us for a while. We may not want you to go back to Earth if you so desire, of course. She made it clear it was his choice, and he knew the choice had already been made the moment the princess entered the ballroom. She is the only one that matters. He repeated the sentence in his head. No, your highness, no family, and as for children, he had never thought about it. And why not? She understood he meant no, and kept pressing, and John never thought he would feel threatened by a conversation, and started to think he felt more comfortable when that guard was about to chop his head off. I am normal, your highness, if you can call me that, almost in every single aspect that humans are, but there are some exceptions and something that I have never tested before, that I have never explored. John struggled with this, it was personal, and only now that he thought about it, it made him feel less than. I know what you are asking me, your highness, but I honestly don't know if I can have children. Vampirism destroys the capacity of the human body to procreate, leaving only the process, the act if you will. He was struggling to find the best and more decent way to say that yes, he can have sexual relations but had never tried to have children. He always thought he just couldn't, and the only way regular vampires not like me, can multiply is by turning other humans into what we are. I am different though, but having children is not something I had thought about or tried. Yet I have been studied, tested on, analyzed, experimented on, then tested again, and besides the unhuman traits I have, the results come out the same. I am for all intent and purposes normal in every other aspect, John responded. Do you think that Earth Command might hold out on information from you for the same security reasons? She asked, and this was a clever question. Absolutely, John responded honestly. John found himself yearning for his mind-reading powers just to see what the princess was thinking. Thank you, John Forrester, for trusting us, complete strangers, with such a powerful secret, yet another positive mark in favor of your planet Earth. You have given us so much in such a short period of time that I believe I speak for the king and my daughter when I say we may never be able to repay you, the queen said, and John thought this meeting was over, but no. Do you have any questions for us, John? The king said. Yes, your high, he got interrupted. Please, son, enough with the formalities. You have well earned the right to void that. At least during meetings like this, which I suspect will be many, you can, if you wish to do so, address us by our names. Thank you, King Aaron. That was easier, though he was sure the king would have wanted to even leave that tittle out, but he accepted it. Please continue, said the queen. Are you not repulsed by what I am? He asked, and they were not expecting it. No, the princess exclaimed, too obvious that she was self-conscious. Why would you think that? The queen asked. Queen Yara, because what I am is not natural, he responded. Well, then you are our unnatural protector, the queen mused. There are many species in the galaxies, and they are all unique in their own way. I think I am lucky that out of all of these worlds and all of these different races, I got to meet the only one of you, the only one of your kind, John, said the princess, with a more serious tone on her voice, but just as soft and inviting. Now, John, we need to address the part where you touched our daughter. You need to understand why you had to put 2 of our guards in the medical ward for trying to defend her honor, and you need to understand the implications that it will bring upon you, the queen said, and looked at the princess, who was already approaching him again. Please, John, come closer to us, said Princess Ilaria, as she gestured him to move closer, and he did, as if he was not able to resist whatever command she gave him. The queen stood up, graciously, studying him, while the princess stood next to him, close, as that was the place she needed to be. Let us forget about costumes and traditions, John, because like I said, I will never forget you saved my daughter 3 times today. She paused, gathering her thoughts. Do you know how Etherian biology works? She asked him, while at the same time extending her hand to her daughter, who immediately ran and took it. How our skins work? What is it used for? She started. No, Queen Yara, I am sorry, but I don't know. The queen smiled at him. That's okay. We also keep some things hidden. To protect our people, our women, it is not common knowledge for anyone other than Etherians, and when we share books about our biology to other worlds, we keep those details hidden. It is not hard to do when you have control over galaxies, as you may understand, just like Earth hid you from us, and I don't blame you. See how we are stealing you the same day we found out about you, she said as John smiled in understanding. You say you can read minds on Earth. We believe you. Our skin works in a similar fashion. Me holding my daughter's hand is a way to speak to her, and only to her. She shares her feelings with me, and I share mine with her. When I held her before we left the room, I was telling her that this was a test, and you would not be harmed. Every time we brush against one another, we are talking, sharing thoughts, feelings, and so on. Do you understand? She asked John. Yes, Queen Yara, and I find it amazing. His eyes trailed towards Princess Ilaria, who was paying attention to his reaction. Skin contact is also the way we bond with our life mates. With our partners, we identify things we like about a prospect, and after time, once we have a base to think that person might be the right one, we proceed to some kind of skin contact to confirm. If it is not, then we move on. That is why, and I guess this you know about, my daughter has her unbonded bracelet. given to our women the moment they reach the age of what you call marriage, that tells our males that 1, she is of age of course, and 2, she is not to be touched. And slowly, everything was starting to make sense to him. And I touched her, he said. Yes, you did, twice I may add, and that is the reason why our guards tried to kill you, because that is the only way that a bond can be broken, she added. But after my daughter made contact with me, I realized that, against all odds, something that has never happened, John. She paused and the princess stepped forward. John, when you touched me, I felt you. I learned so much about you. I saw how you felt when you saw me in danger. I saw your heart, and that is okay. It is what usually happens. But there is something else, John deducted, and she smiled at him. Wide, beautiful. Yes, she stepped closer, standing mere inches away from him, and very slowly started to move her hand forward. He didn't move this time. Understanding that this had to happen now, she opened her hand, her palm facing forward, and just half a second before she could make contact with his chest, over the injury caused by the blade, she closed her eyes and placed her palm over his chest. He felt her, this strange sensation mixed up with his own vampire senses, making the emotion stronger, more real, more palpable. John instinctively moved his hand and placed it on top of hers, his vampire eyes flaring with its predatory look. She then opened her eyes. John, I have bonded with you, and I feel I cannot live without you by my side. I want to claim you for me, if you allow it, and if you want to claim me back, she said, and these words justified what he was feeling for her. He now understood why he was willing to die for this woman, and why he was ready to burn the entire system to protect her. The Guardian Part 2. Conclusion. And as she spoke these words, she kept her hand over the wound on his chest, smiling at him. I told you I would get to touch it, she affirmed, with a mischievous smile drawing over her beautiful face, head tilted a little to her right, her eyes fixed on his. I stand before you in complete surrender, princess. She seemed to love that answer. So much it showed on her face as she smiled at him. She focused on what she was doing, moving her eyes to her hand as she pressed them in a little more to his chest. She was looking for his heartbeat, not horrified but amazed at him again when she couldn't find it, amazed that a creature could exist without it. Mom, Dad, it is true. I can't feel his heartbeat. That beautiful smile drawing on her face again, as if she was discovering the most incredible thing. And not what he always thought he was, an unnatural anomaly developed in a supernatural being, but when you think about it, to her it was... This was most definitely not the usual reaction John was used to, and this gesture from her part disarmed him. The king and the queen were literally at the edge of their seats, allowing this process to be completed. This was their first real contact with one another, their first exploration of this connection, an important part of the process to see if the bonding between them was going to be strong enough, and both the king and the queen bared witness to it. I told you, he said to her, moving his hand to hold hers as she held them in place where his heart is supposed to be, but at the same time allowing her to keep her exploration, feeling how that electrical connection jolted over his body, as well as to her body. It showed that doing this brought her some kind of pleasure, but it also had an unexpected effect on him. His heart started to beat. She gasped and looked at him. There it is. I can feel it, your heart, she said, even more amazed now than before. It's beating now, she said, now placing both hands over his chest, increasing the power of what they were both feeling. Her eyes seemed to glow due to this new discovery. But why? It is you, my princess. A vampire's heart has but one function, like I said before. It starts pumping our blood through our bodies to improve it when needed, to bring forward our true selves, our speed, our strength, our awareness, our senses, and right now, I want to be aware of you, and my heart is obeying that desire. I want to feel you, to understand your importance to me. John mused, judging this weird reaction based on how when he tensed his body to attack, his heart immediately started. to pump blood, fueling his muscles, or when he wanted to focus on something specific, a conversation or something far away, his heart did the same thing, making his vampire blood increase his senses. Yes, he was sure of it. Princess Ilaria triggered his vampire nature just by being close to him, just by touching him. He remembered how his heart did that strange movement when he saw her before. "My nature is acknowledging you," he finally said. The princess moved one hand to cover her mouth, amazed at this revelation. She, by touching him, understood for a fact that John cared about her, but him letting her know in his own words carried a different weight. It proved to her that what she felt was real. She looked up and saw that his eyes were in the process of changing, too. She moved her hand to touch his face, tenderly, but decisively. She ran her fingers over the scar on his face, while he took the opportunity to breathe her scent. And he wanted to make it be a part of him. "You are full of surprises," she said, loving his eyes, loving him. "There is more," he played, and she showed a hint of excitement on her face. "Want to see?" he asked her, not very sure about his decision, but also aware that he was hers, no secrets. She just shook her head in the affirmative, her hands moving back to his chest. John opened his mouth slowly, allowing her to see how 4 pairs of fangs started to grow from his upper and lower jaws. She gazed at his face, but not with fear. It was amazement, pure and unadulterated amazement, both of her hands firm on his chest, absorbing whatever it was she felt when she touched him. "Vampire," she repeated. "Yes," he responded. "Apex predator," she said. "Yes," he confirmed. "Dangerous," she affirmed. "Yes, I am," he replied honestly. Her hands stayed on his face, both of them on his cheeks, the face of a predator, not just because of his vampire features, but because his presence was also felt. She felt it, so did the king and the queen, but to her, it felt like a little tingle inside her heart, a warning that she couldn't feel as a threat because of his bond to her, but that nevertheless was there, his fierce eyes, his threatening fangs. The way these predatory features screamed danger, even to people in planets who have never been exposed to something like him. And yet, she continued to coop his face between her hands, that mischievous smile forming back up, a smile he later learned would mean she would either say something he was not expecting her to say, or something that will disarm him or make him laugh. "The only one like you," she said with her beautiful gray eyes fixed on his. "Yes. Mine," she said, tilting her head a little to the right again, a gesture she did often, a gesture he loved more every time he saw her doing it, confident her claim was final, certain that this strange, unique, and amazing being was in fact hers. "Completely yours, for as long as you'll have me, Ilaria." She kept her smile, satisfied. He could feel her body trembling as the touch lingered, the king and queen still in their same postures, but just as amazed as she was. "Thank you for keeping some of your secrets for me," she said, and he smiled. She released his face and started to walk back towards her parents. These movements from her part held a purpose. Every time she approached him and went back to her parents, she would brush hands with her mother and her father, and as John analyzed this, and unexpectedly, she spoke to her parents, "I am keeping him." As the most matter-of-fact thing, John couldn't produce a reaction. The king smiled. The queen laughed. "Don't be embarrassed, John. Etherian women do not hide our feelings or our sexuality when we find our chosen bondmate, or if there is any interest on one particular male that could potentially become that bondmate. I am sure you have noticed it. It is within our nature to be like this. If an Etherian woman sees a male they like, we will try to get reactions from him. If said male doesn't make the initial approach, we will try and find compatibility. It is important for the bonding process and to help us find the right partners," the queen explained to John. And now for him it made sense why the 2 females he met earlier today reacted to him like they did. What he thought was just a casual conversation, they saw as interest, and they found him interesting enough to warn him, aware he probably didn't know that flirting on this planet meant something else to them. Be careful, Outworlder. Don't play unless you mean it. Ambassador, he remembered. I understand, Your High. I mean Queen Yara, John said and vowed. And as he looked at Ilaria, two sentences materialized inside his head. 1. She is the only one that matters. 2. John, I have bonded with you, and I want to claim you for me. He could not believe this. He could not believe he deserved it, either. His mind a whirlwind of emotions and understanding. John is aware of vampire-human bonding. It was part of his nature, and not strange at all that a vampire developed this bond only a day after meeting a human that triggers this part of their nature. But this bond, a bond he felt as real as the burning injury in his chest, was not a product of his nature, but hers. He felt her. He could not read her mind, but he felt her essence, the way her skin tingled when they touched, and how it continues to tingle a little longer after the contact ended, and he could still feel what she felt before. Their prolonged physical contact also made him aware of her fears. It was a literal exchange between them. She drew from him as he learned from her. Knowing that someone wanted to kill her scared her, and that angered him, and she knew he felt like that, too, and even as smart as she was, her nature couldn't comprehend the reason why someone wanted to kill her. I mean, she understood it had to do with the throne, yes. But the nature of the desire to kill her evaded her comprehension. John also felt something else that made his nature scream inside of him, to thirst for a chance to face them. She didn't want to die, and was afraid of how it would happen if it ever did, even though she was not showing it. Etherians in the past started their way into the galaxy as warriors, but in one lost conflict, many of them were enslaved for their ability to communicate by touch. They were experimented on, and many other horrible things that are not worth mentioning right now. But their nature was used against them in every way possible, so they learned to hide it once they liberated themselves, to then grow to be the strongest species in the known universe, commanding respect wherever they go. Now, with their efforts for peace, and don't get me wrong, Etherians have the most powerful military within every race on over 20 galaxies. They are, like I said, respected, and no sentient race, unless they have a death wish, would dare to cross them. But their race is peaceful now, bringing in other worlds into their alliance by treaties, trade agreements, technology exchanges, and nonviolent means. And this strength gave them the chance to turn information into gossip, and gossip into myth. All proofs of this biological advantage erased. For him, it was not hard to believe. After all, his species have been doing it for millennia, too, up to the point where, even today, in the space age, most humans still think vampires are not real. The Queen stood up and started to move towards him as she continued to speak. Once we are bonded with our life partners, we are allowed to have physical contact with other males, like, for example, salutes, celebration hugs, and it will only serve as a form of affection to perhaps a friend or communication between family or loved ones, she explained as she reached him. The act of saving my daughter's life, John, she said while she extended her hand to Ilaria, who held it, passing on her thoughts and feelings to her mother. And me understanding how she feels about you has earned you a place in my heart as family, and I will be forever grateful to you. And she extended her hand. John extended his, and when they touched, he felt that what the Queen was saying is real. She felt happy and grateful for her daughter's life. She felt proud her husband asked for help, and she approved the bonding between him and her daughter. She pulled her hand away. John, thank you for saving my daughter, and thank you for not lying to us about you. She saw that in him. There is nothing to thank me for, Your Highness. How do you feel about these revelations, John? The Queen asked him. Your nature is not so different than mine. Our species do form bonds with some humans that we protect, sometimes with our lives, and these bonds are strong, too. They have to be because humans have it in their DNA to fear us. An ancient fear developed over hundreds, if not thousands of years, understanding that we are dangerous to them. So our nature developed a way for us to be able to be near the humans we love without triggering this fear. It starts to grow once the human accepts. The vampire, we can sense them even if we're not close to them, and they learn to understand how to sense us, our moods, our states of mind, and some even learn to read our thoughts. 2. It is very similar to what your kind can do. John revealed, his mind playing with the possibilities of a bond forming between him and the princess, and even thinking said bond was already forming, which would explain why he felt so strongly for someone whom he met literally hours ago. Ilaria thought the same thing and asked, "Do you think we will bond in that way, too?" Her voice showed hope for that to happen. "I believe we are in the process of doing it. Remember, I felt a certain way about you the moment I saw you entering this room. That is my nature. The part of my nature that triggers the predatory attraction we feel for our prey is the same part that also triggers the attraction we feel for the humans we like, meet, and then bond with. It prevents our predatory nature from seeing them as anything else than a loved one. I felt that connection with you. I must admit, her bonding with you has been a little intense for something so new," the king said. "Yes, it has," the queen agreed. "Maybe that is what is happening, and maybe that is why Ilaria chose another species to bond with, because your traits and your capability to bond with a different species than yours makes it possible for our nature to recognize you as a suitable partner." She was really thinking about this. "That is just unique," Ilaria said, smiling. "How do you feel, my daughter?" the king asked her. Instead of telling him, she went to him to hold his hand, and he understood. "This is strong," he agreed. "And what are your thoughts about all of this, son?" the king asked. "You have a say." "In all honesty, King Aaron, I feel my purpose in life is to make her happy, in every way I can, to protect her from anything and anyone, always. I feel my life is hers if she wants to take it," he said, looking at her. She was happy. "And what happens now?" he asked. "Now we know the bond is real. Now we know she has chosen you, and you reciprocate. That is the easy part, for there are no laws against interspecies bonding. That would be barbaric and cruel, but because of our nature, we have never seen a bonding between an Etherian with any other species than our own. You, John, are the first and, may I say, the only one," the queen explained. "We will have to make it formal," said the king. "We need to be honest with our people," he added. "And this bond you have with my daughter makes you the best candidate for her protection. Your justified rudeness with my daughter has proven to be a blessing, as they say on Earth. What you are, John, the way you face that thing, like controlled chaos, make us feel assured you will always be there for her." Ilaria stood beside him and held his hand. "Like I said, I will protect her with my life. Queen Yara." "Well, I consider this part of the problem settled," said the king. "Yes, my love, it is," said the queen. "I will handle the communication later. Now, we need to focus on other things," the king started to say. "Yes, King Aaron, we need to find out who sent that assassin, and how did he manage to get so close to the princess?" "This was planned and coordinated, probably from someone on the inside, Your Highness," John said, back at his formal military mode. "The assassin they sent came here determined and fully understanding he was going to die, and that worries me." "Yes, I agree. And the fact that he could bring in such a weapon into the palace, and so close to my daughter, confirms your theory, Commander. But who?" the king said. "What is the Black Hand?" John asked. "They are a terrorist faction of our race, a group of mercenaries and assassins who believe we should revert to our warrior days and exert violence against those races who enslaved our people so long ago, and to rule by fear and control, to force the galaxies to bend the knee to the Empire," he explained. "They have a strong influence in many sectors and are a real danger, but we have never been directly targeted by them before," he explained. "Something changed. Maybe support from someone with power, someone with influence and money," John mused. "That makes perfect sense. The Black Hand doesn't take risks for free, and they are advertising themselves as responsible. I am sure they are not doing to Project Strength, although they have claimed certain terroristic attacks to other planets just for the recognition. I believe that them revealing themselves as responsible is part of the agreement to lead us in the wrong direction. I believe there is more than one guilty party in all of this. Do they have a base of operations?
John asked.
They should have, but regardless our best efforts, we don't know where it is. They keep themselves away from Imperial-controlled systems and remain in places with little to no Imperial presence. They only come out to cause death and mayhem. John remained quiet. What are you thinking, Commander? He asked John. Orbital drop and lots of dead terrorists, Your Highness. John said, not happy that this was not a real option. Maybe I can find them, he mused. Absolutely not, the princess intervened. I agree with my daughter, Commander. We will feel much better, and it will be safer for her if you stay close to us, I think, said the queen. Yes, you are right, John replied, holding the princess' hand that rested over his arm. Do you have any enemies, Your Highness? I mean, every powerful ruler has enemies, even if they are not brave or stupid enough for an open challenge, John asked. Yes, we do, the princess said, but Mom and Dad don't fully embrace the idea. Ilaria, House Valera is not on the best terms with House Aaron, but they haven't been aggressive with our lineage ever since the wars ended over 900 years ago, the queen said, after our house earned the right to rule. Yes, Mother, I know, but Supreme Chancellor Valera is always challenging the crown's decisions, our efforts to bring peace, and he is nothing like his father. We all know what he thinks about Outworlders and our efforts to grow the empire not by force, but by treaties and trade agreements. He is always the voice against you. If I was going to point a finger, his head would be my first target, Ilaria said, and because of their contact, John could somewhat sense the validity in her arguments. I see what you mean, Princess, John acknowledged her. In my experience, Your Highnesses, John started, once an enemy, always an enemy. Even if you are in good terms now, I don't suggest you to be the ones to let your guard down. He supports the princess' concerns, and he was not going to leave any stone unturned when it came to her safety. We appreciate your opinion, Commander. Is just that our military intelligence doesn't see a reason to not trust them, the king replied. King Aaron, he said, claiming the right he was given to address them in a more personal manner. If I may, even though I am not human, I belong to Earth. My mind works very much so like a human's mind, minus the supernatural things. And he was carefully thinking about his next words, for he was going to reveal yet another thing to them related to what he is, his age. Something that even for a race like the Etherians, who lived for 200 years, would be a wild number to process. I have been serving on Earth military for at least 800 years. 200 years before that I was their prisoner. Ilaria turned to look at him. Her mind flashed with surprise and amazement with such intensity that you could power a city with the energy it produced. But she held her questions, allowing him to speak. Remember, Princess, I am immortal, he reminded her, and my experience is that you don't forget about those who wronged you, even though you can allow yourself to tolerate them to a certain extent, he said and waited. We have to remember who you are, John. That is our fault, the queen said. You have been alive for a long time, he nodded. Not alive, existing, Queen Yara, but yes, I have been around for a little while, he added. Even though I look like this, young, I am not. And I promise I will keep that in mind, son, said the king, looking at him with new eyes, understanding that his knowledge must carry some weight. What do you suggest we do? I suggest we follow the princess's distrust of anyone who tells you otherwise. Let us see which one of these rats. And then he thought that they might not know what a rat is. These parasites can spring a trap, so we can catch them. And they appreciated the clarification. I believe Valera will challenge the bonding, Ilaria said. Perfect. That may give us some information, John mused. If it will happen soon, said the queen. Like we said, it is not illegal for an Etherian to bond with another species, but it has never happened before. There is not a Therian alive who knows of a bonded pair like you two, so this may spark some challenges. Right now, we have an advantage. I am a big question mark to your enemies, Your Highness, something they probably underestimated, and now, something they can't understand. John explained, his military mind working. What do you think they will do? The king asked, not because he didn't have any ideas, but because he was interested in John's experience. I am not sure, Your Highness, but if it was me, the first thing I would do is to try to understand the unknown, so that I can plan on how to remove it out of my way, and the best way to do that is, well, to continue with the plan they already have and see how the unknown will react to deal with it. Not hard to do since we already know they have elements who are willing to sacrifice for whatever it is they are sacrificing themselves for, he explained, all of them paying attention to him. That is what I did most of the time for Earth during the conflicts we had before you accepted us into the Alliance. Your Highness, something we are grateful for, but that has made my life sort of boring, until now. They laughed. He looked at the princess, and based on the expression on her face, he could see she had questions forming. He needed to give her that time, but for now, he continued, I am the hardest thing to kill Earth has. So I was sent to identify threats, face enemies in person, and determine strength, technology, and tactics. Once we had this information, it was easier to come up with a plan of either attack or defense. Avoid a confrontation. I have been doing this for a long time and in so many different places that I don't even care about counting them anymore. He paused. If they're smart, that is what they will do. Then they will bring out their best plan of attack, he said, and waited. And during those campaigns, did Earth ever find anything they couldn't deal with? She stopped. I mean, did you find anything that can represent a challenge for you? The queen asked, all of a sudden realizing that this might be the real challenge if things got really bad, an opponent that could stand its ground against him. He thought about his response. Queen Yara, I am something that was created for the sole purpose of killing other things. There is no other reason for something like me to exist. It is almost as if nature itself was bored and created something she knew she was going to want uncreated later, in a time and in a planet already hell-bent on killing its inhabitants. He started, and the princess interrupted him. That is not true. He looked at her and smiled. If I am not honest with you about myself, princess, then I do not deserve you, he said to her. I have tried my best to not be that thing, and I am not for the most part. But the military was also created precisely with that same goal in mind, kill and break stuff, he continued. I can adapt, I can integrate, and I can function not just as a predator, but my purpose of existing is to be a predator. It is my instinct, where people see an obstacle that can be negotiated with. I see something that has to be removed, not something to be walked around. Everything about me is designed to do that. My senses, my strength, my resilience, and my body's unwillingness to stay dead. And that is the mindset I always carried when I was sent to face any threat we had to face, because it is not in my nature to walk away from dangerous things unless it made no sense to me to face said things. He paused. With all of that been said, and understanding that I say it because it is important to set the right expectations, there are more than one species out there that could take my life, and some that have been close to doing so, he said, and passed his right hand over his right eye, making a reference to the scar he had as he made another pause. Let them understand that he was not indestructible. These times we are in, the space age, ever since our first contact, as we call it on Earth, has made my world bigger and my kind smaller. There are real threats out there, and all it takes is for our enemies to try and use one of them, and we need to concern ourselves with that, however, and this is an advantage I have seen. Only in things like me, none of those other species of creatures have been created with the sole purpose of killing other things. That is a trait I have only found within my race so far. He finished talking and waited. Were you afraid? She asked, and John noticed the Queen's questions held a line of analyzing his character, how he understood things in life, how balanced he can be, while with the king was more logical and focused on what needed to be done. Yes, Your Highness, but fear for a vampire is different than with other species, I guess. We use fear as a motivation when fear is the only thing we have left. The fear that someone we love or people who need our help and can get hurt is a strong motivator to try and stop whatever it is that wants to hurt them. But if your question was if I fear for myself, then the answer is no, I don't. He answered as clear as he could. The queen appreciated his honesty. Then I am glad, John, you are here with us, that you are here with my daughter, she said. And I am also glad that you will live long enough to protect her even after her internal clock stops, she said, bringing a hard realization to him, something he has experienced many times over. Mother, the princess protested. I don't mean to hurt him, Ilaria. I am just been a mother. And John understood. And I am, Queen Yara, also happy to be able to offer you, the king and the princess, my help in any way I can. Then I guess we just have to wait and see what they will do first, said the king. Yes, he said, I want to recruit or to pick loyal royal guards to be a part of the princess's security detail. I need to be able to trust them, John said. Sure, and what do you suggest? The king asked. Well, if the princess trusts them, I will trust them, too. Also, I want to pick the 2 guards at the medical ward and part of her main guard, and 2 more they will choose themselves. Queen Yara moved forward in her chair. That is interesting. May I ask why? Thinking that these 2 guards tried to kill him, and now he wanted them close to him. Ilaria caught his thoughts and responded. He is thinking that they tried to kill him because he touched me, even after understanding they were no match for him. On point, he thought. You are getting better and better at that, princess. I am starting to be worried, she smiled. The queen smiled. That sounds reasonable. Yes, Queen Yara. Those guards are willing to die for her, and that is exactly what we need. Make it so, the king said. And they walked out on their way to the medical ward. Minutes later of playful walk towards the medical ward, where she would think about something, holding his hand, and he would think of a response she would read by their skin contact, and they would both laugh, realizing they developed a new form of interspecies communication. They reached the medical aisle where the guards were. John asked to enter alone. She would follow in later, and as he did, both guards tried to stand up immediately. At ease, soldiers, I come in peace, he said. They both relaxed a little, looking at him confused. I asked for permission to come and apologize to both of you. He started the conversation. How are you feeling? Like some human broke 5 of my ribs through my body armor by only using his right knee. One said, like my arm got caught in a Therian interplanetary light speed engine, said the other. I am told you will fully recover in a few days. The medical skills and tech on Athar is legendary, so I come with a proposal. Should you choose to accept it, I honestly hope you do. And what is that, Outworlder? One of them asked. I want you to join me in the princess's personal security detail. I can offer you long hours, little reward, and possibly certain death. The both looked at one another. One of them smiled. You can't offer that to us, human. Only the princess can select her security detail, the other said, leaning back on his bed, and John saw he liked the offer, but didn't trust the one offering it. Why us? One asked, a more friendly tone on his voice. Yes, why us? We tried to kill you just hours ago, the other one said without looking at him. Exactly because of that, you faced me even after seeing the incident with the lizard thing. You jumped into action to protect and defend the princess's honor, even though I believe you knew, or at least suspected you had no chance of killing me. John said, trying to see the boundaries between honor and pride, and this was the final test. We are royal guards, human. We would die with honor if it means we protected the royal family. The guard gave the right answer. Besides, on what authority are you telling us this, human? The other guard challenged. The princesses, John replied, plain and simple. Nonsense. And at that time, Princess Ilaria walked in, understanding she needed to be a part of this. He is not lying, she said, and both guards immediately stood up, regardless of the pain of their injuries. No, please stay where you are. You are injured. Yes, princess. One said, relieved actually. As you wish, princess, said the other. The human, she began to say, giving John a look and a smile, speaks the truth. We need people we can trust, and he trusts you, and if he does, so do I, she said. I know you have questions, and I believe you deserve answers, but this is not my world. Your costumes are not my costumes, and I want to be respectful of whatever it is I haven't broken yet. But as I explained to the king, and like I am about to explain to you, I was tasked to protect your princess, and that is what I intend to do. Regardless of the cost or consequences, laws, costumes, traditions be damned, she is. And he turned to look at her. All that matters to me, he confessed. But you touched the princess, the guard said. And by doing so, he saved my life from certain death, the princess responded. And also, by doing so, I discovered he was made for me, she revealed. First touch bond. One of them said, trying to sit upright again, no anger on his face, just interest. Only the king and queen are known to have bonded on first touch for centuries, the guard recognized. So you can understand now that, had you killed him, I would be very upset with you right now. The princess joked with them, and they both laughed, one holding his ribs. It is true, and my bond to him is the first one between an Etherian and another species. I am his now, and he is mine, she said while lifting her right arm, her unbonded bracelet removed from it. All that remains is to ask you if you will join me to keep her safe. This won't be the only attempt on her life. Of that I am sure, John added. I pledge, one said. I pledge, too, said the other. The princess smiled and held John's hand, comfortably leaning her head against his right arm, while her right hand held his arm. I thank you for your trust in me, she said to them. Both guards vowed, not used to be thanked for doing their duty. Once you get released from this place, report to me directly, to receive instructions, the princess added. And if you trust any of your brothers in arms, choose 6 more of them and bring them with you. John asked them, and they nodded. Feel free to share what was shared with you tonight, the princess authorized. And they left, walking back to her quarters. I can't remain hidden. I need to speak out. She recognized it was something that needed to be done. As much as I hate to admit it, you are correct. We need to be on top of the ball, he said, using an earth term he knew she wouldn't understand the moment he said it. What? She asked, looking at him. It is an earth saying. It means we need to anticipate, she nodded. Oh, and I really don't like your plan, she confessed to him. I don't like it either, princess. I actually hate pain. I try to avoid it, he said. She laughed. Commander, you are really bad at it, she said, gesturing to the scar on his face. As they walked, flanked by the 2 guards that were with them, other Etherians passed them by. They all vowed to her, but some of the looks were not 100% agreeable. The princess noticed it too, so she held his hand again, not shying away from what she had decided. This wonderful creature was hers, and she was proud of her choice. She chose a partner who loved her and will protect her with his life if he needed to do so. Let them look, she said. What followed was a few weeks of calm before the storm. John kept repeating to himself, but he decided to focus his attention on training with the guards they have chosen as her protection detail. Some were hesitant at the beginning, but after a few days they started to appreciate John's knowledge about combat and tactics. He trained with them a few hours every day, restraining his strength to a minimum, just giving them enough resistance to make them fight for every point they took, and every fight they won. They noticed this. Commander, one of them said. Please call me John. Down here we are the same. We are soldiers on a mission, one unit with the same goal. They struggled with this, but we're starting to accommodate to this strange human, or to whom they still thought was a human. You can call me Commander when we are on duty, deal? He asked, and the guard agreed. John, those of us who were there at the ballroom that day saw what you did to that reptilian. Those who saw it later on the security footage also saw it. You're holding back on us, he said. Yes, I am, but only because you are not going to fight something like me. He tried to explain if anything like that was to come into play or anything else, it will be his job to deal with it. Commander. John, another one, said, "Respectfully, I disagree with you. I believe that if things get..." He tried to remember an expression John had used before. "Harry, like you say, we may have to deal with a reptilian or something else. We are all proficient on hand-to-hand combat, but we have not been at war for centuries, and some of us are rusty," he said, using another of John's expressions. "And others have never fought a true enemy." John understood. Valid point, and you also get 10 points for each Earth reference. They all burst laughing as the princess watched them sitting close by. They were never apart, King's orders and the princess' insistence, so they spent most of their days together, during his training sessions with her guards, or when she had to attend her duties as princess. John stood no more than one step behind her, always alert. It all came natural now. A pleasant routine they both loved to share, stealing the occasional look when they thought no one was looking, the quick brush of their hands. It was accumulation of little but sought-after moments that kept them looking forward to their next daily obligation. They have decided that people should see them together often, to make it part of everyone's day to see them walking this or that other way, to make this as normal as possible before the formal announcement was made. Even though Etherians were aware, the announcement would be the day 20 galaxies will learn that officially, Princess Ilaria, only daughter of King Aaron and Queen Yara, rulers of the Athar Prime Empire, had claimed a human, or so they thought, as her bond mate, coming out clean. To her people. The guards, on the other hand, had been interacting with them for the better part of a few weeks already, and had been exposed to how their princess interacted with their commander, how comfortable she was around him, the way she looked at him, and the way he looked at her. They talked about it between themselves. One of them made the side note that sometimes, especially when the princess was interacting with anyone outside the palace, and especially other outworlders with a violent past there, Commander's gaze changed, his body tensed. He looked like a predator. "Relax, Commander," she whispered to him when she felt him getting tense due to overly friendly ambassadors who, just like him when he got here for the first time, were not fully aware of how important it was to keep their distances from the royal family, especially from the princess. "Your new security protocols have been in place for a while, so I am sure he didn't bring a hidden blade or anything else." Her right hand lifted, in a sign that told John to stand down, but that was also designed to let everyone else notice he was paying attention to something that helped with the coordination between the guards, John and their princess, and it also served to inform the uninformed that they were getting to close. This was tested during a visit of the Border's Dominion Confederation, a group of planets located near the outer rims of the Empire's controlled space. They represented the first line of defense in their side of the galaxy, fully supported by the Empire with heavy rotations from Etherian soldiers who were sent there by seasons to serve and then switched back with other troops. These were not dignitaries, they are soldiers, good people with no time for royal etiquettes, and, because of the current climate, it was possible for a misunderstanding to happen. Their main representative, from a race of pale gray humanoids known as the Vexers, tall, almost 8 feet, lean, slightly elongated head with patterns on their skins that may have resembled Earth's native symbolism to some extent, long, for finger hands and their knees bent backwards, providing these species with the ability to jump very high and to produce tremendous bursts of speed that, combined with their natural strength, made them a force to be reckoned with in close quarter and half-range combat. They were here to speak to the king about an expiring trade deal and interspecies training projects they had been in conversations about, but when their special relations officer approached the princess, he inadvertently stepped to close, and that's when John tensed up a bit, unnoticeable to everyone but her. She lifted her right hand, palm up. John eased up, but the guards were paying attention. "Welcome to Athar Prime, Admiral Yontor Vex," she said. She only lowered her hand, slowly, when he noticed her gesture. It has been too long since your last visit, she added, letting him know she knew this person. Wait along. I hope everything is okay in your sector. She was delightfully diplomatic and cordial to the Admiral, who immediately understood. Princess Ilaria, Your Grace, he vowed. I am sorry if I broke any of your new protocols, he said. The apology was real. Not at all, Admiral. We just had to increase our security after what happened, she clarified. I understand. And he looked at John, whose eyes were scanning the entire place, but was also very aware of him. And you must be the human who saved our princess, he said, and John turned to look at him. He vowed, on behalf of Vexor, I thank you, and be assured that if you ever need us to help you unravel this treachery, all you need to do is let us know, the Admiral said to John while extending his hand. He has interacted with humans before and knew this was their way of saluting one another. John started to walk from beside the princess, down the set of stairs towards the Admiral, and the moment he moved, 4 of her guards took his place, 2 behind and to her sides, 2 on front and to her sides, flanking her. John faced the alien and shook his hand. We are sorry if you felt disrespected, Admiral, and we hope things can come back to normal again soon, John said to the Admiral. There is no need to apologize, Commander. He knew about him. I am just happy I got to meet the human who saved our empire, because that is what you did. And he went on his way, while John took his place beside the princess, and the guards went back to their positions in perfect coordination. Good job, Ambassador, she said to him. He just smiled, unable to respond to her due to the protocols, something she kept using against him every time she could. That day, the guards noticed how he eased up with her. They complemented one another. He was the storm and the chaos. She is the calm and the change of winds that dissipates the thunderous clouds. The force of nature that can either control the storm or direct it towards something. She seemed to have him so much in love with her that she became his off switch if she needed to be. They became well aware of his bond with their princess, and were also fully aware their princess felt even strongly, perhaps, about him, and fully accepted the union. They supported it. It told them that a warrior could, in fact, be more than just that. Plus, they all loved the royal family. Don't break my mate-to-be, she screamed at them, completely out of character for a princess, but a brush of fresh air for her guards, who burst in laughter when she said it. You are a wonderful royal distraction, princess, he snapped back at her. She twisted her head a little to the right. Only because you allow it, Commander, she said. They laughed again. Okay, what do you propose? John asked the guard. Well, let us understand that strength, and maybe help us fight against it should we have to. John thought about it. He never did a full reveal to them, so to speak, but he did say he was not what he appeared to be, human. To understand, you need to always keep in mind the fact that I am not human, even though I look like one. That is all I will say about that for now. And if you ever face something like me, numbers, distance, and movement are your allies. If you are faced with something like me at close range, don't overthink. React and be aggressive. That is your best bet, he explained. But not a guarantee, the guard asked. Not so much at close range. That is where I am more effective, John added. Show us, another one said. Don't break him. Ilaria shouted at them again. Okay, take your stun rifles and put them at maximum power. They exchanged looks. But Commander, at maximum power these can actually hurt you. John knew this. Yes, that is the point. You need to stop me before I get to you. It needs to be, and to feel real. I would suggest plasma rifles, but that would be overdoing it, he said, and they exchanged looks again. I am just joking. I am not going to let you shoot me with plasma. They take too long to heal, he laughed. Don't let me play with your minds. Focus. The goal is to stop me long enough to give you time to take the princess behind the barrier. If I reach her, you lose. If I don't, you get the next day free. On me, he offered, and they all cheered. A free day to go out and have fun, and not having to pay for it sounds like a good thing. Princess, would you like to play the damsel in distress? He asked, and she went to him immediately. brushing his hand while she went to take her place behind the guards. "I want you to win, just so you know," she whispered at him and smiled. They took their positions. "Remember, my speed is in my legs, my balance is in my core, my focus is in my head. There are 8 of you now. Stop me on 1, 2, 3. And he darted towards them, using his unnatural speed but marginally. Not at full power, but fast enough to make them doubt themselves out of pure disbelief. In seconds, he threw down the first 2 guards, then disarmed 3 more, then the other 3, and stood just inches away from her. She looked at him, smiling. "Got you, princess," he said. "I will never get tired of watching you do that," she replied. "How is that even possible?" said one of the guards. "You move like a Dartarian thunder beast," another one said. "Do I even want to know what that is?" John asked, but nobody answered him. "He is faster than that," the princess added. They stood still. "Faster?" one said. "Yes, I am, but that is not the point. Look, I don't expect you to fight anything like me, but you brought up a good point. So it makes sense that you at least understand that there might be things similar to this and understand what to expect. Now you know. Now you will do better because the surprise factor is out, an advantage for you. Our enemies don't know this, so it will be a surprise for them when, and if the time comes. What you saw in the ballroom was slow, controlled. And he darted back at full speed to his previous position, so fast he was just a blur of black stuff until he appeared way back to where he was. "Now, stop looking surprised and focus. I will go a little faster this time. Ready?" he asked, and they replied, "Yes, sir."
And they looked excited about it this time.
He did it again, but this time he got shot once in the right knee, twice in the chest, and he had to evade at least 4 headshots. It stung like hell, and slowed him down enough to get another 2 shots in the arm before he disarmed them all and got to the princess again. "Got you again," he said. "Your men are having fun," she said. "Yes, they are." "But you didn't win this time," she said. "Really? How so?" "No," she said, and produced a stun handgun and pointed it at him. "Bang," she said. "I got you," and smiled. "I love you," he said. "You better. I am bonded to you." The guards cheered for her and made a circle around the princess, very respectful not to make contact with her. Even if she is bonded, she was still a princess, but they high-fived themselves. "Teamwork," one of them said. "And you also managed to hit me a few times." They hadn't noticed it, so he showed them the red, already healing, soft burns on his skin. "That thing is nasty. How can you take that amount of pain?" "Hey." The commander took a sword to the chest. "We all saw that." One said, "Sir, I hope someday you trust us enough to tell us who you really are." He didn't say what. He said who. John appreciated that. "But until then, I am honored to serve under your command and glad you are on our side." And he stood in attention, followed by all the others. "We serve together, soldier. You are not under me. I will just bark orders at you and hope you obey them," he clarified. "And the reason I can't tell you is not because I don't trust you with my life, and most importantly, the princess's life. I am under orders from my command back home to not say it, but perhaps I will do it regardless. When the time is right, we will see. This exercise," he changed the subject, "was not intended to have you stopping me with stun guns. That is something you will not be able to do regardless. The goal is to show you that with coordination and understanding your enemy, damage can be inflicted, giving you the chance to move and fight again. To complete your mission," he explained. "You are dismissed. You earned your day off on me." They cheered and saluted him with the official Etherian military salute, right fist on their chests, and a formal vow to the princess. "The guards like you and respect you. John, you treat them good and they appreciate it. I've heard people talking about it. The same is happening with the people who have interacted with you. 2, you are winning them over one by one." "Well, I have very good motivation to not be a monster all the time." "My monster," she said again. And as they started off the corridor to his quarters so he could change his training clothing, They stumbled upon the welcoming committee that received him when he arrived a few weeks ago. It was the male Etherian he pet-named as Bob, and the two alien women, who appeared to be surprised to see him. "Hello, Bob, how have you been?" he said. The guy stiffed as if someone poured concrete down his throat. "Ambassador Forrester, it is good to see you again," he lied. They all bowed to the princess, who was standing beside him, not on front, but beside. "Your Highness," they all said on unison, as they bowed to her. "Princess Ilaria, they received me when I arrived," he said. "Why do you call him Bob? That is not an Etherian name," she asked, curious as the two females started to laugh, but turned serious just as fast. "I like to name the people I like and hope to see again is an Earth thing," he said. "And now that I see you again, may I have a word with you in private?" he asked the male alien, whose face turned into the best representation of confusion and distress one could ever see. "Princess, please give us a minute." And he went with the alien male just a few steps away, the royal guards taking over his position. Instantly taking defensive postures, the princess engaged in a conversation with the two females. They looked like old friends, but with that side tone of utmost respect. He could tell they talked about him as the three of them glanced an occasional look down his way. "Listen," John said, "I know you don't like me, and that's okay, but I can see you love your princess," he nodded. "She is our future queen," he said, and that was good enough. "I need a favor. The princess needs to be informed about who comes and goes from Ithar Prime specially. She needs to know what transport brought in the reptilian assassin, and since when did he arrive to Ithar?" John told him his request. "Yes, sir. I'll get to it immediately," he agreed. "And how should I reach you?" he asked. "Not me, the princess. You find out where she is at any time and go to her with the news. She is the princess. I am just a very effective hammer she is wielding. Only try to find me if she is otherwise occupied," he said, and Bob smiled. They went back to the ladies, and John saw how the princess held their hands, both with amazement on their faces, one covering her mouth, and all three of them looked happy. When they reached them again, the guards made way, and he stood close to the princess, but giving her space. "Thank you, Princess Ilaria. Thank you very much," one of the females said. "You Outworlder. Take good care of our princess, please," she said with a smile. "That is what I intend to do. I hope that my bond, when it happens, is like yours," the other one said. "Thank you, princess." And they went on their way. The princess looked at him, her head with that little tilt to the side she did. "I learned something today," she said. "And what did you learn?" "You made an impression in both of them. One would have explored a connection with you." John rubbed his hand over his head. "I was just trying to be nice and approachable, but they did warn me," he confessed. "And what did they say to you?" she asked, even though she already knew. "I asked about the unbonded bracelet, and one of them explained it to me." She then said, "Be careful, Outworlder. Only play if you mean it, Ambassador," she laughed. "And do you mean it now?" she asked, looking at him directly into his eyes. John extended his hand to her. She took it and held it with both of hers. "With everything I am, Princess." He made a pause, suddenly realizing that he should let her know what he is feeling, even if she can read it with that amazing ability when they make contact. She seems to enjoy it when he told her things directly. It is hard to put into words, because even though I have been in love before, a long time ago, this is different, completely. It is stronger, intense in a good way. It makes me crave to see you. Your touch soothes me. I feel calmed by your side even if I am angry or worried. I enjoy watching you interact with people you love. When you laugh, I also laugh inside. And for the first time in my entire existence, Princess Ilaria, I know is not just because of my nature and the bond it creates. I mean, that is there. I feel it too, but I know it is not just that. I know it is you. I know you chose me. Out of entire galaxies. Out of an entire planet full of beautiful beings. You chose me. He confessed to her, His heart opened for her to look inside and do with it as she will. She smiled. "Thank you," she said, "for telling me this." And she hugged him. He hugged her back. "You didn't play by the rules, though, Commander. Father said they gave you a list," she added, and he laughed. "I have never liked rules. They are boring." He approached her, close to her ear, and whispered, "The moment you walked into that room, I wanted to break that particular rule." And she laughed, that melodious laugh, then did that head slightly turned right thing looking at him, smiled and said nothing. "Princess, what you did right now is cruel. Your punishment for not respecting the rules, Commander." Her smile was wide. "But if you promise to not break rules anymore, I may tell you." That made him smile. He knew he wouldn't be able to make that promise, even though she was obviously just having fun with him. The princess went back to her interaction with the two women. "They are both good women, and they will make a man lucky and happy someday," she said to John, and then added, "And thinking about all of this, it makes me feel thankful that the reptilian attacked me and not one of them because I met you," she admitted. "I get the feeling that we would have found one another anyway, Princess. But yes, I am almost thankful for that murderous mountain of green rage." The princess laughed. "What did you ask Zoran?" she asked him. "Who is Zoran?" he asked her. "The Etherian you were just talking to, the one you call Bob. His name is Zoran. He has been working here for a long time," she replied, and John laughed. "I asked my friend, Bob, to do some digging for us. He owes me that," John answered. "And you? What was that?" he asked her. "I shared our bond with them, how I feel about it, how I felt when you touched me the first time," and he understood why she did it, but allowed her to explain it was a good plan. Etherians may not understand this, unless it is by sharing the feelings through touch. And no, I don't plan to go out doing that with every single female I find, but at least they have family, their mothers' partners, and so on. It can start spreading and helping people understand, she explained, but also, in Etherian tradition, that a member of the royal family, the princess nonetheless, heir and future ruler of the empire, decided to share something so important, so personal with someone from outside their family circle, was considered a great honor. "You are brilliant," and they continued to walk. "I need to start preparing for my father's announcement in a few days," she said. "Yes, that will be our first step towards finding who is behind this," and they disappeared down the next corner in that corridor. "I cannot hide this. I need to make it public," she said again. "I know, and I will be with you in every step of the way." Things continued to move in a normal manner, and John had noticed how what the princess did started to make subtle changes in some people inside the palace. Even Zoran didn't look at him weird the few times they ran into one another. John just hoped that it would be enough to make a change, not because he needed the approval of her people to fall in love with her. That was not what he worried about. But because if the approval of their people was strong, and the attacks on her life were in fact a political move, something he was positive was the case, it will be a less powerful one due to the support of the Etherians to her bonding with an Outworlder. And before they realized it, the main day arrived, the day the royal family would address not only their people on Athar Prime, but everyone else in galaxies. The king stood up at the main palace's balcony, the area used for announcements such as this, for celebrations and other important times of communion within Athar Prime. It was high enough to keep them at viewing distance so that anyone had a chance to see them. Projection screens populated the entire planet so that anyone who didn't come to see in person could both see and hear what was happening, the queen standing by his side, John and Ilaria were standing behind them, away from the crowd's eyes for now, and flanked by 4 of the 8 royal guards John handpicked to be a part of her security detail, the ones he spent weeks training, trusted, loyal to her, and oddly enough, to him as well. The 2 directly behind them were the ones John sent to Med Bay, both flanking him and her, both fully trusting him with the life of their beloved Princess Ilaria. "I am nervous," she said to him. Her voice was just a whisper. "What? Are you getting cold feet, Your Highness?" he asked in a playful manner, knowing she will not understand the concept. But the guards did. He had used the term with them during their training. They laughed. What? My feet are not cold. And she looked down at them. What does that has to do with? And when she saw him smiling, she muttered, John, and punched him twice on his left shoulder, forcing a short laugh from the two guards behind them. This is serious, John, she said, with fake annoyance in her face. And you too. 50 push-ups the moment this is over. Both guards replied on unison, yes, Your Royal Highness, still laughing under their helmets. They knew she was just joking with them, and they appreciated this. Thank you, she said to him, because this little interaction made her feel better, and slowly, without looking at him, she moved her hand towards his, instinctively knowing where it was, finding it with ease and holding it while knowing it belonged to her as she held it tight, as if she was hungry for his touch, as if he hadn't been with her all day. It was their bond. A bond that, for reasons both natural for an Etherian and unnatural as well, kept growing day by day. The guard behind John turned his eyes just enough to look at their hands, then signaled his partner to also look. They both smiled. Etherians enjoyed these unions, but this one was special for them because it meant safety for their princess and their kingdom. The guard behind John slapped him gently over his left shoulder in a gesture of approval and friendship, product of their time training with him, and the trust that developed between them. Congratulations, Commander, he said. John twisted his head and nodded. Thank you. And as the king started his address to his people, they all stood ready, listening to the king, his voice amplified. It sounded like thunder. The people roared, but just as many kept silent, obviously taken over by the gossips that by now have been running through the planet as wildfire. Those who were not present here watched this event from different places, some from inside their homes, their places of work, on main streets, and not only the entire planet, but all 20 galaxies had been called to see this proclamation. Secrets will be revealed, things will change, and enemies will be forced to act. This was a smart move from the king, his military mind and his wisdom as a ruler dictating his pace. Be honest with his people. Let them decide what happens now. People of Athar Prime, welcome to your palace, and thank you for coming today. He paused, gathering his thoughts. Not too long ago, and as you may all know, there was an attempt against my daughter's life, Princess Ilaria. Screams in disapproval could be heard throughout the planet, and everywhere this was been broadcasted. Too, like I said, all galaxies and planets under this alliance loved the Etherians. Even though some of them are tight asses, they acted and treated other species with nothing more than pure respect and a willingness to help them. The way this king has been ruling ever since his ascension to the throne, with pure respect and understanding. She was attacked by an assassin sent by the Black Hand, but not on their own. We have a traitor to the kingdom. Gasps were heard alongside of words of disapproval and condemnation. Your people love you, Princess, John said. She squeezed his hand. He could feel how her body reacted when she remembered the reptilians so close to her. She could feel its stench and the fear she experienced when she thought that Blade would have ended her life. We do, Your Highness, said the guard in front of them. She lowered her eyes in acceptance. Thank you, she responded to the guard. And what about you, Commander? She asked him, while the guard behind him leaned forward. Answer correctly, sir. I kind of like having you around. And John cracked a smile, as did the princess. Exactly, she agreed with the guard. I am unconditionally in love with you, Princess, he said. She squeezed his hand a little more, drawing their connection to her, feeling his words deeper with their bond and the connection between their bodies. They have inadvertently created the purest form of communication that was both spoken words and felt emotions, a form of communication that could be heard and felt at the same time. This was powerful. The king continued, but this treasonous act has also brought forth something else, something old and in my heart, something pure, he said, and that is why I come before you today, as it has been our tradition for millennia, to always speak the truth to our people and to all peoples who form part of this alliance. Trust is something we earn, something we build upon, and even though we could have chosen dominance and control, our empire has always erred towards the side of earning the trusts of not only our own people, our own flesh and blood, but from every single species we welcome into our great galactic family. We don't interfere in their internal affairs, in their traditions, and we ask they don't interfere in ours. We discuss our differences in peace, but with firmness, not with violence and plotting from behind locked doors. This works, and we have thousands of years of prosperous growth to account for it. He said. People nodded, some smiled. It was true. Everything he said was true, and that is the reason why I stand before you today, not as your king, not as your ruler, but as a man, as one of you. The king did something he has never done, something new to all of them, and that no other king before him ever did either. He started to remove his crown, slowly but deliberately. The queen followed him, both placing the symbols of their power on the balcony's edge. One of the guards muttered something in their language. John understood some of the words, but couldn't make out the meaning. It is part of an old battle song. My people used to sing it in the old days. It was sung before every battle, written in Old Etherian, a language we don't use anymore as we adapted to our new path in life, though we all learn to speak it as we grow up. She explained to him. Their bond allowed her to catch that thought from John's head. So subtle, she just responded to it as if he had asked her the question. It says, if by my life or death I can help carry you in these steps, I will live to support you or die to protect, because there is no price I am not willing to pay, because my love for you, defeat cannot accept. It is a pledge of honor to our planet, to our loved ones. She turned to face the guard who said it and whispered, "Thank you," to him. Understanding he had made the pledge directed to her father, he stood up even straighter and placed his hand over his heart and vowed, saluting her. She smiled with teary eyes. This is... John was lost for words. Beautiful, she said, and he agreed. You just read my mind, by the way, he told her, casually, and she squeezed his hand again when she realized it, understanding the implication, the strength their bond was going to reach. The king had taken a pause, looking at his people. The silence was absolute. Today, I stand before you as a father whom almost lost his daughter to treachery and maybe even treason, a father who loves his daughter dearly, a father like all other fathers here today, who are grateful every day when they see their children laugh, grow, and love. The queen stretched her hand to meet his, leaning her head against his shoulder, but not saying a word. In the crowd below, women cried, man held. Serious and angry faces, but they paid attention. He continued, Today, I stand before you humbled and grateful for one single man who stood in the way of my daughter's certain death, and because of whom I was allowed to see her, to have her share her beautiful mind with me, to see her smile, to listen to her plans. He said, full of emotion, his words carrying truth and appreciation in them, and making the guards hit their chests again in unison, a salute to John, and what he did, no words. Pure pride and honor, the king continued. Today, I am not going to explain to you what happened, I am going to show you what happened. And at his command, every single screen over 20 galaxies started to show a recording of the event, from different angles at first, but focused when the reptilian started to walk towards the princess. And from another angle, it showed how John started to move towards the assassin the moment it started to walk towards the princess. Too, the recording showed. When the creature screamed her name, when it spoke about the black hand and started to draw his blade, how it started to swing it downwards towards the princess, and how she tried to cover her face. The guards showed anger with their stance. They wanted blood, and so did John. The princess was still, just looking at this. It was the first time she saw the incident from a third-party point of view. The recording stopped, and my daughter faced certain death, sent to us by the Black Hand. But why? Under whose order? Rest assured, we are investigating this. And yes, there is more to see. The recording continued, showing how just seconds before the blade found its target, a human seemed to have materialized from thin air, holding the would-be killer's hand with both of his, the ferocity on his face, the precision on his movements, the determination on his intervention. There was no fear present there. They could all bear witness how this human, or how this creature with a human appearance, placed himself between the assassin and their princess. The recording continued under gasps and shouts coming from reaction. Then came the part where he grabbed their princess by the waist, so fast and fluidly it looked like a dance. Her face when he touched her for the first time, they could all see and understand there was realization there, not an offense. They could see on her face that something changed, that something was indeed welcomed, instead of the natural rejection something like this would have caused. The recording continued as John pushed her out of harm's way, turning to face the incoming blade flying towards her as a projectile, and they also saw, from at least 4 different angles, how that blade went through his chest, impaling him, the blade going in hilt deep, him falling down on his knees, and the princess covering her mouth, and as she screamed, "No!" As this was happening, John's body was kneeling on the ground, one hand placed on the floor holding him up, the other one holding the blade. The reptilian killer came in fast, all but assured he will get his intended kill now, then, and with awe, they saw John standing up with a movement so fluent as it was unnatural for a human. They saw the blade pulled out, but not the process. It was so fast that it looked like a glitch in a recording, then the blade as he rammed it into the reptilian's lower jaw, the act of holding him in place, sheer power, unfiltered hatred. The reptilian been pulled in, close to John's face, the driving the blade in deeper to ensure the kill, with a clinical determination, and John's final words to the creature, as he said them, mere inches to its face, could be read from his lips even from the sides, but could also be heard due to the advanced security system the palace's ballroom has. Die. John heard the guards making some kind of acceptance noises. They felt this in their hearts, and he could tell. That was fast, sir. Amazement on his voice. He is faster, the princess added. Next came the scene where John reached out to her to help her up, and how she voluntarily took and held to his hand even after she was already on her feet, a sign that she had accepted him during the first unwanted but necessary contact. They needed to see this. Then the part where the guards tried to do their duty but were taken out by him. "I am sorry about that, guys," John said. "So are we, sir, it still hurts." One of them joked. "My daughter was saved on that day. I get the chance to hug her today, and tomorrow, and the gods willing, for many, many more years. This is a gift given to me and my queen by one person, and only because this human decided that her life was worth the risk of death, aware of the choice he made, aware of what it entailed, aware of its consequence, and willing to give us his life for hers." The recording reassumed. It showed how John was ready to face more guards, the queen stopping them, him kneeling down to her in full respect and submission to her authority as their queen. He could have killed us all and escaped, though he says he couldn't have, but we can all see he could have, and yet he chose respect to the empire, and this one had a particular impact on them. They could understand that he, in fact, could have killed them all right there and then, but he chose obedience and respect instead. He submitted to the words of their queen. They saw how their queen approached this obviously dangerous person without fear, and how the king followed her. This outworlder made it very clear to the queen and I that to him, my daughter's life was all that mattered, that he was willing to protect her against anything and everything, and his words sounded loud and clear. He said to me and the queen, The king smiled and looked back at him. John nodded, a little embarrassed for the recognition. If I have to burn down your entire planet, or any other planet for that matter, to keep her safe, that is what I will do. He spoke this to the king of an empire that could destroy his own home world. That, my people, is how important my daughter is to this outworlder. Then the scene where John was waiting to be executed showed. The king asking him if he could just walk away. John saying he could. How he protected the princess again. Asking her to step aside after she tried to help him. The princess asking for mercy to save him and admitting she wanted him. That she wanted to claim him for herself. The admission public to all. That one stroke accord, especially with the females present, who understand better than most how strongly their bonds can feel, and the recording stopped. What were you thinking? She asked him, almost as criticism. She is all that matters, he answered, without even thinking about it. The guards said their equivalent of what on earth would be a hell yeah. And you? He asked her. He is mine. I don't want to lose him, she replied. I knew at the moment you placed your brute hands on me, she replied with a smirk on her face. She obviously scooped the brute part from his head and his conversation with Bod. She was getting good at the mind-reading thing. You, on the other hand, are kind of slow for something so fast. She played. The guards laughed. They tried to keep it low, but it lasted for a few seconds. I was mortified until Mother held me. Then I knew, she added, as in an all-jokes-aside manner. He brushed her hand with his thumb. Are you ready? He asked her. Only if you stand by my side, she replied. I am, always, he confirmed. The king and the queen both turned to look at their daughter, gesturing her to come out. She took a deep breath before releasing his hand. Please stay close. He nodded, and as she started on her way outside, the guards looked at him. He nodded and followed her out, each one of them standing behind the king and queen as she walked out. The princes began to remove her tiara, the same gesture her parents did, and the people, the moment they saw her, exploded in thunderous roars and cheers. They loved her, all of them. She was the symbol of their future. She waited until they stopped applauding and addressed them. Welcome, people of Athar Prime and members of the Alliance all over the galaxies, she paused. Thank you for being here, and thank you, Mom and Dad, for allowing me to do this, and thank you, Athar Prime, for allowing me to share this moment with you. They were presenting themselves as Atharians, not as their royalty, for not even the princess would address them as Mom and Dad in public, but she did. The people loved this. They felt them as what they were, Atharians, not arrogant or pretentious. Royalty. I am not as fluent as my father is, though he is trying to teach me, or as gracious as my mother is, an impossible task. She extended her hands to both of them, and they learned about this new discovery. She was bonding with him by the vampire bond, too, and that she has started to read his mind. Even without having to touch him, they held their composure. She continued, What you saw is real, and no, I am not just referring to the attempt on my life. That horror is not what I want to discuss with you today, but what you also saw, and how my contact with my savior, Commander John Forrester, from Earth, sent here by his wonderful planet to protect me, has changed things for me. A change I welcome fully, a change I wanted even when I didn't know I did, a change our nature demands, and a change that I am not sure how it will affect our kingdom in the future. But I also believe that a change born of selfless sacrifice, born out of love, born out of the deepest corners of our greatest traditions, cannot be other than the best way to move towards said changes. Murmurs were heard. Some agreed. Others might not be receiving this news as she hoped, but she continued anyway. I know this will be hard to understand, but I need to be honest with you, my people. She made another pause, determined but scared at the same time. I have bonded with a male from another species, and he has bonded with me, too. I am in love with him, and I am willing to face whatever fate this revelation brings towards me, Towards us, it was a first touch bonding, just like my mother and father, and for that, I will always be grateful. Her hands squeezing her parents' hands, trembling, but relieved she said it. The gasp could be heard in their entire planet. This was something with no precedence in their history. Even though it was not illegal, so it didn't break tradition, the bonding of an Etherian with an Outworlder needed to be shared with their people directly, to overcome the gossips, and to put the focus where it belonged, the attempt on her life. She allowed them to absorb the information she just dumped on them, and after a few uncomfortable seconds, they all started to applaud and cheer. It was thunderous and almost unanimous. Of course, they knew some of them would not accept it, and that was okay. Disagreement was a right within the Etherian Empire, even with the king, who is not tyrannical. The princess looked up at her people. They all saluted her. They all cheered for her, then started chanting her name. Her mother hugged her as she started to salute them back. Their people supported her and understood their bond had nothing to do with species, but with their nature. This is a good thing, he said to himself, and then, in less than a fraction of a second, he heard something over all of the noise and chatter, over all the chants and cheers from the people below. His senses had been working in overdrive because they were in the open. He heard a sound that made his heart start pumping blood as if fueled by a nuclear storm. It was the distinctive sound a long-range weapon makes when it detonates. And what he did next was something that showcased what his species was capable of. He darted off towards her, with a speed that cannot be described in words. In less than a fraction of a second, he was in front of her, pushing her away from the projectile's trajectory and towards her father, the king, and making sure the round would find him instead. Through his mind ran these thoughts. On this order, get to the princess, move her out of the way, use his body to receive the round. Hope it detours to a safe place and doesn't hurt anyone. And it happened. Everyone could see him as the plasma-charged round hit his head as it was projected on all screens. The peoples from all the galaxies could see, as clear as day, how he had materialized in front of the princess and taken the deadly round to the right side of his head. A mist of crimson red blood sprayed backwards, some getting to the princess's face, some to one of the guards by their side. Plasma burning him all the way through, and the round hitting the wall behind him, missing one of the guards by mere inches. A collective gasp overtook the scene as John's body collapsed backward, landing hard on the floor below them. The guards immediately sprang into action, using their bodies to provide cover for them. The princess, reacting to this the moment she noticed it. The moment she noticed John on the ground, not moving, his eyes closed, the blood pouring out of the wound, while his vampire nature was already working to close the exit wound with unnatural efficiency, struggling to prevent the blood loss, but not fast enough it seemed, his essence, bone reconstructing in just seconds, until it was closed. But not before a pool of his blood streamed from under him, and not been able to fully close the impact wound, burned by the plasma charge. She ran and kneeled to his side, picking his head up to have it rest on her lap, staining her immaculate white dress, and almost disappearing when it touched the crimson red skin on her hands. Her face reflected the fear she felt over what happened, over the thought that came crushing to her head as she remembered what he said to them. I am not indestructible, Your Highness. I can be killed. She was terrified at the possibility. I can't feel a pulse, Your Highness, one of the guards said to her. He had kneeled to render aid, his training kicking in as second nature. He doesn't have any, she said, almost in a whisper, the implications of the reveal not bearing any meaning now. She thought to herself as she was holding him tight to her body, Mom, Dad, I can't feel him anymore, she said, desperately running her hands over his face, his arms, trying to catch that feeling of connection from him, but nothing. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, she said, desperate while she held his face. His body limped, unmoving, realization hitting her like that bullet hit him. No, 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 John, please, John, come back to me. Please don't leave me, I need you. Please help me, anyone, please, she cried, desperate, impotent, and not wanting to accept what she was seeing. My love, we need to go. Is not safe, the queen said, understanding what her daughter wanted to deny, what she wanted to fight against.
No.
I am not leaving him. He never left me when I needed him. He never left me. This last part came almost as a whisper, as Princess Ilaria replied, defiant and determined to remain by his side. My daughter, he is gone, the king said, with a somber resignation painted on his face. I don't care. I am not moving from here, she responded, then broke off, crying once more. No, please, I can't live without him. Our bond, its promise, what I felt was beautiful. I was happy, she cried. This is killing me. Please help me. She kissed him, the first time she did it. I can't feel him anymore, she repeated these words over and over again in a quiet voice. Her desperation was destroying everyone around them, as much as their impotence and inability to do anything about it. Her pain was too intense, so much so that the queen kneeled to touch her, to try and take some of it away through her connection with her daughter, and what she felt shocked her so much she had to remove her hand. It was the first time ever since her daughter was born that she was forced to step away for the pain she was feeling. She couldn't bear it. Her eyes crystallized and tears escaped her. Her pain is all she said with almost closed lips. She feared for her, but none of them dared to break them apart. She was allowed to stay there with him. A guard rushed into the scene, his eyes wide opened. Your Majesty, and stopped to look at John's body, then turned to speak to the king. I have an urgent message from Earth Command, he said. Not now, the king said. I am sorry, Your Highness. It is about the commander. They know what happened. They were watching the message from Earth. It sounds important, Your Highness. And the king took the device. It was a written message. Admiral Thorne said something to him. A message he knew the king would understand. Get his nourishment supply, it said. Thank you, my friend. We will try, the king said out loud. Then he ordered one of the guards from Ilaria's security detail, the ones who worked with John. You need to go to the commander's quarters, quickly, find the vials with what looks like blood and bring them here. Admiral Thorne will tell you what you are looking for. He handed them the device as two of them darted away, while the other two kept blocking the royal family. The princess was out of sight, kneeled on the ground. More guards started to arrive, looking at what was happening, and more guards were dispatched to trace the place from where the shot was fired. The entire palace was on the move, while the people and the big plaza inside the palace just waited. They will not make it in time, the queen said. His quarters were not close to this side of the palace. She said this not wanting to sound cold, but also not allowing false expectations to set in. The princess kept rocking him in her lap, crying in a low-voiced tone and telling to herself, Please tell me what to do. Please tell me what to do. I can't lose you. Please, I don't understand your biology. Please tell me what to do. And something came to her mind. She had an idea, albeit a crazy one. I am a predator. I feed on the blood of other creatures. She remembered him saying something along those lines. Her mind fighting distress and pain, and with speed and an unwavering determination, she snatched out a small dagger from one of the guards' belts. Ilaria, wait! Her father screamed at her, but it was too late to stop her. She made a deep cut in her forearm, making sure her blood poured out, but also making sure she was not cutting any major artery. It was not a suicide attempt. It was a crazy idea that came out of pure desperation, and with the same movement, she dropped the blade and placed her bleeding arm over his semi-open mouth. Maybe, she said. Maybe he can nourish himself from me, she said with half-breaths in her voice. Everyone exchanged looks. especially the guards who were not aware of John's nature. Maybe our bond is good enough for what he is. She looked at her parents, not fully believing this will work, but trying to find support. Of course, my dear. It is worth trying, her mother said, kneeling beside her again. Yes, my child. Focus on that, her father also encouraged. She was focused on what she was doing while her life blood started filling up his mouth. The color was redder than a human's blood, thicker, flowing out of the cut in her arm. John, please don't leave me. She pressed her arm against his mouth and waited, but nothing. It was not working. She removed her arm from his mouth and collapsed over her mother's lap. She looked defeated. The queen tore off a piece of her dress and bandaged the wound on her daughter's arm, while at the same time fighting against the pain her daughter was feeling. It took her tremendous strength to power through it. She caressed her daughter's head as she cried with a deep, full of feelings crying. The queen extended her hand and placed it over John's forehead, who still rested in her daughter's lap. He looked as if he was sleeping. Thank you, John. You saved my most precious treasure yet again. Tears started to roll down her face, too. The king looked at them and knelt to hug his wife, and the guards knelt in respect to John's sacrifice. The scene was somber. His blood had poured all the way down her leg to the floor below. His veins started to show over his face, but then they started to hide again as the princess felt something. It was subtle, a flicker of something inside of her. She lifted her head to look at him and moved her hands to touch him again. Mom, I think I felt him. I felt him. She removed the bandage her mother made for her and placed the still bleeding arm over his mouth again. It worked, she whispered, and the moment she did this, he moved ever so slightly, his lips caressing the parts of her arm they touched. His hands slowly moved to hold the arm in place, and she felt it when he started to feed from her. It worked. It worked. He is feeding, she said, her free hand caressing his face while crying and trying to laugh at the same time. Take what you need, my love, said the princess. This is impossible. What kind of race is this? The king asked, but it was not really a question. A miracle race, my love, the queen added. John continued to feed, slowly but deeply, but he did it as if something inside of him was telling him he needed to be gentle and not take too much either, just enough, aware he could hurt her. He released his grip and allowed his arms to fall to his sides, as if he was too weak to keep them up. Then he opened his vampire eyes and looked at her face, the skin of her cheeks glowing under the reflectiveness of her tears, her dress full of blood stains. His blood. He was still weary, still weak, but conscious. Hey you, she said to him, in a tone of voice that was all three things, sweet, concerned, and relieved, her good hand still caressing him, full of emotions as she began to feel him again, tears still flowing, but her tone of voice softer, full of relief. John stared at her, realizing what she just did. He reached for the arm where she made the cut and looked at her, his fangs and eyes showing. She thought he wanted feed from her again, that perhaps he needed more, and leaned into it. You are hurt. Please let me help you now, he said with a weak voice, and he bit into his wrist, tearing into his veins. His blood started to flow. He placed his arm over hers, their blood mixing. He left it there until his arm healed, mere seconds, and when he removed it, they all saw as her wound was already healing until it completely closed, not even leaving a mark to remember where it was. A miracle, said the queen again. The princess' eyes were fixed on him, amazed and happy. Another secret you saved for me, she said. I already said I wanted you to claim me. There was no need for all of this, princess, he joked, and she let out a laugh that got cut off by her crying, her hand over her mouth, while at the same time lifting him up to bury herself in him, in a full embrace. I thought I'd lost you. I thought I'd lost you. I thought you were gone, she said, not letting him go, as if she was making sure it was real that she was feeling him again as their skin made contact, not believing he was okay. You said you were very hard to get rid of, but you failed to explain the finer details, the king said to Jon while he remembered their conversation. You are full of surprises, Commander. If this was another one of your tests, Your Highness, I am going to be worried, he joked, already sounding better. The speed in which he was recovering was something they couldn't understand. I am relieved you came back to us, Commander, said the Queen, unable to hide how happy she was for him and her daughter. Now that she could feel how her pain had diminished, only shock was left and the bad memory. Yes, Your Highness, I am glad to be back, too, but I don't want this to become the norm. If that's okay with you, Your Highness. And the king laughed. So did the guards. He looked at the princess, who was still holding him tight, crying, I am okay now, princess. Thanks to you and your quick thinking, no need to worry about me anymore. The worst is past. And she thought she was not letting him go from her embrace. But this time, he heard it as the thought formed inside her head. I don't want you to let me go either. And she did when he said it. I didn't say that, I was just thinking it, she said. Yes, I know, he said. She remembered he said he couldn't read her mind. It seems I can now, he responded to her thoughts again. Your blood, he mused. She hugged him again, feeling their bond becoming stronger, her heart pounding so hard it threatened to jump out of her chest. And right at that moment, the guards came with the vials. They brought the whole thing. Jon turned to look at them. Are you guys going to invite me for dinner? I am already spoken for, he said, speaking to them, while they looked surprised to see him conscious and noticing how his strength was already almost at full, the wound on his head turning into a little red mark as her blood ran through his body. The guards looked at each other. Sir, you are dead. We saw you die, one said. Yes, I was. Even before I got shot, you guys already know I am something strange. You are all just too polite to question things, but I do owe you an explanation, just not now. They understood. Jon grabbed one vial, roughly the size of a pint, and tore the security seal. Just one will do, he looked at her. Are you sure you want to watch this? He asked her, while she was still holding on to him, not believing he was okay, that he just survived that. What is it? She asked, but she already knew. She just wanted to hear him say it. My species has a practice. We do it trying to prepare for emergencies. We store our own blood, because it holds the essence of what we are. We have been hunters and hunted for so long that this is a practice we always do. For times such as this, it will help me heal faster, but in times of scarcity, it has helped others survive for extended periods of time where nourishment is challenging, he responded. Heal faster, he says. The king laughed. You say this as if you are not aware that you just took one plasma round that went through your head and are now talking to us. He just shook his head, and your command sent you to us, and agreed to leave you here, knowing you are the only one like you, he finished. Yes, Your Highness, like I said before, Earth doesn't have anything you need, but we can be your most loyal allies, he reminded him. And they will have to invade us if they ever want you back, the princess said. The more she learned about him, the more she felt pulled towards him. She responded to his question, Yes, I am never taking my eyes away from you. Ever, she said, still happy, still emotional. Jon started to drink the vial's content. She kept holding his right hand while he did, and she felt what he was feeling while he drank. Previous to this moment, she felt how his skin had turned warm as her blood started to spread through his system. And now, as he consumed the content of this vial, she felt it stirred something else inside of him, how its content started to run through him, to fix what needed fixing, to return him to his full capacity. When he was done with it, he opened his eyes, still in his vampire state as his body continued to heal. This was a close call, and he knew it. He took a deep breath, absorbing in her scent, enjoying her thoughts, enjoying her mind, and let it out, his eyes changing back to the camouflage. Below, the people were still there, waiting. Their cries of fear when they saw him getting shot now turned into waves of nervous chatter and murmurs taking over the entire place. Everyone was quieter. They all saw how the human bodyguard, the human to touch their princess, had placed his life in danger for her. Again, how the plasma round tore through that human's head. They saw him die. They saw him die for their princess. And now they waited to see if she was safe. While communications arrived that they found the sniper's nest, but whomever was trying to murder the princess, this time, had escaped. "We should use this moment," John said. "I agree. This give us an opportunity," the king agreed. John looked at her. "Your mind is just as beautiful as you are, and I am formally informing you that I plan to spend a lot of time there. Just so you know," he said to her. "And I know you kiss me, too. Not fair because I couldn't kiss you back." And she smiled, while something that may be blushing ran to her face. "Well, you didn't stop me. Amazing that someone who fights killer mountains of green rage and can take plasma rounds couldn't stop one little princess from kissing him," she said. "But to your benefit, I may do it again if you promise not to do this to me. Ever," she said, squeezing his hand as she always does. He smiled at her, "and focus on the plan. We need to show them they failed again," he said. "Let them understand that this is not something they will win so easily." The king smiled and agreed. He stood up first. "How do you feel, John?" the queen asked him, still concerned. "Honestly, your highness, I want to be pointed to a general direction and be unleashed. My queen, I want to kill something really badly." "Your highness," he said, not because of him, but because of what she went through. The queen gave him a smile. "No, commander. How do you feel?" she asked again. "My apologies, your highness. I feel much better. It still hurts a little bit, but I am healing," she nodded. "Thank you. And in regards of the other things you said, that is not our way, commander, but you have most definitely earned the right to claim that course of action if you choose to do so." The queen granted. Permission was given. The guards made that same approval sound the make on unison in support. "How close, commander?" the king asked him. "I should be dead, your highness, and had it not been for the princess' quick thinking, I would be," he answered. The king acknowledged it. The damage the round caused was devastating, and the amount of blood he lost was almost enough to prevent his body from healing even with the princess's blood helping. People continued to murmur as the king helped the queen get on her feet. The princess followed, her dress bloodied, as was her face, blood already drying in one of her arms and one of her hands, her other hand still holding his. Then, John, his face bloodied, his clothing bloodied, but alive. The crowd's anticipation erupted in celebration. They were happy to see their royal family was safe, that their princess was okay, but it was even more amazing to see someone survive this. The princess's partner could not be killed? Was the question. He had placed his life at risk for her 2 times already. People started to talk. "I want you all to meet the man," she started to say, and they all went silent. She started to cry again, and continued through a cracked voice, "Still beautiful, still happy. The man I've decided to bond my life to, the man I love." The princess said, "Commander John Forrester from Earth," and the people stayed quiet while he stepped forward. John lifted his hand in salute, and people cheered. It was euphoric. Everyone at once. Everyone in pure joy. Everyone a witness of how he placed his life at risk to protect their princess. John asked the king permission to speak to his people. He granted it. "As a soldier, I am only used to give speeches to people who will be placed in harm's way, people from whom the ultimate sacrifice is expected, so I will try to be clear and honest with you today. The ones who are threatening the princess are as good as dead," he said, then continued. "I am not a man of many words. I am not as smart as your princesses, or as wise as your king, or as understanding as your queen is. I envy that from them. They are good people, and because of that we are all lucky. They do not deserve this. The princess doesn't deserve this." He made a pause. "Queen Yara, just a few minutes ago, asked me how I felt. I gave her an answer. I told her I wanted to be pointed at one direction and be unleashed. Then she said, 'No, how do you feel?' That is the kind of ruler whomever is doing this is trying to harm." He paused again. "So here is where we are now. To those who are trying to kill Princess Ilaria, if you thought about running, now is the time, because once I find you, and I will, justice will be whatever I decide it to be at that time. To those who have already tried, it doesn't matter what you do, you acted and now is too late." He made a pause. "I know. Longer care about reasons. Reasons tend to come out on their own once fear or pain are the only things you feel. I will, however, extract from you the names of everyone involved, and then it will be their turn. I know this is not the Etherian way, and I admire your race for that, but I am not Etherian. My species is not a peaceful one. What we are is perfectly at peace with forcefully removing those who threat the people we care about." They remembered the dead reptilian assassin. "And to the people of Ithar Prime, even though I know I am not one of you, that is something I can't change, but I make you this promise. I will protect the life of your princess with my own, without any reservations. I exist for her. She is my center and my path, and there is nothing that I wouldn't do to keep her safe. That is a promise I seal with the blood spilled today. My life belongs to her now, to have and to hold, for as long as I live, or until she sends me away." And he stepped aside. On Ithar Prime, the Etherian race protects their women with unrestricted ferocity, and to hurt an Etherian woman is, for them, the gravest defense anyone can ever make against their race. They represent their future, making their value and their culture something without measure. They are protected and respected, and for them as Etherian, to hear an outworlder saying these things, and having seen him prove what he is willing to do, told them that the princess did make the right choice. An absolute silence, born out of anticipation, extended all over the palace. The princess stepped forward, held his hand, and kissed him, and that did it. Everyone started to cheer and roar as the royal family said goodbye and went back inside to the security of their palace. "We should go to the library to talk. I could use a strong drink," the king said. "Ilaria, will you like me to go with you to your quarters to change?" her mother offered. "Thank you, mother, but no, I will wait," said the princess, unwilling to step away from him even though she was all covered with his blood. "Princess, you do look like you just murdered an army of insurgents," he joked. "I feel like I can do just that," she said, angry and worried. "But no, I can wait." The king and the queen started to walk first, trailed by John and Ilaria, then the guards, who brought the container with his vials. John requested them to take those back, while the princess kept holding on to him as he was going to run away, while he was focused on exploring her mind, forgetting he probably should talk to her instead. She was still shaken. "I am okay, princess," he said. She had learned in the little time they have spent together that him calling her princess and not her name was not out of respect for a title. She learned that when a woman is called a princess in his home world, it means something else. It was a man's way to say that woman was the ruler of his life, so she was okay when he called her that instead of using her name. She was quiet, her mind racing fast. He allowed her to gather up her thoughts. "You died," she finally said, while she leaned into him as they walked, holding him by the arm with both of hers. Then she remembered what he told them when he revealed himself to them. "I remember what you said. It's just that I couldn't feel you anymore, and I tried. I really tried. It was like darkness, not feeling this." She meant what she feels when she is in contact with him. "It was as if I was left alone in a dark place, and I don't ever want to feel like that again. I thought I'd lost you," she said, starting to cry again and leaning in closer to him as they walked. I know, and I am sorry, he said. He wished he could have been able to protect her from that, too, but he knew it was what he needed to do, while at the same time, his desire to kill something kept growing. Did you know that could have killed you? She asked him. Yes, I did, he replied. If I was to ask you not to do it anymore, would you listen to me? No, I cannot make that promise to you, princess. She took a deep breath. I don't want you to die for me, she said. It has nothing to do with wanting, princess. I am willing to do so if it means you will be safe, he admitted to her. There was nothing she could do to prevent him from risking his life for hers. She nodded and moved on. I know your heart only beats when it needs to beat, but I couldn't feel it and you needed it, so I thought that maybe it would do so to help you heal. But it was still, and that made it worse. The only thing I had to sense you was touch, and I couldn't feel you, she continued. It was good to have her talking. It will help her release the shock inside her body. It did help me. Our anatomy is sort of backwards compared to that of a human's. By my heart not beating, it prevented me from losing more blood than what I'd lost already. It allowed my nature to fix what needed to be fixed to grant me time to recover, he explained. It has happened to me before, during Earth's time in wars, before the Empire accepted us. He wanted her to understand he was okay. But ultimately, Ilaria, it was you who saved me. By giving me your blood, you gave my body the time. It needed, you fixed me. That was quick thinking. She looked up at him. I didn't know it would work, and for a moment I thought it wouldn't, she said, reliving the moment, her body shaking at the thought, her body pressing hard against him. I didn't know it would work, either. I was not aware my body would accept anything other than a human's blood, or the blood of Earth's animals. Maybe the bond played a part, he said, agreeing with her thoughts from before. Yes, that is why I thought it would work. And it did. And now, I can read your mind, too, he said, and she squeezed his hand again. And I am learning how to read yours. I heard your thoughts before I felt you, she told him. That, princess, is my part of the bond. Soon you will be able to sense me even if I am not close to you, and hear my thoughts when I am near. That is the way it works when humans bond with vampires. And it seems it also works the same way with beautiful Etherian princesses, he told her, and she allowed a small laugh to escape her, already feeling better. She kept quiet for a few seconds. I am grateful, John Forrester, that you are what you are. If not, I would have lost you today, and I am not ready for that, nor I think I will ever be ready, she confessed, her eyes looking forward, but making sure she transmitted her feelings through her touch and not just through her words. He also received it from her mind. For the first time in a long time, I am also grateful to be what I am, Ilaria, because I want the chance to be around you until you kick me out, she laughed again. And as her mind eased, the long walk to the secure library room with her parents granting them some breathing time, she focused on him, trying to find that spark she used to read his mind, and there it was. She thought to herself, you are angry, no. It's more than that, but I don't know how to say it. It is funny how your feelings hardly reflect on your face, she mused, practicing. A practice trait, princess, he looked into her eyes. Yes, princess, I am very angry. Someone tried to kill you again, and I didn't get the chance to drive a blade through their skull this time. But that will change, John said in a high enough voice the guards following them almost cheered in agreement. My guards are acting more and more like you every day, she said, amused by how the guards John was training changed their behavior a little when they were with him. He smiled. I am happy you are okay. Thank you for saving me, my princess, he called her his. And I am, Commander, I am yours, she granted and leaned herself against his body. They entered the library, while their guards stayed outside, all 8 of them this time, plus a bunch more. Now, will you sit, Commander? The Queen asked, more as a joke towards him than anything else. He soft laughed. Yes, Queen Yara, I think I will this time. Would you like a drink, Commander? The King offered. Please allow me, he started. No, John. It would represent an honor to me. To be able to at least serve a drink to the man that saved my daughter multiple times, he said, and John sat back down. And the king slammed his fist against the table, breaking skin and drawing blood. The king cried out of pure frustration and anger. "I am sorry, Commander." The king apologized to John for allowing his feelings to take over him. "On the contrary, King Aaron, the amount of restraint you have shown us is a type of strength I will never achieve, and the kind of strength we need from you." He paused, standing up to meet him midway. "It is a testimony of who you are, and I am honored of having bared witness to it. Please, allow me to be your hammer, and I promise I will hit whatever it is with enough rage for both of us," he offered, and the king nodded. The queen was already by his side, so was his daughter. John stayed a few steps away, giving them space, his rage increasing. He wanted to kill something, but he had to wait. John looked down at the floor, not wanting to intrude in this very private moment the royal family needed to work themselves through. But Ilaria touched him, allowing him to be a part of it. He saw through her thoughts that her father was upset for not being able to protect her, the impotence of not knowing what to do, and the fear of losing his daughter. He stood there, hugged by his family, and took a deep breath. "I am okay now," he said to his wife, who placed a gentle kiss on his mouth. He then turned to face his daughter. "You are a disaster, young lady," eyes crystallized, and then placed a kiss on her forehead. "I love you, father," she said, crying again. "And I love you, my daughter." The king then approached John, whom was waiting for them to calm down. The king extended the glass, and he received the drink. The name of the drink has no translation to any other language. John took the glass, as the king stared into his eyes. "Commander," he started, "would you allow an old king to show affection towards the man who is willing to sacrifice so much for said king's family?" he asked. "Of course, King Aaron," John said, and the king gave him a hug, like a father would hug his son. Then a strong slap in the right shoulder. "Be careful, father. I don't want you to break him," the princess said, her chest full of emotion at the scene. The king laughed. "Thank you, my son. I bless the moment I agreed to have you with us, for more than one reason." John just nodded. No words were necessary. He took the glass and waited until the king sat down. The princess followed him, and this time, it was his hand who reached out to her. She held it, happy with this little gesture from him. The king lifted his glass. "To Earth, for having produced a creature such as you. To the people of Earth, for allowing you to be here. To new friends and new family, and to you, Commander, for doing what you have done. Not even understanding how grateful we are and not expecting anything in return, but earning it by tradition, law, and blood." And he drank the whole thing. John just took a sip of the drink, and if John would have had to compare it to something, it would have been bourbon but way smoother and alien. The liquid would start cold, and then heat up as is going down your throat, leaving behind a faint sweet taste he could not compare to anything. He only knew it was delicious. John observed the king as he went to serve himself another glass of that delicious drink, and he noticed the king might have broken his hand. He made a face that showed some levels of pain. "Your Highness, would you allow me to help you with that?" he asked, and Ilaria liked the idea. "Yes, father, he can heal it," she reminded them. "Just like he healed mine," she said. "I believe the bone may be broken," the king said. John stood up and got close to the king. "I believe I can fix that, too." The king agreed and extended his hand. John closed his eyes and changed, his fangs showing. He bit his wrist again, drawing out his blood, and did the same thing he did with the princess, placed his cut over the king's injury, allowing their blood to mix until John's wound healed. The king looked at his hand and squinted a bit as his bone fracture fixed itself at the same time his skin closed. He ran a piece of cloth over it, cleaning the blood stains. He was fully healed. "Thank you, son. I have to admit my queen is right when she calls you," and the queen said it first. A magnificent creature, she said and nodded at John, who vowed to her. Has the people from Earth tried to use your blood for healing? The king asked. Yes, they tried, John said and kept quiet, remembering his years of torture. I am sorry, son. I didn't mean to open bad old memories, the king apologized. No, it's okay, Your Highness, they tried, but we can only heal others a few times. If the treatments are extended, humans die from exposure. They killed hundreds of their own testing this. Our blood is not intended for that. It is a helpful side effect that can be used in emergencies. As I have used it hundreds of times on others, our blood is meant to change a human into one of us. And that requires something else to happen prior, he said, and kept quiet. And I am not going to press you for the details, John. You have no obligations to me. Thank you for healing my hand, and slapped him again to then sit down beside the queen, looking at his hand, fully healed. Remind me, King Aaron, to send a bottle of that to Admiral Thorne. He would love it, John said. I will send it myself, the king said. I want to talk about so many things that I don't even know where to start, the king said. May I offer talking about what we just witnessed? Not out of some dark pleasure for horror, but because I think the better we understand your physiology, John, the more suited we will be to help you if you need it like you did today. He agreed it was a tactical miscalculation from him, but again, he didn't expect a sniper shot in the middle of the day. They are getting bolder. I understand, and I am sorry I didn't explain this. No. Don't apologize, John, not you, just educate us, the queen told him. We are just very, very hard to kill, as you have witnessed but been honest and remembering the pain, he started to say, and the princess cut him off. Wait, you felt it, all of it. This revelation shocked her. Yes, I did. I just couldn't react. I couldn't hear what was going on. All I felt was the pain. I can't be knocked out. I just get temporarily immobilized, so to speak, but I still sense things. I can't hear conversations or anything like that, but my pain receptors keep telling me I need to acknowledge a problem, he explained. That is horrible, the queen added. You jumped in front of that projectile fully aware that if it took you a week to die from it, you would be feeling all of it until you died, the king asked. I no longer think about it like that, Your Highness, but yes, the king laid back on his seat. What? Are you? He asked, but it was amazement and John saw it. It was his experience that even in the middle of so many strong races, his kind would always stand up, so to speak, because regardless of the other races and their evolutions, he is a supernatural creature. He continued from where he left off. Remembering the pain, that shot should have killed me, or it might have incapacitated me for days, maybe weeks as my blood regenerated. I lost too much of it, or it would have killed me had Princess Ilaria not intervened the way she did. He paused. I need to carry those vials with me all the time. It was a mistake not having them, to be honest, other than what you did. There is nothing more that can be done. We don't respond to medicine, to treatments. Our bodies tend to reject damages on their own. It rejects changes too, and will incapacitate medicines, poisons, illnesses, unless we are affected enough to prevent our nature to repair said damages, like, for example, long exposure to fire, or, on this case, plasma charges. Had it been a kinetic weapon, I would have probably had time to stand up and find the shooter before he left. He paused. There is really not much I can say besides that, Your Highness, he explained to them. And do you have enough nourishment with you? The queen asked him. Not for an extended period of time, Your Highness, he responded to her, noticing the subtle tone of worry on her face when he revealed that. She looked at her husband. I will contact your Earth commander and ask for assistance on that too, the king said. I can do that, King Aaron, he said. I have my own contacts for that. If you allow them to enter your space, I can have them within a few weeks, which is more than enough time, he said. The king agreed. He turned to look at the princess the moment she thought about saying something. I am starting not to like this mind-reading thing you have, she protested, obviously knowing he would object the moment she saw his face. but that is my choice to make, John. What you did today, Princess, saved my life, but it was out of necessity, an emergency, and I know I can't prohibit it. I can, however, not accept it if I think it will put you on harm's way, but I would much rather ask you to please not do that again. And both the king and queen understood. Okay, but if there are complications, you either accept it or I swear I will make you, she argued. He just laughed. That is a compromise. If you need to save my life again, I won't deny it. King Aaron, what do you think will happen next? Now that the announcement was made and you two have come public, we should expect to see the opposing arguments, pure politics, because they cannot deny a bonding union. It is my daughter's right to choose to whom she wants to bond, and on Athar, that decision is absolute, but I think some might try to find a political leverage there. We will see, the king explained. The next council meeting is in a few days. That will give us time to prepare, said the queen. How have you been sleeping, John? The queen was still worried for him. I don't need to sleep that often. I mean, I do require rest, but a few hours every week are good enough for me. She shook her head. The perfect predator, she said. Well, we do need to rest, so I think we should retire and reconvene tomorrow if anything new comes out, she added. They stood up, and the queen said, Ilaria, would you lend me your bond mate for 5 minutes? She looked at her mother. Yes, mother, of course, she approached him. I'll be waiting for you outside, she said, leaned in and kissed him, a very small but sweet kiss. I will be there in a minute, my love, she said to her husband, who started on his way and patted John one more time in the shoulder, appreciative of him. John, she started to say when they were alone, I have a mother's request to make. It's going to sound selfish, but I think you will understand me, she said, worried for his reaction. Sure, Your Highness, whatever you want to ask of me, he said, honest in his response. Can I touch you? She asked. It will be easier for me to say what I want to say to you that way. Your Highness, the king already almost cut my head off, he joked. She laughed. He will have to go over my dead body if he ever tries to do that again, she said. He will not mind. Besides, we are family now, and it is not like with Ilaria. I am already bonded and deeply in love with my husband. I just want to pass on to you what I have on my mind, and perhaps make a stronger connection with you. Please, don't make a queen beg, she said, smiling at him. Of course, Queen Yara. Thank you. And she extended her hand to touch his face, closing her eyes to focus her thoughts. And he saw it. What she felt when her daughter thought he was dead, the pain she felt, passed on to him by her touch. And as she did that, she felt what he was feeling after reading her mind, and understood that they both felt the same way about her, how they wanted to protect her. She, the queen, felt at peace now and removed her hand. John opened his eyes to reveal that this experience exposed his nature. We share the same pain, she realized, looking at his now blazing yellow eyes, and the same rage. Yes, my queen, we do, he said, not changing back, feeling the anger inside of him. Our internal selves are one, John. Just like a mother's internal self is to her offspring, the king also feels the same, but Etherian males are not known for sharing their feelings. Understand that we see you not as my daughter's bodyguard or her personal protector, but as her bond mate, her partner, and our son, and like so, we love you. Both of us, she revealed. Thank you, Your Majesty. I felt it, too, he said, bowing to her, reverent. And this is my ask. I know you will do anything in your power to protect my daughter. I know you will not hold back, and I don't want you to hold back, either. That is the selfish part, but I also don't want you to die, she confessed. My daughter won't be able to recover, and neither would I, if I lose either of you. That is also the selfish part, she continued. I know I am placing you in an impossible position by asking you to risk your life for hers, but also asking you to be careful if you do. Especially when I know you won't, she finished her thought. I hope it doesn't come to that, and I can promise I will do my best, as long as she is not at risk, he granted. And that is all I can ask from you, she said, and hugged him. Without asking, as if she had the right to do it, he allowed it, feeling that by saving her daughter's life, he earned the respect and love from the two most powerful beings in at least 20 galaxies. Like I said, Commander, John, my son, I will never be able to repay what you have done for us, she vowed to him and retired to her rooms with her husband. John stood there for a few seconds, feeling good, feeling welcomed, for the first time in hundreds of years, and then moved to catch up with the princess, who waited for him outside. Well, and she held his hand. She saw, oh, that is. While you make me feel I belong to you, the queen made feel I belong here, he said. And you do with me, with us here, she agreed. You have wonderful parents, Celeria. No wonder you are, well, you, he said. Yes, I am blessed by them and for them, she agreed. Do you wish to go to your quarters and change? She was quiet, her mind processing all of these, all of what he said, and what her mother felt. No, you need to rest. We will go to your quarters, she said. I think you should. I mean, walking around the palace looking like you just killed half the people here may have a psychological impact on the guards. And the guards started laughing as he said this to her, pulling her heart out of her thoughts. She looked at herself and started to laugh. I think you are right. And they went to her quarters, followed by her guards, who were still laughing. As they got there, she thought about the opportunity to be with him alone, protecting his secret from the guards, or whatever was left of it, until he decided to share it with them. Well, he said. Are you okay with me asking? She asked him. I mean, I know you don't owe me any explanations, especially after you almost died because of me today, she granted. Not because of you. I did it for you. There is a difference. The first one implies this is your fault, and it is not. So please don't say that, he challenged. Okay, but still it doesn't change the fact that you almost died, she corrected. He got close to her, making sure she understands. And I would do it again, Ilaria, especially now I know you will be there to save me. And yes, I do owe you. I owe what I feel. You are making me better every day I spend with you here, he said. She touched his face, absorbing him into herself. Besides, if anyone deserves to know me, it is you, especially now, he added. What do you mean? She asked. You shared your blood with me. Blood sharing, in vampire culture, is a very personal and sexual thing, princess. You have no idea how I feel about it, and how I feel now because of it. You gave yourself to me. You gave me what keeps you alive to bring me back to life. You gave me your essence, and I am bound to you now in more than one way, he confessed. Can you show me? She asked. And he focused, and through their contact, he allowed her to feel how he feels her blood in his system. It was exhilarating in a way that cannot be explained with words. Hours have passed, and he still felt the same sensation inside of him, and then the urge for more, and how he could control it, the predator demanding, but obedient to his strength. It was as if for him, they were one. He felt her essence in him, his body automatically identifying her when she was close to him. Nothing else matters anymore. Is that how you feel me? Yes, but this also comes with a burden for you, he started to explain. You understand that I am yours completely, but you also need to understand what I am, and that I am going to need your voice to control me if I need to be controlled, because after today, after you shared your essence with me, your blood with me, my bond to you is absolute. I would not only die for you, I would also kill for you, Ilaria. And this may not be the romantic speech you deserve, but is the truest I can be with. You I am, after today, yours in body, heart, and soul, but I am a predator, and probably the most dangerous thing to anyone who tries to harm you, in any way, shape, or form. My species is very protective of their loved ones up to the point of absurdity, so when you see the monster approaching, please order him to go back to his room and stay put. He will have no other option but to listen to you. I am going to need to hear you say you are all right. I am going to need you to say to me to let it go, for my kind doesn't operate within the boundaries of common sense and peaceful resolutions. Our notions of a bad conversation is to not have it in the first place, or to break someone's arm to make them understand. You will be my balance, should you accept this, he requested. She looked at him, fully understanding his words through their bond and accepting him as he is. I've already accepted it, and no, you are wrong, Commander. That is sort of romantic from a monster's point of view and a very beautiful thing to say. And they both laughed. But I understand, and I promise I will be there for you when you need me to scold you, just as you were there to take a plasma round to the head for me. She placed another kiss on his lips. Now, please relax, I am also okay, she assured him, understanding what he meant about appeasing the beast in him as he was still dangerously angry and had no target to release said anger. She thought about having him talk, to make him lose focus over that for now, but also went to the door. Hey, she said to one of the guards. Can you please send someone to the commander's quarters to get him a clean shirt and pants? She asked the guard. He looks like someone who wants to kill me, too. And the guard laughed. Yes, Your Highness, as a matter of fact he does, Your Highness, I will, he said. Thank you. And she went back inside. I can go and get a change of clothes and come back, Princess, she said. No, I am not letting you out of my sight for the next 100 years, at least, she joked. I accept the punishment, he responded. She started to muse her next question. When you said you were immortal, I must admit I didn't understand what you meant until today, she started. And that bothers you? He asked, knowing it didn't, but wanting her to say it, wanting to hear it with her voice. No, it doesn't, she said in a tone of voice almost too harsh. Of course not, but you most agree it is something hard to understand. My people have been around for millennia, and there are no records of any other species who can do the things I have seen you do. I am just curious, intrigued by you. She didn't want him to take this the wrong way. Then ask me, and I will tell you, he said to her, and waited for her to compose her thoughts in her mind. Okay, and she twisted her head slightly to the right, something she did when she was thinking about something. He learned to pair her physical expression with her mind. How old are you really? She asked. I am 992 years old. I will be adding one more year to that in about 7 months, he said, flat out. She allowed herself to fall down on a seat near her bed, eyes wide opened, and something on her face he couldn't make out. Does it bother you that you decided to bond with an old man? He asked, again, knowing the answer. She stood up and rushed towards him, not remembering he knew what she was thinking. Something he will use to have fun with her reactions until she learns he will know if she doesn't like something the moment she thinks about it. No, please don't say that. And she hugged him by the waist, burying her face into his body. Her fingers traced his hard rock core, as if sculpted out of white stone. Why would you even say something like that? I just find it incredible. That's all. You believe me, right? She said, concerned. I can read your mind, Princess. I am just having a little fun with you. Like I said, your mind is just as beautiful as you are, and I plan to spend a lot of time in there. And she pushed him away, laughing. That is not fair. I think you just want me to hug you, she argued. Well, you could do the skin contact thing to me, and I was not complaining, he responded. Sure, like you would complain about me wanting to touch you. And she was right. I surrender, Your Highness, he said again. She looked at him, amazed. 992 years old, she said. He nodded, and he explained it further. When I was, let's call it, created, I was around 18 Earth years, human years, but not quite so. I was created, cloned as a human, then turned into a vampire. So yeah, that sounds about right, though math is not something I particularly enjoy. He walked towards the window. The people were still around the palace, though some have returned to their day. He paid attention to the gossip as far as his hearing would let him. I can hear people talking about us, he shared with her. changing the subject a little bit to try brushing off some memories he prefers to avoid, muscle memory these days more than anything else. From way up here? I want that power, she joked. And what are they saying? She asked while she went to take a bath. Reason why John moved towards the window, to give her that privacy, though if we are honest, he would have joined her had she asked him. It was not their way. Such intimacy had to wait, and he was not in a hurry. He was enjoying every moment with her, little by little. Mostly good things. Some are trying to figure out how I survived that. Many others are just happy for you. They love you very much. He responded as he heard her getting out of the shower. He stopped reading her mind the moment she began to undress in front of her reflection wall. You said you were a prisoner on Earth. Why? She asked. It was obvious she will go back to that part. It happened a long time ago, and the people who did it are no longer alive, and this time, it was not me, by the way. It was time, he said, still looking out the window. He could hear her while she was getting dressed. Remember when I told you that our kind was not necessarily a good thing for Earth, especially for humans? Well, we weren't. We hunted them for a long time until they started to hunt us back. Then something changed after some time passed. Some vampires created bonds with humans, and alliances, friendships, and relationships were born. Our kind was known to some humans. We did business with them, and they provided us with services. There was a vow of secrecy that was broken, and then the hunts began. Again, like in the past, but with better technology and weapons, many humans died, many vampires died. Long story short, someone realized that this was bound to become a mutually assured destruction, because vampires have the power to make more of themselves quick. Humans, on the other hand, don't. So the decision was made for a truce. Everyone will keep to themselves, and no one will ever talk about it again. That is why even if you search, you will only find vampires in Earth's folklore and myth. He paused. I was captured sometime after the fight started, and some humans conveniently forgot about me and the truce. Some of my kind, amazingly, a particular bunch from whom I deserved no mercy from, pushed really hard to find me, but to maintain the truce. They were forced to stop. He stopped, letting her ask. And you spend almost 200 years as a prisoner? Yes, he replied. He felt her getting angry, but there was no need for that anymore. He had made his peace with that part of his life, even serving the government who imprisoned him so long ago. I can't help being angry at them, she said, scooping his thoughts with ease now that they were alone, and she could focus her full attention on him. You did it again, he said, and she realized. He felt her smiling in her mind, but said nothing else. I want to know, she asked, and he knew what she wanted. Well, humans are, or can be nasty little creatures when the motivation is right, he said, memories floating to his mind. They tortured you. They did terrible things to you. Yes, those memories. He didn't respond right away, allowing her to continue. By the gods, John, the things they did to you. She sounded exasperated and came out running from her dressing room to hold him from behind. They made you suffer for such a long time, she continued, holding him close to her body, using her nature to try and get more out of him by using touch, but also as a form of comfort for him, and John appreciated it. He held her arms as they wrapped around his waist, just as he loved every time she casually held him or held his hand, letting him know she needed it, that she needed him, making him understand that he belonged, that he was welcomed. It doesn't matter anymore. It happened a really long time ago, like I said. However, I do know I will never fully trust all of them. Only a handful have earned my full respect and trust. Like I said, only some of them are nasty little things, he confirmed to her. And you don't hate them anymore? She asked. No. And in the end, me joining Earth's armed forces brought me here. It brought me you. So they are fully forgiven in my book, but not forgotten. And there is a difference, he said, making her hold him a little harder. Then you became a soldier, she said. Yes, They allowed me to join once space travel became a thing, and only after humanity faced their first enemy, something they couldn't defend against, I decided to join because the threat of losing one's planet is something that would have affected us all. So it made sense after a few years, I started to do it for other things. Earth understood very quickly that having one supernatural soldier was not enough, especially when others of my kind did not join the fight. Bad blood in my kind lasts for millennia. They understood that helping other species in need and forming small alliances for mutual benefits was their best bet. So I found myself on many rescue missions. Sometimes we helped other species survive or escape. Some other times I served as what I am, a predator, teaching life lessons to things that spent way too much time thinking they were the strongest, most dangerous thing in space, he explained to her, now turning to meet her gaze. That time is one I remember with gratitude, and I owe them a lot now. In time they learned to trust me, and I learned to let go of grudges, always keeping my guard up. In exchange, I got to travel to many different places, killed some nasty things, and saved many beautiful creatures who deserved a helping hand, including your occasional princess. I call that even, he explained, and she understood, making her laugh a little with the last part. I can see you enjoy facing monsters, she said, joking with him. Well, it takes a monster to stop other monsters, princess, and even if I don't look the part, it is important for both of us to remember that I am, in fact, a monster, too. Maybe a good one now, or at least as good a monster as I can become, but a monster just the same. He wanted for her to understand his nature, and that she can play an important part to keep him controlled if it was what they needed. I don't think you are a monster, but if you are, I am glad you are my monster. She extended her hand and grabbed him gently from the back of his neck, pulling him closer to her, and placed a very gentle kiss on his lips. She lingered there, feeling their skin's contact, receiving that energy that transmitted from him to her every time they touched. And the way his mind kept sending her small messages, she was starting to understand more with each passing moment, as their bond became stronger. When they parted, she said, I owed that to you, her forehead resting on his, and as her thoughts betrayed her, her face did that thing that looks like blushing. I can't wait either, my princess, he said and smiled. But they had to wait until the ceremony could be held. He had already broken many laws and traditions as it is. He could at least do a genuine effort to respect at least one of them. Our bond feels different than what I feel when I see the bond between my mother and father, and theirs is strong, she said, coming clean and open book to him about how she felt. Ours feels stronger, like my mother says. Etherian women don't hide our sexuality, our desire for a potential mate, and I am having a hard time right now, John, denying myself of what I want, she said, her eyes telling more than what her mind was telling him. So am I, Ilaria. And he held her closer to him, kissing her forehead. They slowly parted. She went to sit down on the floor in front of her bed. He stayed standing, allowing that fire burning inside of him to subside. It took him a lot of strength, and it helped when the door shimmed, telling them someone was there. She stood up and went to see. It was the guard with John's fresh clothing. She picked it and thanked the guard. When she turned to bring it to him, he was standing mere inches away from her. She allowed a small yelp to escape. John, don't do that to me, and started laughing. You scared me half to death, she snapped, passing him his shirt and a fresh pair of pants. I am not going to say I am sorry, princess. Is that monster in me? He smiled. She washed as he took his items, but when he was going to go into her bathroom, she stopped him. Wait, I want you to take those off here. I promise I will let you go after. He lowered his head and smiled. And what if I don't want to go after? He asked. I will make you. And he laughed. I must tell you though, my body is the body of a warrior, and I bear some marks, he confessed. I don't care about that. I think you are perfect just the way you are. I thought that was obvious to you right already. He nodded, dropped his items over her bed, and started to remove his shirt. She got closer to him as he did. She saw a large red mark on his abdomen. It looked like a plasma-charged vibrosword slash. "Did it hurt much?" she asked him as she traced it. "Yes," he said. He felt his body tensing. "Relax, Commander. I am not going to bite you," she said as she lowered her head enough to kiss him there. He felt a rush of energy running all over his body. "You play a dangerous game, Your Highness." She smiled and stood up straight to explore his body. It literally looked like the body of a statue, defined muscles, firm, unreal. She focused on 2 more scars on his chest, right besides the one she recognized. "I don't fear danger. My bond mate will protect me," she replied. "What about these?" she asked. 2 plasma bolts. It went through my body armor and all the way out back." She got close and kissed him there too. He closed his eyes as he felt the change coming, and when he opened them, his eyes were blazing yellow. "Now you are just been cruel to me." And she laughed. "Like you said to my guards, man up, Commander," he laughed. "You are much more of a monster than what I will ever be," she smiled. She circled him until she was behind him. He had 3 more larger slashes there, and one that went up all the way to one of his arms. "And these?" she asked him. "Stopped the execution of a family in the Garadar system. Spent a week hiding with the family during the day, while I went out at night hunting the invading force." She traced them with her fingers. He closed his eyes. Then she moved to face him again. "And this one?" she asked, the scar on his face. "Draxian warrior. Classified mission. I am sorry. If I tell you, I may have to kidnap you," he said. She extended her arms as if giving in, then extended her hand to run it across the scar. "What is a Draxian warrior?" "I have never heard of them before, and not many people had. A race of conquerors and invaders that we had to face. That day I faced one, and it gave me this. He is dead, but the result of that encounter was the same as today." And she understood what he meant. It almost killed him. She pulled his face close to hers and planted a kiss over his right eye, her breath warming his skin. She started to think about the things he said before. "That is one of the races you mentioned before, that are strong," she said as a confirmation. He nodded. "Yes, Draxians are tough," he added. "And you would be willing to fight one again?" she asked. "Yes," he replied. "I don't know what to say, only that I don't want you to put yourself in danger," she said, not liking the idea of him facing something that could actually kill him. "It is not by choice. I mean, I don't actually enjoy pain, but if I have to face one of them again, it will be because there is no other option," he assured her. He continued, "Sometimes it is just a matter of doing the right thing or not," he added. She was still not happy with his answer, but understood what he meant to say. She kept quiet for a little while. "I like your scent," she said to him, then came back to hug him. She held him tight, his bare chest pressing hard against her skin. "I can stay like this for hours," she said. "And so could I." He returned the hug, holding her tight until she decided to pull away. "I needed this," she admitted. "Thank you for letting me play. But if you don't take the initiative and walk away from me, I will have to bite you," she said. He kissed her tenderly. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them, he was already under the hot water shower, his mind inebriated with that exchange they just had. So much so that he forced himself to think about other things, and while he started washing the blood away, his mind started to think about what happened, thinking about what may happen next. He was worried about her. Today was a mix of luck, ancient unnatural nature, and quick reactions. Too many variables to be replicated all the time. They need to make an effort to be ready, but he also knew they couldn't hide her. They couldn't turn her into a prisoner. He refocused on her. She was sitting down again on one big couch-like thing she had near one of the walls, away from the viewing window. Her mind was at ease right now. She felt safe. She felt secure. He allowed himself to enjoy her thoughts for a few more seconds, as if he was stealing something, though it may not be stealing since he knew her mind was also his. He stepped out of the bathing room, into the main bedroom, black pants with a white body-tight shirt, accentuating his fit body, comfortable to his skin. Relaxing, she stared at him for a long second, then buried her head into one of the cushions on the couch-like thing, aware that he saw her thoughts. "I am so embarrassed right now," she said, her voice muffled by the cushion thing, but to him, just as melodic, just as hypnotizing. "Princess, if you could hear my thoughts, you would kick me out of your planet," he confessed, and she looked up at him by twisting her head just enough to allow one of her eyes to look at him. "Maybe I should wait outside? I don't plan to be away from you, but perhaps we should allow ourselves to cool down a little." She understood the concept. "No, I am not letting you out of my sight," she said, remembering the event at the balcony just mere hours ago. "Okay, I'll stay," he said. And he sat down by her side. She leaned her head to rest on his lap, looking up at him while he told her about some of his campaigns. He shared stories with her about some of the species they saved, children from several different worlds, commercial freights, and things that made them catch the eye of the Empire and caused them to get accepted into the Alliance, actions that ended the conflicts and brought peace to Earth. She had one hand extended, caressing his hair and face as he spoke. She was completely relaxed now as she explained to him Etherian costumes, explaining to him how bonds work within her species and why bonded mates yearn the contact with their partners. She asked him if this was too much for him, but he said no. He enjoyed it, and it seemed that when she knew what he was thinking, she felt more at ease. They continued to talk until she slowly started to drift off and fell asleep. He stayed there, with her resting over his lap, caressing her beautiful white hair now scattered everywhere over him and parts of her chest, her breathing rhythmic, steady, peaceful, her dreams starting to turn personal, so he stopped reading her mind. The next morning she would remember what she dreamed about and ask if he could read her mind while she was sleeping. He said yes, and allowed her to blush for a few seconds before he told her that he gave her privacy. She called him a monster. But for now, he just allowed her to rest while his predatory mind started to work, and his supernatural senses worked overtime to extend as far as they could, fighting off the desire to focus on her scent. So close to him it was almost hypnotic to him, but instead, he focused on making sure nothing would dare to come and disturb this moment for her. He didn't move all night. He didn't fall asleep either. He just stayed with her, guarding her dreams until she woke up, slow movements at first, to then opened her eyes quick, almost alarmed, but immediately relaxed when she saw she was still resting over his lap, and he hadn't moved. He looked down at her, smiling. "Good morning, princess," he said. "You stayed like that all night?" she asked. "You looked way too comfortable, so I decided not to move you," he responded. "You should have, you need to rest too," she argued, but didn't move from her position. "I don't sleep that much, princess, remember? Besides, watching you sleep is pleasing to me," he admitted to her. "Well, you make a wonderful headrest, Commander. I think I will keep you around just because of that," she joked, and they laughed. "Good, because I am terrible at cooking breakfast." And at that moment, the door chimed. This time he went to open it. It was one of the guards. "Commander," he saluted John. "At ease, soldier," he replied. "What's up?" he asked, using the Earth lingo he has accustomed them to use with him, made it easier for him to communicate with them. "They called for a general council today, after midday. The king told me to let you know. He also instructed me to let you know that some chancellors don't want you to attend, stating outworlders are not allowed." The guard said. It was obvious to John he was waiting for his response. "And what did His Highness say?" "That whatever you decided to do, he will support," John smiled. "Good. Today looks like a good day to piss off a few tight-ass chancellors, thank you." The guard smiled and returned to his post. He went back inside. Ilaria had already stood up, getting dressed to meet up with her parents. They always had breakfast together. "Well, the show starts today. We have a council meeting where I am not invited to participate," he said to her.
What?
"Under what authority?" John smiled, a smile she will learn to recognize he used when he was upset over something. "Nobody I give a fuck about," he said. "Get ready, princess. I'll meet you and your parents shortly," he said and started off towards the door. "Wait, where are you going?" she asked, and he went back to her. "It is time I dress up accordingly, princess." She looked at him, confused. "Dress for what, John?" she asked him. "For violence." He kissed her and went outside. He gave orders to the guards. "The princess is in your hands. I will meet you in a few minutes." John arrived to his quarters and immediately opened a very large closet, pulling out a black case, large enough to fit a small-size human inside. He placed the thing on his bed, a bed he hadn't used yet, and opened it. "Future proofs past," he said to himself. "You knew I would use this someday," and pulled out an armor, a gift from an old enemy, an enemy turned friend because of the good heart of a human woman who saw in him someone who deserved a second chance, a gift he received during the human-vampire conflict after he saved her from certain death, a gift of forgiveness from an ancient being, a being who many years before forgave his life. It was a body armor, obsidian black in color, the joints attached with a deep red membrane. Right arm long sleeve body armor protection only, left arm bare, core protection with symbols from a language only known to very few, crimson red symbol from the house Tarion, the ruler of the vampires on Earth. The armor extended out towards the legs, the same obsidian black color with the same red jointed membranes. The material was hard, almost unbreakable, but light, designed for speed and movement. Knuckle-spiked gauntlets for the armored arm. Boots, designed for grip. A scabbard sword followed. He pulled it out, made of the same obsidian-like black material, crimson-red decorations on the handle. The thing hummed as he swung it. It felt as if it could cut the air. He started to put the armor on, taking his time, almost as if it was a ritual. He respected what it represented when it was created. He respected the one who wore it. He learned to love the one who gave it to him, an unexpected human friend. He was grateful he could wear it one
More time.
The last piece, a helmet that covered his head, but allowed his eyes to be seen, and his mouth to have access to his foes. He tightened the sword to his belt. He placed the helmet over his head, his vampire nature airing. As if in anticipation, he felt it in the air. Something was about to happen, and he didn't know when or what. But he was going to assume his role as her protector, her bonded mate, her warrior, her monster. He looked at himself in the wall screen and focused on a letter carved into the armor, the same crimson red color, the letter M, for the name of the owner. He was not going to join her with her parents, not yet. He was going to wait until the time was right. They wanted to see what he was. They wanted to learn what they faced. They will have the chance today. He will show them all, and it would either make them change their minds over these treasonous actions or make them to make their move decisively. Either way, this had to end. He sat on the bed, first time his body touched it in any way, and he searched inside the crate to pull out a yellowed-out note hidden in a side pocket inside the crate. It was written in an exquisite handwriting. It read, "An armor created for death, given to an enemy turned a friend, a friendship born out of forgiveness, a life saved out of compassion. May this offer the protection you gave me when I needed it. Be safe, John." Signed, and the princess was waiting for him, but time passed and he never arrived. She went on with her day alongside her parents. Inside the palace, the danger could be controlled by the guards who had specific orders to never leave her side, orders they obeyed with controlled ferocity. She was sitting in her place at the main room with the king and the queen. Diplomats from different worlds had arrived today to meet them and to finalize some royal business with the king's diplomatic group. But the princess was not there in mind. She didn't understand why he hadn't arrived to meet with her. She took the opportunity during a transition in between diplomats and called to one of her guards. "Do you know where the commander is?" she asked. "No, Your Grace. He was at his quarters when he told us to stay close to you," he responded. "Thank you." And the guard went back to his previous position. The queen noticed her. "Maybe he is resting after what he went through yesterday," she said, not believing her own words, not even for 1 second, but wanting to give her daughter some support. The princess nodded. She wouldn't have time to go check on him. The High Council was their next appointment for the day, and John was not here. She thought that maybe he decided not to break any more rules, but just like her mother, she didn't believe it when she thought about it. The doors opened wide, and members of the High Council started to enter the room, a total of 9 members, the 10th one being the king, all representative of the Etherian high houses. Any one of them could be a king or a queen. They all started to take their places after walking towards the center of the room to salute the king, the queen, and the princess. Their looks ranged between indifferent to disapproving, but Ilaria didn't care. She was just sorry John was not there with her. The last one to enter was Supreme Chancellor Valera, him being the representative of the most ancient house of Ithar Prime, surpassed only by House Aaron. The king's house, he walked, flanked by a personal guard. The Supreme Chancellor was allowed to bring his protection with him, even in front of the king. It was an act of respect to his title. His personal guard, however, was not Etherian. It was something they have never seen before. His armor was all black, such a deep black that it seemed to be absorbing the light, the owner's skin. The creature inside the armor was also of a very dark skin color. His eyes, however, were bright red, so much so that they almost glowed. That thing looked menacing, something not to mess around with. It was imposing, about 7 feet tall. It looked strong, fast, powerful, and slick at the same time. Its armor bearing the mark of House Valera. The species was unknown to them, and its presence forced the princess's guards into a tense expectation. That thing looked dangerous. The Supreme Chancellor approached them. His guard stayed behind. He paid his respects and gave Ilaria a look full of hatred, but also with lust. The Chancellor, it turns out, had some time ago wanted to bond with the princess, with the excuse of making the empire stronger by uniting both houses, an archaic costume discarded well over 4,000 years ago, a time when forced bonding between houses would take place, until the Etherians learned to respect the power their bonds have over their lives. He never forgot, nor forgave her rejection. Princess, looking as beautiful as ever, regardless of certain new developments, he said, giving up his hand, letting them know the tone of the meeting they were about to have. Valera, she called him by name, disrespecting his title. Just as poisonous as I remember you to be. His jaw tightened, but then letting out a fake smile. During the meeting of the High Council, there were not kings or queens. Here, they were all allowed to speak freely and without consequences, and Valera would try to take advantage over that to spew his poison, try to plant the seed of doubt to King Aaron's rule. He started, wasting no time. "I am sorry, Your Highnesses, for calling on this emergency council meeting," he started, and the princess rolled her eyes. He noticed it. A flash of disgust rolled through his eyes. "But current events have created concern between our people," he lied. Typical politicians. "The people, you say," said the king. "I fail to see how our people are concerned. What I saw was not concern yesterday. I saw acceptance." The king challenged. Valera nodded. "Maybe, but it is also well known that common people may not understand the intricacies and consequences of some actions," he said. And it is with a bleeding heart that I feel is my duty to say this for our records. The union between the princess and that lesser creature brings shame to our kingdom, he said. That is not of your concern, Valera. The princess snapped, her bond pushing her to defend her mate, and he knew she would do that and was expecting it. Up to a point where something so pure as the princess had turned into this, tainted, somehow, less than before, a true shame surely because of her naiveness, a trait we don't need in our future rulers, he said, offending the princess in a way that was unprecedented, but allowed during these meetings. The king squeezed the arm of the throne, but understood the trap. Violence between the houses during these meetings was not permitted. Valera continued, perhaps, if she was to forget about that thing and join a real Etherian in a union that would guarantee our strength as a kingdom, she would rise over the depth in which she has fallen. His insults kept escalating. He came prepared to provoke a reaction from them, but something happened that killed his planned execution. One of the guards approached the king and whispered something to his ear. The king smiled and relaxed. Be careful, Supreme Chancellor. I would thread carefully if I were you, the king said. What? Are you threatening me, King Aaron, here, in the council chambers? Have you fallen that low, alongside your daughter, that you will also defile these proceedings? Preposterous, he said, triumphant, believing he achieved his goal, but the king just smiled at him. No, Supreme Chancellor, I would never dare to break this tradition, created to flesh out people like you. However, my daughter, your princess, is bonded, and our laws do not prevent her bond mate to defend her, as it is the nature of said bonds, something older than the empire itself. And when he said this, and as if on cue, John entered the throne room. His stride was decisive, but his pace was not fast, not rushing in. They all noticed him as he entered the room, the armor catching everyone's eyes. He intently passed by the princess' side, having heard what he said to her, how he denigrated her. She knew it was him. She sensed him as he entered the room, and she lifted her right hand, elbow resting at her thrown arm, and he touched her hand as he passed by her with his unarmored hand. She feeling his anger, he felt her impotence, but at the same time, he heard her telling him to calm down, controlling the beast. John turned and vowed to the king and the queen. Your highnesses, I may do something today that may not be up to the level of these proceedings. He was not asking for permission. It was a warning. The king and the queen both nodded, while Valera swallowed hard. John then turned again to face Valera, who had inadvertently taken 2 steps back. His personal bodyguard started to approach him, and John spoke to it. Draxian, he said to it. The thing looked amazed. He knew his species. Your race is famous for your speed and ferocity in battle, to those who know about you. But I assure you that if you take one more step closer to the princess, the Supreme Chancellor's head will reach you long before you can take the second one, John said, his words firm, his stance predatory, his resolve unwavering. Vampire, said the Draxian warrior. We know your race, he vowed, respect and anticipation. His voice sounded surprised and hungry at the same time. No, you know of me, John corrected the Draxian warrior, making sure it understood that it was him his species faced and couldn't kill that time, so long ago. What is this? How dare you threaten me? I am the Supreme, and John, with unnatural speed, appeared to have materialized in front of Valera, action that shot him up. He stopped mere inches away from him. The Draxian warrior made a reflex move to do something, but stopped a nanosecond after. John's eyes fixed on him for a second, then moving his vampire eyes towards the Chancellor. Shut the fuck up, Supreme Chancellor, he said to him. You come here, to this court in front of your king, and offend him, the queen and his daughter, my bond mate, the woman I am bound to protect. You offend her integrity, and now you want to claim titles and traditions? John was twisting his words as daggers into the Chancellor's ego with a clear intent, looking for a reaction that will give up his hand. Having a Draxian warrior here was not normal. "How dare you use violence against me in this room?" he asked. John could sense his fear. "Violence? No, you have no fucking idea what violence is, Chancellor. I am been conversational. I am just following the tone of the conversation you set," John said. "Etherians are forbidden from..." He got interrupted again. "I am not Etherian. I am the creature who took a blade to the chest and stood in front of a plasma round to protect the princess. And you are the idiot who thought that by you saying that I was not going to be allowed here, I would have obeyed, so that you can have your way with your poisonous words against the woman I love, the woman whose life I've sworn to protect." And he removed his helmet, allowing his vampire features to show. "I am not even human. I am a vampire, and right now I see you as a threat to her," he continued, walking closer as he stepped back. "Do something," he said to the Draxian, who took another step, but John lifted his hand, palm up, signaling him to stop. "I am sure you are getting well paid to serve this poor excuse for a man. Stop moving, or he will not be able to pay you anymore. Last warning." He looked at the Chancellor, and his nature had on him the same effect it had on humans. He could identify the danger John represented to him. "I see you as a threat to her, and that is a problem," his eyes burning inside their sockets. "A threat? Nonsense. I am no threat to her. I am merely expressing my concerns for our empire," he said, trying to find an out. "By insulting and disrespecting your princess, and above all, an Etherian woman, whom should be protected always, only because she fell in love with what you call a lesser being, or only because she didn't want to bond with you, that she openly rejected you, Chancellor?" John read this new piece of information from her when he entered the throne room, and used it the moment he saw an opening. His words felt like burning daggers on the Chancellor ego, and he enjoyed every moment of it. "You come to this sacred place and start spewing your poison towards the royal family, towards your princess, and now act offended when you are challenged by something you cannot control. I wonder who is the lesser being now, Valera? It seems to me that this lesser being, as you called me, is more of an Etherian than what you will ever be. Shameful." The princess started to walk towards him. The moment she felt him getting angrier, she remembered what he said to her about his nature, about their bond. She needed to stop him, so she moved quickly to his side and grabbed him by the arm. She forced him to turn to face her, his vampire eyes looking fierce, predatory, his body tensed, the muscles of the arm exposed from under. The armor felt like steel. His skin was warm due to the blood fueling the predator. He looked at her, then at the Draxian, and then the Chancellor, a warning look that didn't go unnoticed by anyone. "Hey," she said to him, her voice low, tender. "Look at me, Commander," she said, using his rank as a pet name, and he did. She then placed her right hand behind his head and pulled him towards her, her forehead resting over his, their eyes focused on one another's. "Calm down, please," she said and smiled. He closed his eyes for a second and took a deep breath, not because he needed it, but because he wanted her scent to invade his body. It was soothing and it helped. When he opened his eyes, they were still changed, but she saw how the predator in them was tamed, completely controlled by her. The Chancellor took this opportunity to speak. "How dare you? Who do you think you are, addressing me like that?" The Chancellor knew by now that his efforts to try and denigrate the royal family and to tarnish the princess's reputation and honor had failed miserably. The rest of the council had started to talk amongst themselves. Some nodded at the gesture made by the princess, as it was obvious that this very dangerous creature standing in front of them was completely under the power of the Etherian bond, the way the princess didn't seem to fear at all. something they could all sense was dangerous and should be feared. They all saw and understood how he was ready to risk everything for her, as Etherian culture demands from every Etherian male, as they have already seen him do twice. This was, as per their culture, the purest form of a bond between mates, regardless of species, something they haven't seen in a long time, and something they all seem to appreciate and respect, and even enjoy seeing. The Chancellor, on the other hand, began to notice how this would look on him after he openly disrespected the entire royal family, and how now this outworlder was stepping in to protect the princess, a creature who didn't care about his rank and position, or his power even, defiant and unapologetic. He was not used to this, and he was struggling to save face. He also saw how the princess calmed him, so he thought about trying to salvage some of his ego. "What I am, Supreme Chancellor Valera, is a predator," he said while he slowly turned his face on him, starting to walk towards him once more, and they saw how he only stopped because the princess was still holding his hand. His arm was half extended back. She stood in place, not wanting him to get any closer to the Chancellor, signaling the danger was real, while also reinforcing what they were thinking about. He was hers, and their bond reigned supreme over him. Something you can't begin to understand, something you have never seen in your life, something you don't want to cross, and the only reason why I am not claiming my right to retribution after your offense to my bond mate. And every time he said these words, the princess' body shivered. It was significant. His recognition of their union was important. "It is because of my respect to the Empire and my love to her, to the king, the queen." He barked at him, the princess holding him close to her. John took another deep breath and turned to speak to everyone in the room. He performed a very deep vow to the rest of the chancellors. "My sincerest apologies to you all, but I was not going to stand by and say nothing while this person stands in front of the king and the queen and tries to offend the princess just to gain political favor and hide injuries to his ego." And the chancellor could not say anything else. He just stood there, listening to the final blows he would have to receive. "Today, all of you came because you are concerned, or perhaps because you were given poisonous words by someone." John dropped a purposeful glance to the Supreme Chancellor, not enough to make a formal accusation, but enough to state it without actually saying it, and then went back to look at the rest of the council. Words that tried to create a controlled narrative about something you may not understand, with the goal that you approach said concerns with your minds already made. Words that want you to forgo your own critical analysis. That, of course, is not fault of yours, and I understand," he continued. "I am not of this world, chancellors, and that is obvious, but after the time I've spent here, and after trying to learn about Etherian culture and history since the time I arrived, I wish I am learning to love what to me is a wonderful race," he said, "been honest, a race that brought me happiness." And he looked at the princess who still held his hand. "I am, like they say in my world, in love with your princess, bonded to her in the most profound way Etherian culture demands from me. I am also sworn by pain of death to protect her from anyone and anything until the day she sends me away, as it is her right to do, and as I hope she never does." She squeezed his hand. "My species, chancellors, also has a similar bond that develops between us and the people we love and want to protect, and I am bonded to her by my nature's bond, too." He looked at them one by one. "I am therefore also bonded to your empire because this is her home, and she is happy here, and that makes me happy for her. And here comes the kill shot." The attempts on the princess's life, something the Supreme Chancellor here failed to bring forth, are and should be our main concerns. But I also understand you are looking for answers, so I will try to help you understand. I came here to fulfill a royal request to protect the princess, and plan to carry on with that part. But now I find myself with an even greater motivation other than duty, love, and respect. And if falling in love with the princess is a crime, then I am guilty, and I am not going to pretend or to make any apologies for it, nor will I accept anyone questioning the princess's honor. What was a duty has become sacred to me, and I intend to protect that." He bowed and allowed the princess to pull him away. She went on her way towards her sit, still holding his hand, and when she sat down, he stood behind her, both of his arms on her shoulders while she held his hands under hers, keeping the contact, but this time, only to keep him calmed. I apologize, Your Grace," the Supreme Chancellor said to the princess, whom didn't react to his words. She looked away, another blow to his pride. "And to you, Your Royal Highnesses, I just hope you find it in your hearts to understand that I only did this out of the utmost respect for our empire and our traditions." He vowed and slithered away like the snake he is. Nobody else said anything. Then one of the other chancellors, an old-age Etherian woman, stood up. This was, for lacking of better words to describe it, rather unique council meeting. "I thank you for your honesty, Commander. We can now adjourn." And they stood up, starting to walk towards the royal family, whom stood up to have more personal conversations with them. They also used this time to talk and get caught up with other matters that didn't require a formal setting. Ilaria remained seated, while John didn't stop looking at the Draxian warrior, the only being on this entire planet whom held a very good chance to be a challenge and to even kill him in combat. But amazingly, there was no concern on John's mind. The predator in him was actually looking for a challenge. "You dressed up for me," she said. "How? What is the word in your world?" "Cute," she asked him. "I thought I'd made an impression, Princess," she responded, his voice playful, but his focus unwavering. "And you did," she said in words. "And I thought you were going to harm him," she said inside her mind, knowing he will read it, but the word she should have used was kill him. "I was close to it, but you stopped me," he confirmed her assessment of him. "You felt different," she said. "It was still you, but darker." "You met the predator, my princess, and you tamed it too." He confirmed that to her, too. "That creature he brought with him, is that the race you talked about last night?" she asked. "He can hear you," John said, and when she looked at the Draxian, he was looking at her, and to her surprise it vowed. "I am sorry," she said to John. "Don't be. I am sure he doesn't care," John said, his eyes fixed on the Draxian, who moved towards the Supreme Chancellor. And at that time, some of the chancellors approached the princess to congratulate them, expressing their emotions after the revelation and for John's words, and expressing their support regarding the efforts to find out who was behind the attempts on her life. Not long after, they were left alone in the throne room after all the chancellors and other attendants left. Valara's face was redder than what it should be. His openness on his attack to the royal family told John everything he needed to know. If this was an open conflict, he would be over that guy's neck in a split second. But this was a diplomatic nightmare. He needed proof. "Commander," the king said, and John moved to stand in front of the king, bowing in respect. "Yes, Your Highness." "That was interesting," he said. "I am sorry, Your Highness. I did my best to hold back," John admitted. "And that was you holding back?" the Queen asked, a smile on her face. "Yes, Your Royal Highness. I am still fighting the urge to do something else, a little more dramatic," he said, honestly, and the Queen nodded. "What are your thoughts?" the King asked. "Guilty, Your Highness, as guilty as I am of wanting to kill him," he said, bluntly. He extended his hand towards the princess. John's eyes hadn't changed back to his human persona. For some reason, he was having a real hard time controlling himself. She came to him and held him close to her, soothing him once more. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he was relaxed. "I am sorry, Your Highnesses. I am usually in full control of what I am, but for some reason, with the Supreme Chancellor, I can't stop thinking about violence," he said. You can relax now, my love. Focus on me, the princess said, and he did. You're bond to my daughter. The queen said, Ilaria showed me. It has to be. The queen mused that his bond to her has to be the reason he was so upset over Valera offending her, and John thinking that he is the one who wants her dead. Yes, I guess so. We are, by our nature, overprotective, but this time is stronger. Are you okay? The king asked. Yes, I am stronger than this. You think he is behind it? The king was curious as of why. Yes, I may not be able to read your minds, but I am very good at noticing and sensing changes in your body functions. I felt all of your heartbeats when I said what I said to that piece off. He remembered he was in front of royalty. To Valera, he was afraid of the semi-accusation I made. That means guilt. He was not angry, he was afraid. That is rather interesting, the king agreed. But we need proof, and we don't have any. Yes, we do, your highness. But he is guilty, I am sure of it. John said, then continued. What happens if the princess was not here anymore? He said. The words bothered him way more than they should have. She is our only daughter and heir to the throne. So, the next house in place with an heir would take over the rule, the king said. Valara's house, John said, not as form of a question, but as a recognition. Motive, the queen added to the conversation. And a very strong motivation, too, John said. He is guilty, he said again. I agree with you, the princess said, but I am also biased against him and in your favor, she also said. Maybe the way you talk to him will force him to make a mistake. You are very aggressive in your words to him, said the queen. Perhaps I learned a long time ago that fear, as a universal law for every race I've faced, causes mistakes to be committed, so we should monitor his movements, to the extent of what is legal for you, of course, John suggested. What was that creature that came with Valera? The king asked. That, your highness, is a Draxian warrior, John said. I have never heard of them, and John knew he probably hadn't. Not many worlds have seen them, and that your highnesses is a very good thing. They're almost extinct now, but they are out there. I hadn't seen one in over 500 years, he revealed to them. He faced them before, the princess said, with concern over her face. John removed his helmet, revealing the scar over his right eye. Yes, I have. It left me with a nice souvenir, a plasma sword. I think it looks cool. He joked to her, but she was not laughing, and he understood her concerns. Like I said before, I am not indestructible, and there are a few species out there that have a fair chance to kill me. A Draxian warrior has more than a fair chance. One almost did it a long time ago, he confessed, and her face was one of terror. I know what you said last night, but I sense something else in you, John. You want to face him, she said, reading his mind. John just half smiled. Well, do you? She pressed him. Yes, but only if I have to do it, he said. Do you think you might have to do it, Commander? The king asked him. It will depend on tactics. Maybe yes at some point. The fact that he hired a Draxian warrior as personal protection makes no sense unless you are expecting to be involved in a tremendous amount of violence. He was exploring the situation. And what happened to the one who gave you? She extended her hand and ran one of her fingers over his scar. It felt smooth and even. This, she said. His scar didn't heal, princess, he said, with a serious face, then continued to explain. From what we learned, Draxians used to be conquerors. The ones we faced were attacking a settlement, and we were the ones closest to them. We engaged them trying to protect the settlers, a race with whom we had some contact with and wanted to establish some trade relations with. We held them back until reinforcements from their world arrived, he explained. How many were there? The king asked. John smiled. 4, your highness, and allowed that piece of information to sink in. Nobody knows how many of them are left. Nobody knows where their home world is or was. We do know that their numbers are very low because they attacked something they shouldn't have, and whatever it was they faced almost exterminated them. They're almost as strong, if not stronger than me, just as fast, very tough, and very strong. Plasma-based weapons are useless against their body armor. He stopped, memories coming back. To his head, we landed, and what we found was nothing short of devastation. The outpost was all but destroyed, and survivors were hiding inside one of the main buildings. Women, children, and staff. All security guards were dead. They killed my entire squad before I got to them. So I made sure at least one of them would not be returning back home to tell the tale. But he almost added my name to his list. The other one managed to get away, John admitted. Remember when I told you that I had been hit hard before, like what happened here? That was one of the times, and she was lost in her thoughts. This is not a problem we have today, but a possibility we should keep close to us. So just in case, Commander, I am asking you to please be mindful if the time comes. And I know I am asking too much from you already, especially after what you have done, but if you can avoid said confrontation, I want you to do it. Please, only face that thing if absolutely necessary. Can you do that for us? The Queen asked. You are, John, more important to us than what you think, she admitted. Yes, Your Highness, I promise. The princess smiled to her mother and whispered the words, thank you, to her. After that day, things sort of changed a little bit. John kept doing his duties as her personal protection, always in armor now, and the preparations for the bonding ceremony started to take shape. Ilaria had to go with a group of women who helped her prepare. It was their version of a bachelorette party, so to speak. For him, the process had to do with him learning their costumes and the bonding words he had to say and do. John surprised his guards when he found out he needed to choose a group of personal friends to help him with that. When he asked them, they all were surprised and grateful. It was an honor for them. After the High Council incident, he didn't hear again from the Supreme Chancellor, especially when the entire Athar Prime seemed to be excited about this union, the final blow to Valara's political attack. But it was John's experience that with such a high prize, he was almost certain that this was just the calm before the storm. Ilaria had gone to her daily reunions in preparation for the ceremony. No males allowed. It was mandatory and necessary. John didn't like it, but he had to respect that part. He went to see Bob that day. Apparently, he had something for him. He was particularly bothered because not even her guards were allowed to be around her during the time she spent there. It was an ancient tradition and needed to be respected. So he thought that maybe Bob, whose real name is Zoran, as he found out later, would help him keep his mind focused on that instead for a little while. He told the guards to stay close by her, the closest they could, which was not close enough for him either. Hello, Bob, John said when he entered the room. Commander, he said, I thought you should see this. And he started to type into his console to upload what he wanted to show him. By the way, Commander, my name is not Bob, he said, and John smiled. I know, Zoran, I just call you Bob because I like you. And Zoran just looked back to the console. Data started to show up on a screen, and Zoran started to explain his findings. I found out that the transport that brought the reptilian assassin belongs to House Valera. I then decided to trace the way it was contracted, and it seems that it was also House Valera who made the preparations for the assassin to come to Athar Prime, avoiding our very strict vetting processes. Had they not intervened, our security systems would have found out he had no diplomatic credentials. John stood up straight, looking at the information. Zoran, you are a genius, my friend. Thanks, Commander. Can you check if they have brought any other dignitaries recently? John asked, and he started to check, and what he found was far worse than that. Sir, it seems that the same transporting system is also in charge of bringing the items Princess Ilaria will use in her bonding preparation ceremony. And before he could turn around to see what John was going to say, John had bolted out the door and transmitted the emergency to her guards, who started off on their way to her. John was moving so fast that he was almost a blur, desperation on his mind. He tried reaching her, but he remembered that calms were not allowed as he ran. He sent a notification to the king, too, for the queen was with her that day. This was a catastrophe. Minutes later, he whooshed by her guards, who were almost there by the time he reached them. He got to the building and 2 females tried to stop him. "The princess is in danger," he said. "I need to be allowed in." They saw his face, his features. They knew who he was. They moved and he proceeded. John entered in a rush. They all noticed him. He started to monitor the area. They were standing near a huge table that looked as if made out of thick marble. On top of it, they had food, drinks, and other things. The princess sat near the table beside her mother, and the other females surrounded them. "John," the princess said, happy to see him, but knowing he shouldn't be here. He ignored her, his eyes scanning the area. "Commander," the queen noticed his face was one of worry, nearing, and desperation. "What is wrong?" she asked, and then he heard it, the sound of a low-energy hum that kept increasing in volume, steadily, and increasing in speed. "Princess, your highness, get away from the table," he screamed at them, but he knew they would not make it, so he darted towards them, as if propelled by a light-speed power generator. John reached them and grabbed them both, the queen with one arm and the princess in the other. It was just amazing how he could do that at such incredible speed. So fast it didn't even appear to be real, and without harming them. He moved so fast it looked as if could create a space and time distortion. He rushed back to the table and grabbed it from the bottom, and with a scream and applying tremendous strength, he flipped the thing away from them. Making sure the other women were also safe, he went with the table and landed on top of it, using his inhuman strength to keep it pinned under him, and then the explosion happened. So strong, and the 8-inch thick and heavy table tore from the middle and sent him flying back fast to crash him against a wall about 10 feet away from where the table was. A large blood stain was left in the wall from where his head hit. The explosion had blown his helmet away. The princess covered her ears, stunned by the detonation, as they all drifted in confusion. Then the second detonation, in the far wall away from where they were. After the dust settled, a group of well-armed Black Hand mercenaries entered. Their leader saw the queen and the princess hiding behind one of the thick columns. He clenched his jaw and barked the others. "New plan, kill the princess, abduct the queen, move on men," screamed their leader, and by that time, the princess guards entered, immediately springing into action. The first guard, their leader, sent out the first 3 shots from his plasma rifle, taking down 2 attackers with deadly precision. The ones behind him started to spread out while firing, killing more of the mercenaries while evading getting hit. "We need to get to the princess and the queen, now," screamed their leader, and covering fire was given. 4 of them started to move, shooting as they moved from one covering position to the next, their training in human warfare kicking in. A mercenary unclipped a sonic detonator, a device designed to destroy the nervous system of any living thing in a short radius, but one of the princess's guards shot him in the head with a plasma shot, the thing falling on his feet and killing at least 6 more of them when it exploded, but they kept coming in as a swarm. The leader of the group and 3 more of her guards reached the princess and the queen and placed themselves in front of them, immediately opening fire towards the mercenaries as they entered. But for everyone they killed, 4 more took their places. The princess covered her ears. She suffered a little cut to her face during the explosion and had started to come back to her senses and immediately started to search for John. She saw him running towards the table to that was the first place she tried to look, and when she was going to stick her head out to pick, her mother pulled her. "No, Ilaria, they will kill you," she realized it. "Where is he, Mom? Where is John?" Her mother was not sure. The explosion confused her just as much as it had the princess. Ilaria started to search for him with her eyes, but then started to search for him with her mind. She looked the way he flew during the explosion and saw the blood over the wall, Her hand went immediately to cover her face, and without even thinking about it, she started to run towards him. Her mother couldn't stop her as she did this. One of her guards spotted her and ran after her, providing her with covering fire until they both reached him and kneeled by his side, the guard fending off attackers while she tried to make him react. This time she felt him, but he was not moving and injured. "Princess, we can't be here. This is dangerous," the guard said, and the moment he said this, a plasma bolt hit him. He fell to the side, immobile, and to the princess' shock, one of the mercenaries managed to reach her. The Black Hand Killer smiled as he lifted his plasma rifle and pointed it at her. "What a waste," he said to himself. Then she saw someone blocking her view of him, then saw the mercenary fall down, with a hole the size of an arm in the middle of this chest. It went through his armor all the way out the back. Then she saw John, standing in front of her with the mercenary's heart on his armored right hand, his yellow eyes looking at the dead mercenary with disdain. 2 plasma shots came his way. He just moved, right, then left, evading them with ease. "Ilaria, my reckless and beautiful princess, you need to go back to cover," he said. His face was one of anger, but not with her. He held her hand. He grabbed her and brought her back to her mother, looked at the fallen guard, then assessed the situation. "Guards, choose your targets. Make your shots count. No survivors, let them have it." He screamed at them and they got ready. And what came next was not a fight. It was not an effort to push back against these mercenaries. It was a death dance. John stood up still behind the column. "I move, you move," he ordered the guards and stepped out of cover, drawing his sword. Then it happened. An arm hit the ground, then a head. 2 mercenaries chopped in half at the same time. One was thrown with such force that the body became a mess of flesh and mingled body armor when it hit one of the walls. Quick, merciless, and with a deadly efficiency, it was a systematic extermination. Another mercenary started to run towards the princess. John ran to intercept him. The mercenary drew a sword and swung it, aiming for his neck, but John kneeled down while sliding under the sword. The mercenary then brought the sword back in a back swing, but John caught his arm by the wrist with his right arm and jabbed his left arm under the mercenary's armpit, and then he pulled, tearing the arm off along with parts of the man's shoulder. The guards kept shooting anyone that was not close to John's reach, and very soon, their numbers dwindled, while John and the guards started to make short work of the mercenaries, until only their leader was left, John standing in front of him, with one of his mercenaries lifted from the ground by the neck and with only one hand. The mercenary kicked and tried to get free, until John twisted his wrist, breaking the man's neck with a crack that echoed inside the chamber. He dropped the man and stared at their leader. "You," he started to say, but John just lifted his right hand, cutting his head off in half, left to right. The man fell down, the body twitching. John ran back fast toward the queen and the princess, but before they could feel safe, he turned back. 2 Draxian warriors entered the scene, both holding swords, but taking positions, both ready to complete the mission. John looked at the queen and the princess. "John, no, we can escape. Please don't do this," he smiled at them. "Can we escape, Commander?" the queen asked. "No, we can't," and the queen nodded. "I am sorry, Your Highness. I am sorry, my princess. I will not be able to keep that promise." And he started to walk towards them. "Wait!" The princess ran towards him, hugging him. "I can't lose you," she said, but he couldn't promise her he would make it back. He didn't know if he would. "I love you." And he went to face the Draxians. "Guards, protect your marks," he said, and they circled the queen and the princess. John kept walking slow towards them, the sword on his right hand, no helmet, his body fully healed. "Vampire," said one of the Draxians. "Draxian warriors," he said, about 20 feet away from them. One of them moved his eyes away to look at the queen and princess, and John took that microsecond to dart out, punch him hard in the head, sending him flying back a few feet and coming back to his previous position. Eyes on me, Draxian. Don't think this will be easy. His speed was unprecedented, so they both knew they need to focus on him. The other Draxian stooped up and attacked, his sword missing John's head by a mere inch, then the other who got blocked by John's armored arm, their speed matching his, their blows matching his strength, their dexterity almost equal to his. A sword swing came his way. He blocked it and landed a knee to the Draxian's chest, while the other one hit him hard across the back with his sword, not hitting skin, but breaking bone due to the force. John twisted his body and slashed the Draxian face. Not deep. Enough to kill, but painful. Your race owed me that, John said, and the Draxian laughed. They studied each other, understanding that this would have to be based on opportunity, not just fighting experience, and it came in form of another explosion that blew them all to different ways inside the room. One Draxian stood up first and signaled the other, who started to run, and what looked like almost the same inhuman speed towards the queen and the princess. The thing got shot by the guards, but didn't stop and knocked them all out, killing 2 more in the process. Then he grabbed the queen, who was closer to him. No time to waste, a split second thinking if he had time to kill the princess, but he didn't. John was already standing in front of her when the Draxian ran away with the queen. John was going to give chase, but other Draxian was too close. Today, vampire, you lose one of them. Make the choice. The choice had already been made. The princess started to cry for her mother and tried to follow them. One of the guards stood in her way, not letting her. She crashed against the guard's body. No, princess, I am sorry. I can't allow you to move. Get out of my way, I order you, my mother. She punched him, but he didn't move. Please, please, my mom, please save her. John heard all of this, his rage turning into an incontrollable fury. You can't win them all, vampire, the Draxian said, knowing he was going to die, but the mission was completed. John attacked him. This time he moved faster. So fast the Draxian had problems blocking him. He attacked him again, and again, his sword slashing him. In the leg, the arm across the chest, every time faster, until the Draxian stuck the sword into John's chest, a smile drawn on his face. Like I said, you can't win them all. John was looking down at the sword. Then he, slowly, grabbed it with both hands. The Draxian tried to pull it out but couldn't. Gotcha, John said, and pulled him in with both hands, the sword going in all the way, and once close, John grabbed his head and twisted it, breaking his neck. He took the sword out and dropped it. He kneeled down waiting for his wound to heal, then went back to the princess who was already halfway towards him. They met in an embrace. She looked at his armor. The sword went through the soft parts of it, but he was okay. John, my mom. John, they took her. I know, he said. He was waiting. The king arrived with a small army of soldiers and guards. My daughter, she ran to him. Where is your mother? He asked. They took her. John looked at him. I'll get her back. Stay with them, princess. A guard came to him and gave him his helmet. You dropped this, sir. He slapped him in the shoulder. Stay with the princess, he said. He closed his eyes, listening, focusing his senses, searching for that thing he feels when near the queen. Her bond with him as a vampire had already begun to form, and he found it. When he opened his eyes, he darted out, hunting them. The predator he was in control now, and it was not long until he spotted the transport in which they carried the queen, that turned into a port where a space transport awaited. The Draxian walked out holding the queen from the back, with a blade close to her neck. If he tried anything, the Draxian was fast enough to kill her, so John did the best next thing. He calmly walked towards something that looked like a small light pole. He kicked it once, twice, a third time until the thing gave way. When he pulled it, it came with lots of the material buried in the ground, keeping it in place. And he threw the thing towards the transport, hitting it in the back engines and making the thing explode. "I hope you didn't have anything important in there, like a change of clothes," he said, with sarcasm on his voice. "Are you okay, Queen Yara?" he asked her. "Now I am, John," she responded to him. "I wouldn't be so." And he did it again. A fraction of a nanosecond, the creature distracted itself with his response, and John was already pulling the knife away from her neck, while at the same time pulling the queen away from his grasp. She landed on the floor behind John and stood up to face them. "I am sorry, Your Highness. Your husband can execute me later." The queen laughed in between tears, with her face covering her mouth. "You should probably go," he said. The Draxian tried to get to her again, but John blocked him, and with his sword he made a swing that the Draxian evaded and hissed at him. "You are done. You'll either die by my hands, or by getting blown up in space by the Empire," John said. And they started to fight. This Draxian was stronger than the other, evading John's first attack and slashing his exposed arm with his sword, the cut healing in seconds. Another clash, swords whooshed and slashed. John fell on his knees again. This time the cut was behind one of his legs. The Draxian attacked him from behind, but John ducked and turned in one of his knees to punch the Draxian in the leg, making him come down to his level. John punched the warrior hard enough to make him hit the wall behind him. They both stood, both already healed. "Tell me," John said, "why are you doing this?" "Because they are paying me," the Draxian answered. "Bullshit. You will not be able to collect regardless of today's outcome. So why?" he asked. "They got my family," the Draxian answered. "We can help you." And the Draxian attacked him. It was a furious attack. John evaded him and made a very deep cut in the small of the creature's back, then kicked him so hard that his forehead hit the ground. The Draxian stood up, shocked but ready. "You will die today, Draxian," he said, and the Draxian attacked him again. This time, his cuts ran deeper, finding the soft parts of his armor, hitting tendons and breaking bones. John fell on his knees, and the Draxian pressed the attack. The queen hadn't moved, her hands covering her mouth. The first attack was blocked, but the second one not. The Draxian drove the sword all the way in from John's back, coming out at the front, then kicked him. His sword fell from his hand and made him land on his face and slid on the ground a few feet away. "And so will you, vampire," he replied. "That may be so, but at least the ones I love will be okay. Yours won't," he said, and that made the Draxian angry. He snarled and charged towards John with speed that matched John's. He reached him and stabbed John once more, this time from the front, and lifted him up, impaled. John grunted out of pain as his body slid down over the blade, making it penetrate his body even deeper. Then he slammed him on the ground and kicked him once more. The Draxian looked back at the queen and made another attempt to get her, but John noticed it. He stood up lightning fast, came from behind him, and, to the Draxian's surprise, John stopped in front of him. The Draxian swung his sword, aiming for John's head, but John blocked it by grabbing his wrist with his left arm, and with one single motion, fluid, as if choreographed, he pulled in the Draxian with tremendous force and kicked him on the chest, not releasing him from his grip. The kick cracked its armor in some parts, and bent it in others. One of the broken parts pierced its chest. The creature spat dark blood out of its mouth. The power the kick had would have sent him flying back, but instead, and because he was still been held by John's gravitational pull-like grip, the force applied also dislocated his shoulder and his elbow. John kicked him again, with even more strength this time, and the warrior landed flat on his back, spitting more of that very dark-colored blood. John fell down on his knees, due to the effort it took him to do He was getting weaker, he was injured, and even though his body was still healing him fast, it was not as fast as it usually does because of the blood loss. "Eyes on me, Draxian. You will never put your fucking hands on her again," he said, while a low-volume growl could be heard coming from inside John's chest. It was deep, menacing, predator-like. At that moment, he realized that there was a real possibility he would not win this fight. Even though he knew that the Draxian will have to tear him apart, there was a danger, so he slowly turned to look at the queen. "Your Highness, please leave," she said no with her head. John paused, then said, "Yara, you need to go. You need to leave me, please. I can no longer guarantee your safety. I can hold him back long enough for you to escape." He called her by her name. The queen looked at him and said no with her head again. "No, John. I can't leave you here. You need to stand up. You need to fight. You need to go back to my daughter. She needs—" The queen paused. "No," she corrected herself. "We need you," said the queen, trying to find a way to help him, but there was nothing she could have done. The Draxian came back at him, the sword high up. John evaded 2 swings, but one found its target. The sword landed on his shoulder, finding once more the soft parts of his armor, and it went in deep, almost halfway into his upper body. That blow was devastating, and it only stopped from going all the way down because of the hard parts of John's armor, and because John grabbed the Draxian hand with his right arm and twisted it with such strength that it broke in at least 4 places. Then kicked him. Again, this time harder. Every blow landed meant broken bones, torn muscles, pure pain for both of them. The Draxian landed against something that looked like a security fence. John, under tremendous pain, had to rip the sword out of his body, his amazing nature already closing the wound around the blade. His scream was a mix of sounds that seemed to be human and animalistic at the same time. He threw the sword to his side and darted towards the Draxian, picking up his own sword. On his way towards him, the Draxian evaded the first swing of his sword, but not the subsequent 2 that came after. The Draxian landed on his knees, and John kicked him to force him on his back, then landed with one of his knees on the Draxian's chest, breaking several ribs, the sword driven into his body, over his heart, the tip of it inches away from it. "You will die today, Draxian," John repeated to him, spitting blood to his side. "I have several reasons to kill you. Please, give me a reason not to," he said. John was thinking about his family. He was here because of them. "Why do you care?" he asked. "I don't. Don't mistake my intentions, Draxian. I have killed thousands of things in my lifetime, a lifetime you can't even begin to comprehend. But I don't want to play a part on the extinction of one race. I already dealt with your stupid friend, and even if you don't deserve to live, I am guessing your children are not born being total assholes," he said. The Draxian didn't respond. "If I let you go, can you save them?" The Draxian nodded. Then John stood up and moved aside. "Then go. But if I ever find you are even 1 light year away from the royal family, I will kill you and everyone you ever spoke to from this day until that time. That is a promise." The Draxian stood up, limping, with more than 1 broken bone in his body. He nodded and left. John struggled to stay on his feet, but was standing straight while he waited for the Draxian to be far enough from them to allow himself to relax his stance. He bent over, holding his midsection, his right hand over his right knee. He turned to look at the queen as he heard her walking towards him. "No, Queen Yara, please stay away from me. I am too weak. I need to feed. I could be dangerous to you. My instincts are too strong right now," he warned her, but she ignored him. "You will not hurt me," she said. "My daughter would kick your ass, as you Earth people say," he laughed. "Please don't make me laugh," he said in pain as she held him, trying to help him support himself. It was obvious he was in way more pain than what he was letting her see. "Etherian women are going to be the death of me," and the queen laughed as she moved him to a more comfortable place. How bad is it? What is wrong, John? She asked, concerned. He broke a few of my ribs and they healed the wrong way. I feel them bearing into my heart and one of my lungs. I need to fix that. It is rather annoying, he said, still holding his midsection. The queen held him tighter. What can I do? She asked. You may want to look away, Your Highness, he said, but she said no. She says no, of course she does, he said, as if speaking to himself, then started to remove the top portions of his armor, letting it fall down on the ground. He also removed the under armor part. It looks like a black undersuit, his bare upper body exposed, bruises still healing at an amazing speed, but way slower than what is normal for him, slowly disappearing. This is going to suck, he said, and without giving it more thought, but equally as reluctant to do it, he jabbed his left hand into his rib cage with enough force to break his skin so that half his hand went into his body. He grunted, squeezing his jaw. Fuck, sorry, Your Highness, he said, but the queen was just holding on to him as he did this. He grabbed his broken ribs and pulled them back to their right position. The crack of them breaking again sounded as when a piece of wood breaks. The queen shivered a little bit while he let out a scream. When he did it, then started panting, his jaw still clenched, his fangs exposed. He then stood up straight. More bone-breaking sounds as he kept pulling his ribs back to their right place. Another scream. He then stretched his core until his body healed his ribs in the right place, and then fell down on his knees again. The queen was holding him, but with tears on her face. To see him suffer hurt her. John slid and laid down, flat on the ground below, his eyes closed. I make a horrible field doctor, she laughed. I would actually avoid your treatments, John, she said, in between tears, but amazed at this creature in front of her. The queen looked at him and did the same thing he did, laying down by his side. He twisted his head and looked at her, then moved his head back to his original position, eyes closed once more. Queen Yara, he said. You are laying on the ground. She burst into laughter. This was the worst time to try and be funny. She turned to look at him with teary eyes, still trying to figure out how something so dangerous as he was could also be like this, and such a perfect match to safeguard her daughter, to love her as she knows he does. Yes, John, I guess I am, she answered, her voice melodic, but kind of broken. She felt grateful and full of emotions right now. And I get it, even the ground on this planet is softer, but I just mention it because I am sure you have to be breaking some obscure laws or a code or something that nobody even knows about, and I am not going to be blamed for it. That made her laugh again. Yes, I can imagine the gossip, the queen said, smiling at him while he was saying these things, not even looking at her. Horrible. Wars will be declared because of it. But don't worry, Your Highness, I will fight for you, John said. I know you will, she said, while she half laughed and half cried. Whatever he was doing, it was working. But not today, though. I am afraid that if anything else comes looking for trouble, you're the one doing the fighting. I quit for today, just so we are clear. That cracked her up. She laughed so hard she had to put a hand over her stomach, her melodic laughter making him smile. I can't breathe, she said. She had to sit down straight to catch her breath and regain her composure. I am being serious, Your Highness. Of course you are, she said, taking a few deep breaths. John took a pause, then he asked, How do you feel, Your Highness? He asked. I have these horrible images of you correcting your fractures. I am alive. I will see my family again. I am okay. All thanks to you, he nodded, still on the floor. I did ask you to look away, he said. You are welcome, he added. She rested her back against the wall behind them and looked at him. You are truly a magnificent creature, John, she said, her thoughts gathering. You let him go? Yes, I guess I did. He was serious now. Why? Because of his family? Yes, but not only because of that. He paused. My kind, what I am, we are not good, regardless of what you think of me. And I kind of don't like being a monster, my queen, and I want to feel deserving, he answered, his face very serious. Deserving of what? The princess's love, he said, and the queen's heart broke at that time. How can he not understand that he has already proved himself worthy of that and more? John, you have already earned her love. Our nature doesn't make mistakes. When we bond, it is for life. And you are not a monster. You are just dangerous, I guess. You also have the worst timing to be funny and are a little crazy, too, but not a monster. He took a deep breath. Nothing he needed, she knew. I know. Now we need to make sure your daughter knows that. You know, I may have a chance to take her to dinner if you put in a good word on my behalf, Your Highness. And she laughed again. Are you okay, John? She asked him. No, I am still angry, Your Highness. I am struggling with the fact that someone tried to kill Ilaria, and I know I can make it go away, but I also know I shouldn't, so I have to wait until my instincts tone down a little. It will go away eventually, he admitted. Does it still hurt? She asked about his wounds, and also trying to take his mind off of things. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. I am just hungry and angry. A match made in heaven, Queen Yara, he paused. I have to keep it at bay, he said in a more serious tone, while she explored his body. The parts where she saw the enemy's blade found flesh and drew blood, and they seemed to be healed, even that nasty one over his shoulder. That thing, the Draxian, it almost killed you, right? He opened his eyes, feeling her heartbeat racing again, understanding he did what she asked for him to do, and that he almost died because of it. He sat down straight, his back leaning up against the same wall hers was, then looked at her, his vampire eyes blazing yellow. Hey, you don't have to worry about me anymore, my queen, I am fine. I know that, John, but I can't help it. Have you managed to understand how my kind processes these situations, Queen Yara? He asked her. Not entirely, no, she admitted, still with a broken voice. We are very protective of our loved ones, Queen Yara, and my bond with the princess is a vampire's bond. Too, what I didn't do it because you asked me to do it. Me protecting her is not limited to keeping her safe in a physical way. I will make sure she is not hurt in any way, but I also did it because them taking you placed you in mortal danger, and I am also bonded to you. You are my friend. A little sister with a big title, my queen, a loved one, someone I would also give my life to safe and protect. Your happiness is also my happiness. Your pain is also my pain. Add to that it would also hurt the princess. If you were to lose your daughter, it will hurt you. If she loses you, it will hurt her too, he started to explain to her. I will always do what's best for the princess. You've been alive is what's best for her. Keeping you both alive and unharmed was the only solution. And I will not be thinking about any other consequences. The king, in the other hand, he tried to cut my head off. Don't get me wrong. I like him, but just a little less. He joked, but she understood and laughed at that part. That didn't answer my question, John. She pressed, and he smiled. Yes, the Draxian almost killed me, but I had a very good motivation. I was not going to allow him to take you. Besides, it would have been a good death, my queen, he said. She slid closer to this strange, deadly creature, who embraced conflict as if it was his second nature and dealt with dying as if it was something noble, a creature who found in his nature to forgive another, even if that other person didn't deserve it, a creature she now saw as her own son. Would you allow me to show you something, John? She asked him. Of course, Your Highness, he replied, and she tangled her right arm under his, leaning against his shoulder. Once they made contact, he could feel she felt guilty for this. He saw how she saw him. The one who brought happiness to her daughter, her son from another world. She was afraid he was going to die not only because of the pain it would have brought to her daughter, but also because of him. And that is why I fail to see, she began to say. Any scenario where you dying could be considered a good death, John. But I also understand what you wanted to convey to me with your words, she told him. Please don't feel guilty. Someone brought this onto you. Others devised this plan and executed on it. Believe me, I much rather be standing behind you while you slowly bore yourselves to death with your regular imperial business," he said. She shook her head, smiling. "It is rather amazing that you actually don't recognize what you prevented from happening, Your Highness. That is why I insist you understand my nature. I will always choose you, your daughter and the king, regardless of what's in the way. You'll be my priority," he said. "And what is that? What do you say I prevented?" she asked. "Remember my comment about the orbital drop?" She nodded. "Well, on Earth, we call that preventive reactions. We do them when we know there is a problem, and we know that problem can become a danger situation, so we act preventively. I was not joking, but you and the princess stopped me from doing it. You, my queen, probably saved a lot of misguided Etherians with your actions. Because when I said I wanted to be pointed towards something and be let loose, I meant it." And she considered. "This, I will always choose your family, even over my own life. Time heals, and you will be alive. That is how I see it." She nodded. "They're almost here," he said. "I can feel Ilaria." The queen stayed there for a few more seconds. Now feeling how he felt when he sensed her daughter coming, she smiled. She let him go, and he stood up, quick, sharp, as if nothing had happened. He picked up his under-armor suit and put it on. He extended his hand to her. She took it, and he helped her get up. "I called you by your first name," he said as he stood in front of her, still protecting her, and she laughed again. "Yes, you did. But you laid on the ground, and I saw you. I won't tell if you don't tell. Your Highness, that will make us even. That would mean I can never touch my husband or my daughter again, John," she said, while her right hand covered her mouth as she continued to chuckle. "Oh, right," he said. "Exactly. Now you can't hide what you did. I am not taking the blame for that." And as the queen started to laugh again, he moved to face the incoming group of guards and transports heading their way, his mind set on protecting the queen, just in case. A few minutes later, the guards came. One of the princess guards jumped out before the transport stopped and ran towards him with 2 vials of his blood. "I thought you might be needing this, sir." John smiled. "You guys need to stop bringing me dinner. I am not going easy on you during training," he said, and drank the content of both vials while the guard laughed. John allowed himself to sit down on the ground again, his body healing faster now. The pain he said he didn't have was now going away. A little while later, all of what was left was the memories of it and the evaluation of the decision he just made. "The princess is coming," the guard said, and went back to join her escort. The queen saw him and sat down beside him again. Guards started to arrive and made a perimeter around them while Etherians started to gather around them. Too, she looked at him, quiet at first. A little child ran from her parents from within the crowd that was forming and came towards him. It was the first time he saw an Etherian child. "Hey there, little one," he said. "I saw you fighting the bad guy who wanted to take the queen," she said. "Your queen is safe now," he said. The little girl gave him a container with water. "I brought you this. I thought you may be thirsty." And he took it. The queen looked at him, how he looked at the child. She saw something she liked. "Thank you. This is just what I needed." And he drank the content. The little girl went back to her parents, who bowed to the queen when she looked at them. "You know, I haven't sat or lied on the ground in at least 75 years, she said to him. "This is kind of nice," she added. "We can even make this our thing," he said to her. "Sure, why not?" "Well, for some reason, I end up on the ground more times than what I care to count, but I agree. This is nice," he joked. The queen laughed. "We will never give you back to Earth. You are, as of today, our prisoner." And she smiled at the way he smiled when she said that. "It is not a prison when you want to be there. Besides, I am too damn tired to try to escape." And she agreed. The princess arrived and jumped out of the moving transport. She was running before she even touched the ground. The king followed closely. John stood up fast and extended his hand again to the queen, who took it without hesitation. The people around them just looked. The guards hit their chest with pride and admiration. "Our commander is a badass," one of the princess's guards said. She reached them and jumped over her mother, kissing her. The people who gathered there started to applaud and cheer. It was thunderous, overtaking everything. "Mom, are you all right? Did they hurt you?" she asked. Her mother just hugged her, passing on her memories to her, all of them, and how she felt now. Ilaria laughed, cried, laughed again as she gathered everything. She pulled away a little to look at her face. She was smiling. The king arrived and hugged them both. John stood there, enjoying the moment as he read Ilaria's mind, what she was feeling. She released her mother and went straight to him, burying her head into his body, holding him with all of her strength. He held her, absorbing her scent, feeling the warmth of her body. "You saved her. You saved my mother. Thank you. Thank you. How can we ever repay you?" she said, full of emotion. "You already have, princess," he said. "My mom is right. You are magnificent," she said. "John," the king called him, with teary eyes. "Today you saved my life too, and I just wanted you to know that you protected her when I couldn't, and there is nothing I have that I can give to you that I would deny if you ask for it." He gave him a hug as a father hugs his son. "I am just glad I could get to her on time, Your Highness," he replied, and then said, "Your Highness, time has made me tough and harsh. You have treated me with decency and respect, even when you made me think you wanted to have my head chopped off." The king laughed. "What you have given me is something I will forever treasure, King Aaron." The king tapped him in the shoulder and went with the queen. "You made my mother laugh. You helped her feel better even when you were hurting. Your thought about her and not you," she said. "The queen can't keep secrets," he said to her. Yes, she needed to calm down. Laughter is a great tool against the shock that comes after a traumatic event, he explained. "And that is why you do it," she understood. "It is also good to help me focus on what matters," he said. "I am young for a vampire's standards. I am but a child, and my nature needs taming. Making semi-comical comments over things like this helps me keep that part of me controlled. Because if I am honest with you, I want to grab the next transport and get to Valara's state. I want to drink his blood out the skulls of his guards," I told the queen. "I am still angry," he said. "Does this help?" she asked and gave him a kiss. It was tender and short. "Yes, it does." He felt how her presence started to calm him down, and he allowed her to do it. "You almost died again," Ilaria said. "To save my mother, you almost died," she said. "I wouldn't have liked it, of course, but..." And he looked at the queen while she hugged the king. "I still believe it would have been a good death, a good life to save in exchange for mine," he added. "The queen is a good person. She deserves to be around and to be happy, and you deserve to have your mother with you." And she couldn't say no. "Commander John Forrester, please kneel," the king said. John obeyed without asking. "Lower your head." The people kept gathering, wanting to see. "Princess Ilaria, join your bond partner," he told her, and she was beaming with happiness. The king continued. "First, I want to let you know that thanks to the information you provided to us and under our laws, I have sent a squad to pay a visit to Supreme Chancellor Valera. He will be formally accused of treason to our empire for his involvement. And on the attempted assassinations of Princess Ilaria, we owe you and Earth yet another debt of gratitude." John was still kneeling. "Your Highness, that wasn't me. It was Bob. I mean Zoran. He was the one to trace the information and made the connection. I merely passed on the message," John clarified. "Then we will make sure Zoran gets the recognition he deserves," the king said, but didn't ask John or Ilaria to stand up again. "What is going on?" he asked. "What? Are you getting cold feet, Commander? And he laughed. Princess, last time your father had me kneeling down, he almost cuts my head off, so yeah, my entire body is cold right now, Princess, he answered. Be quiet, the king ordered, smiling. I stand before this too today as your king and as a father, and also, I stand here today to recognize that families can sometimes overextend to reach out to people that do not have your blood, or who are not from your own species. I stand here today to recognize that these two people are bonded by our traditions and now by our laws as well, and I accept you, John Forrester, as the bonded partner to my daughter, Princess Ilaria, future Queen of Ithar Prime, and may your bond grow as strong as the honor you have brought to my house. And he touched their shoulders. You may stand up, he said, and like they say on earth, you may kiss the bride. Ilaria turned to face him, still beaming. There is no escaping now. You are mine, and I am yours. Thank you for choosing me, Your Grace. She smiled and they kissed, long and tender. I have your bonding gift, said the queen. What? The princess asked. After our first conversation, the king and I called Earth Command 1 to make sure your transfer was approved because we mean it. We don't want to let you go. They didn't argue too much about that. I wouldn't have argued with you either, Your Highness, John said. And second, we asked them to dig up from your past. We sort of told them we knew. Well, parts of it. John buried his face in his hands, and they sent us a lot of things, but out of all that horror you went through, the queen said. Ilaria held his hand, remembering what he told her about those days. We also found this, and she handed him a small data pad she had with her. He took it and looked, and a smile drew on his face. Is this real? He asked. Yes, it is. The queen was crying as she leaned against her husband. Wow, he said, and fell down on his knees. What is wrong, John? He passed the data pad to the princess. She read it and covered her mouth with one hand. Her eyes began to water on the spot. It read, the subject has been submitted to thousands of hours of tests and experiments. Besides all the supernatural abilities we have recorded that he has, the subject's similarities to a human's biology are 100% compatible. If chosen, the subject should even be able to have offspring. The princess made a long pause, her face illuminating with a wide smile as she internalized what that data pad said. John, we will be able to have children, she said.